Breaking news flashed across the screen for everyone to see. A person with blue eyes slowly opened them. It was 8 in the evening when the announcement went out that the S-rank mage Lee Seo-jun had been killed during a mission. It was horrifying news. The boy stared at the screen in disbelief, unable to accept what he was hearing. Lee Seo-jun was never supposed to die here. That S-rank mage had been fighting the evil dragon Crew Eyes, which had appeared in downtown Seoul, when he was caught in the disaster. Lee Seo-jun was only 25 years old. He had debuted as a mage in 2034 and became widely loved for resolving countless incidents. He was a public hero who had earned deep love and admiration, which made the news even more tragic. Memorial altars for Lee Seo-jun were being prepared all across the country, and the people who heard of his death were sinking into shock and grief. The boy had to turn off the television because the awful report was becoming too much for him to bear. He sat there staring blankly, unable to believe this was really happening. The protagonist was not supposed to die at this point in the story. This had to be some kind of twisted joke. The problem was that there was nothing funny about it at all. The Lee Seo-jun they had just shown on the news was a 25-year-old genius mage. He had extraordinary talent when it came to slaying monsters, cutting down multiple beasts at once with overwhelming skill. He was the young hero everyone in this era had their eyes on. But even more important than that, he was also the former classmate of the boy watching now, and the main character of the novel this world was based on. That novel was called Modern Wizard. And that incredible mage was its protagonist. If the original story had continued as it should have, it was meant to end happily, and he believed that once it was over, he would be able to return to his own world. But then that massive dragon had suddenly appeared in the dungeon, cutting straight through the ordinary life the protagonist had been meant to live. He could not understand why the protagonist would die at a point like this. Even worse was the thought of what would happen to this world now that the protagonist was gone. That guy was supposed to stay alive long enough to keep everyone else safe. The fact that he had disappeared so early was deeply disturbing. The boy felt dread creeping in as he thought about the story itself. He had been waiting to see his old friends again once the novel reached its end. But if the protagonist was gone, could there even be an ending anymore? His mind drifted back to the past, to the days when he had laughed so easily with his friends. One of them had once joked that if they ever got thrown into a novel as some background extra, they would either grab every lucky opportunity they could find or stay completely out of the way. Laughing over mugs of beer, he had asked the others which choice they would make. The pretty woman sitting beside him had giggled and said the answer was obvious. You had to go for it. The brunette had let out a sigh and said there was no way he would do that. If they interfered with the plot, then the main character might die and the whole story could collapse. One of his friends burst out laughing and asked whether he really meant he would never step into the story at all. The brown-haired boy insisted that doing so meant dragging yourself through every hardship imaginable. That was not something anyone could endure lightly. Besides, he did not believe he could ever work as hard as the protagonist did. Training non-stop, getting stronger, and fighting demon after demon sounded exhausting just to imagine. Even the blonde had to admit he had a point. Everyone was starting to agree. Still, even when he was right, he had to say it in the most irritating way possible. That was just like Kim Sun-woo. The friends laughed, raised their glasses together, and drank in good spirits. That was when the brunette suddenly received a message saying he had won some sort of prize. The friend next to him lit up and eagerly asked what event it was from. Apparently, it was a strange message from the author of Modern Wizard, and Kim Sun-woo had ended up winning a very unlucky event. It was a travel ticket to a very special place, and he was given the choice to accept it or refuse it. That alone was enough to catch his attention. Excited, the boy showed his friends the message, and they immediately started celebrating his lucky win. They all said a trip sounded amazing. It felt ridiculous that he had scored something so absurdly fortunate. They kept asking when he had even entered a giveaway like that. While they were still guessing where he might end up, the boy grinned and clicked yes. None of them had any idea the shock waiting for them would be that huge. They thought the boy was about to win a trip overseas, so they cheered even louder and raised their drinks for him after he pressed accept. And just like that, 7 years ago, the light around him began to grow brighter, and he found himself transported into the middle of a magic circle in the body of a young teenager. Around him, some of the teachers were shouting for students not to climb onto the magic circle while it was still being drawn. That was how he fell into the novel he had loved so much, Modern Wizard. At least it was a story he genuinely liked, or the situation might have turned ugly immediately. Even so, he still could not believe that his favorite novel had failed to stay on the path it was supposed to follow, the very script its author had written. Because the original plot was not supposed to change, the boy had only acted from the edges of the story. He avoided the major characters, kept his distance, and made absolutely sure not to attract attention. And now he could only wonder where everything had gone wrong. If things were supposed to unfold as planned because he had interfered as little as possible, then how could the protagonist be dead? Then, without warning, the television in front of him began to glitch. He was certain he had turned it off. Somehow, the glowing screen seemed to be moving on its own. Leaning closer, the boy frowned and wondered what was happening now. He even shook the screen a little, thinking maybe the television was simply malfunctioning. But a moment later, he was startled by a sudden, violent noise. And the sight of the universe itself splitting apart before his eyes. It was the kind of terror that froze you instantly. Anyone who looked out the window and saw the sky itself breaking apart would have been horrified. When the boy looked outside, what he saw terrified him even more, because the people out there were real. They were melting away as if they had never been anything more than illusions. Of course, once the protagonist died, the world itself had to die with him. The axis that held the world together was gone, and so were all the extras who had only existed to support his story. The poor victim of that travel ticket screamed in horror, asking what was happening and why. He had no power to stop any of it, and no clue what he was even looking at. Thankfully, an error message appeared in front of him and explained the situation. The problem was simple and terrifying. Lee Seo-jun had died, and because of that, every main scenario had been judged a failure. Since the scenario could no longer continue, the world itself would now be reset. That was the most terrifying news of all. Cold sweat ran down the boy's body as the world around him began to crack and shatter, everything breaking apart and rearranging itself like a game being forced back to the beginning. Except he was not some piece of game data that could simply be reset along with everything else. His eyes widened as cracks began spreading across him too, and a brutal, world-breaking pain hit him without warning. The poor kid was dragged into the reset as well. Then everything went dark for a while. In that black emptiness, a voice called for the student to wake up. Then more voices followed, all urging him to open his eyes. He had to wake up, after all, they were already at the school. The once distant voice turned into a sharp shout, and our guy yelped right back as he jolted awake from the worst nightmare of his life. The bus driver looked startled by that reaction and quickly apologized, but he also said he had expected the student to wake up and get off the bus by now. The teen blinked a few times, then hurriedly got to his feet and apologized for making such a scene. At the same time, his head was spinning from the shock. The bus driver had just called him a student. Now that he thought about it, he had definitely been in his room when the world started falling apart. But somehow, he was now standing on a bus with an irritated driver glaring at him. It truly had felt like the world had ended. Still a little unsteady, the brunette stepped off the bus and tried to stay alert even though his legs felt weak. He could not help wondering if all of that had been some kind of dream. The light hitting his eyes was painfully bright, and he winced as he lifted a hand to shield them. Then the place in front of him came into focus. It was the Grand School, a sight so familiar it felt painfully nostalgic. A congratulatory banner hung outside, welcoming the students admitted to the Korea Magic Academy class of 2030. This was the school he had graduated from in this world. Something was wrong. The year was 2032. The moment he realized that, he gasped. That meant this was 7 years in the past. He had gone back 7 whole years. He touched his chest just to check, but it was exactly as bad as he feared. His hands were small, his chest was narrow, and he had become a teenager again. The main character had really regressed, that absurd and special kind of miracle, and he had been sent back 7 years. The announcement continued to echo for all the students entering the Korea Magic Academy, warmly welcoming the new arrivals. The message said the entrance and opening ceremony would begin shortly, so students should take their seats. In other words, our guy was being forced to do high school all over again. It was enough to make anyone lose their mind, and he genuinely felt like he was about to do exactly that. Everything around him was exactly the way it had been 7 years earlier. Since things had already come to this, he had no choice but to accept reality. At the very least, this was still better than dying forever. Now that he had been sent back to the past, though, he would have to endure everything he had already lived through once before. That completely killed any excitement school might have had, though maybe he could at least get better grades this time around. Still, there was a far more urgent question weighing on him now. He needed to find out why Lee Seo-jun had died. In the original story, there was no reason at all for him to die there. The protagonist was powerful and gifted. Crew Eyes going berserk was exactly what was supposed to happen in the story at that point, and after a vicious battle, Lee Seo-jun was meant to defeat it. If that was true, then there had to be some other cause behind the hero's death. The boy tried to think it through, but he honestly had no clue, because he had stayed as far away from the protagonist as possible. How was he supposed to know anything when he had never gotten close in the first place? A moment later, the boy glanced around the classroom as everyone sat in their seats. A new fear had begun creeping into him. What if the protagonist died again in this life too? If that happened, then he might get thrown back into the past all over again. Kim Sun-woo had already suffered through high school twice, and he absolutely had no desire to do it a third time. Worse, there was also the fear that the world might simply end for good next time. Nothing was certain yet, but one thing was painfully clear. Lee Seo-jun absolutely could not die. That outcome was unacceptable. This time, the main character could not afford to stay out of it. This time, he had to step directly into the story itself if he ever wanted to make it back to his original world. That meant he had to stop Lee Seo-jun's death and carry this novel all the way to its proper ending. And to do that, our guy needed to start getting close to the main characters. Naturally, the very first person he set his sights on was a girl. Our dude was completely locked in. It almost looked like he had been waiting all this time for an excuse to start chasing pretty girls. He watched one of the main characters sitting beside him, then turned to her and gave her the brightest smile he could manage. He figured the smartest move was to start getting close to the main cast as early as possible. Ura, the rank 2 student in the story, was one of the people he needed to approach right away. At least, that was what he thought. Unfortunately, our unlucky regressor had aimed for the cold, serious type, and she immediately asked whether he knew her. She did not even wait for an answer before scoffing and saying she did not remember ever meeting him, so why was he acting so familiar? Of course, he knew plenty about her, but she knew almost nothing about him, so that reaction was only natural. The boy gave a small wave, still frozen somewhere between shock and an awkward attempt at being friendly. Before he could pull the greeting back, the girl asked whether he had something he wanted to say. She really was the cold type, sharp and frosty as ice. Still, maybe there was a more approachable side hidden in there somewhere. In the end, he admitted he did not actually have anything to say. He had only been trying to say hello. She dismissed him at once and told him to look somewhere else. So starting with the nearest pretty girl had clearly not been a great plan. He had only ended up making her uncomfortable. What a rude little brat. It did not take long for our guy to realize that none of this was going to be easy. Soon, everyone was seated neatly in rows inside the classroom, and each grade representative was called up to the stage. Then the representatives stepped forward. There were 3 of them in total. The moment they appeared, everyone immediately recognized the protagonist and burst into applause at the sheer presence he carried. Some of the students had even heard that the boy had trained under Chairman Kim Jin-cheol. His talent had to be on an entirely different level. This was Lee Seo-jun, the rank 1 representative of the second year. Even as a student, the protagonist of the story was already famous and rising fast. That was only to be expected. Modern Wizard was exactly the kind of power fantasy where the main character practically did everything. Then the crowd clapped for the top freshman as well, and some of them whispered about how pretty she was. She really did have the look of a cheerful little saint. But that lovely, flower-like girl was the type who calculated every movement she made. Even that small smile had been carefully prepared. After all, her goal was to build as many connections at school as possible. The senior from the third year had also held first place for 3 straight years. He did not look especially overwhelming at first glance, but that was still an incredible achievement. Standing in front of all these absurdly impressive people, it was easy to understand why our main character had once thought it would be fine to just enjoy life as a background extra. He did not know much about the third-year representative, but the guy still seemed remarkable. Even in the original novel, though, that senior had barely gotten any screen time. Now it was time for the student oath. The representatives standing at the front raised their hands and began reciting it. For some reason, though, the girl sitting beside our guy was practically trembling. He had to glance over just to make sure she was all right. She was not all right at all. Her fists were clenched tight, a heavy gloom hung around her, and her foot was tapping with barely contained anger. So after knowing her for only a few seconds, he had already figured out one thing. She hated someone at least as fiercely as he did. That was honestly impressive. For some foolish reason, the boy thought this might be a good chance to earn points with one of the protagonists while she was emotional. So he told her it was a shame she had come in second to the protagonist. The girl immediately bristled and shot back, asking if that insignificant little rat was talking to her right now. He really needed to learn his place. Naturally, he doubled down and said yes, he was talking to little Miss Sourface. That only made her demand to know what exactly he meant by calling it a shame. The boy let out a small sigh. Honestly, he really did think she was better than the two people standing up there. The dark-haired girl was arrogant, but she was not about to accept some empty compliment from a stranger who was obviously trying to butter her up. She scoffed and asked what he could possibly know, and whether he thought he was being funny. If he had ever actually seen any of those three use magic, then he would never be saying such brain-dead nonsense with that much confidence. So much for cheering her up. He had only succeeded in redirecting all her anger toward himself. The boy admitted that he might have seen their magic before, which only made her even angrier. He had no right to judge their talent when he did not even understand how strong they really were. Even so, he stubbornly kept going. At that point, it was all or nothing, and he refused to back down. The brunette boldly claimed that he could tell just by looking at her. Apparently, he trusted his instincts that much, and he smiled with absurd self-confidence like his aura alone was enough proof. That fraud was digging himself deeper and deeper into trouble. Now she was even more irritated and demanded to know if he was messing with her. That was the moment our guy decided it might be better to retreat. He could not believe that approach had failed, so he immediately started searching for a different topic. Honestly, the smarter move would probably have been to stop talking altogether. Instead, he asked her whether she had been worrying about her future lately. That part, at least, was true, and she paused long enough to wonder how he knew. The boy was starting to sound like some shady fortune-teller. After he had disturbed her peace over and over again, she finally checked his name. Kim Sun-woo. She made it clear that she was going to remember that name. It sounded less like a promise and more like a threat. Then she warned him not to dare open his mouth and spout any more nonsense for the rest of the day. She was thoroughly tired of him already. All of our guy's efforts had failed miserably, and now the protagonist girl was storming away from him. That was definitely not the reaction he had been hoping for when he started that conversation. He had already fumbled things, and his mission had only just begun. The new semester at the Magic Academy began with an evaluation test on the very first day, one that decided everyone's ranking. It was practically an initiation ritual where each student showed what they could do in front of the entire school. Some of the students were already panicking over the test. After all, not all of them actually had the skills to feel confident. Meanwhile, our guy was smirking to himself and thinking those kids were kind of cute. His new goal, at least for now, was to place in the top 10 of the second year. In his previous life, he had received several offers to be promoted to B rank, but in the end, he had stayed at C rank. It would be downright embarrassing if he could not at least perform at an average level against students like these. Still, he was starting again from the beginning of the story, so he had no intention of being a nobody. He was actually excited to show off the skills he had built up before. Meanwhile, his number one hater was already glaring at him from afar. Our guy had failed to make a friend, but somehow he had managed to gain an enemy. Honestly, that was kind of hilarious. Of course, the top 3 students in each year were in a completely different league. Little Miss Polite Smile unleashed her magic with a sharp cry and blasted away the charging targets. One by one, those stone-like golems were shot down without much resistance. The gathered students watched the exam closely, praising anyone who displayed exceptional talent. They also stared in awe as the talented first-year girl proved exactly why she was ranked at the top. Her skills were overwhelming and stunning. Yes, it was the same girl everyone had praised during the assembly, and she seemed perfectly happy to show off just how extraordinary she was. Next, it was the second year's turn to be tested, and they had to step forward one by one when their names were called. Naturally, our guy's number one hater took that chance to show off her outstanding ability without holding back. She fired her power straight ahead and completely destroyed the targets in front of her. The other students could only stare in disbelief, wondering how someone that powerful could possibly be the same age as them. Her flames looked like something out of a professional mage's skill set. The fire itself was incredible, but because they attended the same school as Lee Seo-jun, even those brilliant flames ended up being overshadowed by the hero boy. Then again, Ura was already legendary in her own right too. Then the hero boy stepped forward, and in just a few seconds, he had already closed the distance to the targets. Those little stone creatures tried desperately to run, but they were cut down in an instant, sliced apart and defeated before they could even escape. With the golems fallen, the hero smiled in quiet satisfaction. He really was impressive, so impressive that the furious girl beside them could barely stand the sight of him. By now, our guy had enough sense not to try comforting her again when she so clearly wanted none of it. Even so, the brunette thought Ura was amazing too, whether she cared about his opinion or not. It was just that Lee Seo-jun, even back then, was already basically on the level of an active professional mage. She had always been the one in first place, only for that position to be taken by a monster of natural talent who shone even brighter than she did. Honestly, her frustration made perfect sense. Then it was time for second-year class as student Kim Sun-woo to demonstrate his power. He was called up to stand in front of everyone and show what he could do. The boy stepped forward with a proud smile now that it was finally his turn. As the others gathered to watch, many of them wondered who Kim Sun-woo even was. The woman in charge of last year's first years did not really remember the name. A man beside her smiled and said he did. The boy had been in their class, but his presence was so faint that it made sense people had forgotten him. According to last year's records, the boy had talent in reinforcement magic. Reinforcement was useful, sure, but he had stepped out empty-handed to fight. That was a little strange. It looked like somewhere along the way, the boy had switched over to manifestation magic. Well, students like that did exist from time to time. And now, our main character stood before the golem targets and prepared for his evaluation. He stretched out his hand, and a portal opened in his palm. Of course it did. There were always people like that, the kind who pursued what they loved instead of what they were naturally best at. At first glance, the boy seemed more ordinary than expected. But a woman standing at the back suddenly recognized the boy in front of her. It was not his face she recognized, but the magic gathering in his hand. That child was using the compression manifestation technique. The first stage of manifestation magic was naturally materialization. Once a mage learned to compress that materialized mana, they could finally move on to the next step, projection. That advanced method was known as the compression manifestation technique. It was the kind of technique normally used only by experienced veteran mages. Both the hero and the protagonist girl stared at the boy in shock as he used the magic right in front of them. There was no reason a second-year student should have been able to use a technique like that. But this second year was also a regressor, and he was more than ready to amaze them. Wearing a bright smile, the boy fired a blast straight at the golems. It burst out with a loud boom, surging around the standing targets and creating something that stunned the class, though not in the way anyone had expected. For a brief moment, everyone fell completely silent. Then the room rang with painful, mocking laughter. It seemed what he had tried to summon had collapsed midway because he ran out of mana. The students laughed because he could not even handle his own power. There was no point in materialization if he could not properly project it. What a bunch of jerks. Our poor guy was already having a rough enough time, but now he realized he was seriously in trouble. While he was still wondering what on earth had gone wrong with his power, several system windows suddenly popped up at once. The boy stared at them in shock, and then in horror, wondering why they were only opening now. Later, with a thoroughly exhausted look on his face, our guy sat sulking in his room and wondered why the window had opened so late. Last time, it had opened at this exact point in the day. Something had clearly changed with his power, and Kim Sun-woo needed to understand exactly what had gone wrong. Back then, several windows had opened all at once to inform him that the outsider's benefits had been unlocked. Now the main scenario had begun. The windows also informed him that he had unlocked the second time around achievement and would receive a reward of 3,000 points. He had also somehow earned an award called Talent of the Clown, which was the last thing he wanted anything to do with. Ridiculously enough, that clown title had earned him even more than the fact that he had regressed. He got 5,000 points just for being laughed at. And now 230 people remembered his face as the class idiot. They laughed at him, booed him, and told him to get off the stage, while the system handed him another 1,000-point reward for it. The system was downright cruel. But for some reason, the protagonist of the story had also taken an interest in him now. It was absurd that it happened for the worst possible reason, but our guy still got another 1,000 points out of it. In fact, 4 main characters had noticed him, and he earned 1,000 points for each of them. He had wanted to introduce himself. It had not been a proper introduction, but it had still made the important people notice him, and that mattered. In an incredibly short and deeply humiliating span of time, our guy had earned 10,000 points. The problem was that to use any of them, the outsider's benefits had to be unlocked first. That part seriously sucked. At least he still remembered what those benefits included. This strange point-based system was apparently reserved as a special privilege. In other words, only Kim Sun-woo could actually use these points. The achievement system was active now, but for some reason the talent he had earned seemed to be partially locked off. The brunette quietly thought through his situation. In the end, points were gained by stacking up achievements through the system. He could also earn points by becoming more widely known. The point shop was one of the best parts of the outsider's benefits. He could literally spend points to buy traits, skills, or items. It was an absurdly overpowered setup. Having all these points was great and all, but on the very first day of school, our guy had already been branded the class clown. He had seriously earned all those points by turning himself into some kind of circus act. And honestly, calling it Talent of the Clown felt unnecessarily harsh. Back then, when he tried to use that large-scale flashy attack, our loser had completely forgotten one key detail. At this point in time, he did not yet have enough mana to use a high-level skill like that. Honestly, he had never drawn this much attention in his life. Even with all those points piling up, he was not exactly happy about how he got them. What mattered most now was figuring out how strong he currently was. The boy called up the system to check his stats. The window popped up and informed him that Kim Sun-woo, owner of 10,000 points, had good health, decent strength, fair mana, average speed, solid reflexes, and average dexterity. He was not exceptional in any one area, but at least he was nowhere near trash tier either. That still felt pretty awful after everything he had put into himself before. All the stats he had worked so hard to build had been reset, and now he had to raise them from scratch again. Then the boy realized something important. In this life, he had a chance to redistribute his stats however he wanted. The window explained that this system divided magic into 4 branches: enhancement, manifestation, support, and summoning. Those were the 4 paths of magic in this world. Enhancement focused on strengthening the body or weapons. It was basically close combat magic, so mages in that field needed stronger health. Manifestation was the branch that let a person cast actual spells. It was the classic mage style. Then summoning and support were, as expected, for calling things forth and backing up other people. For the record, our guy had deliberately chosen manifestation as his main path. He figured that if he was going to use magic, he wanted something flashy and satisfying. He laughed a little at the situation, though it was not actually very funny considering how things were going. Since he had chosen manifestation, the first thing he needed to do was max out his mana so he could properly use the power he wanted. Then another status window popped up and informed him that 50 more people had just been added to his circle of influence. Wonderful! News about him was already spreading like wildfire for all the wrong reasons. Still, that was not entirely bad. If this fame kept growing, he could use it to max himself out properly once he got some genuinely strong skills. Kim Sun-woo was starting to realize just how many points that one stupid moment was bringing in. The payout was so huge that he almost did not mind becoming the class clown. In fact, it was kind of insanely good. Now 400 people remembered his face, and he got another 2,000-point reward. 400 people was ridiculous. There was no way he was ever getting a normal school life now. Then again, he had already given that up the moment he decided to save the protagonist. Even so, that number was absurd. It felt like more people knew him than the entire school population. Someone had probably recorded it or something. There had also been plenty of guests watching from the balcony. Our guy immediately pulled out his phone to check what was happening on the Korea Magic Academy website. Just as he feared, someone had uploaded the video of the second year's last place test. The comments section was tearing him apart. He had never been mocked this hard in his life. Some people were even asking how someone like him had managed to get into the school in the first place. It was brutal. Kim Sun-woo had never imagined the day would come when his test video would blow up like this. It was painfully embarrassing, but the points he was getting from it were honestly pretty nice. Since things had already gone this far, he figured he might as well make full use of the attention. And now our guy was wondering if there was some way to pull in even more eyes and earn even more points. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a pretty brilliant idea came to him. With this, he could really drag all the attention onto himself. And if it worked, he would finally be able to buy that one thing he had always wanted. The next day, people were still whispering about the class clown. Some of the students stared at him in disbelief and asked if that guy was really Kim Sun-woo. The video from yesterday looked exactly like him, so it had to be. Anyone with pride and something to lose would have hidden after becoming the class disgrace, but not Kim Sun-woo. He had points to earn, and he planned to earn them in the most shameless way possible. He needed even more people talking about him, so he walked right in front of them without a hint of fear. He had spent the whole night feeding the incident for attention, and it had worked. By now, his failed test video was trending with over 1,000 views. A lot of people had a lot to say about his pathetic academy performance, and some were even dragging the academy itself into the scandal. He had even gone as far as calling himself an S-rank mage in the middle of that ridiculous mess. Thanks to all the hate pouring in under that video, he earned another 5,000 points. Honestly, racking up hate like that felt weirdly great. That morning, the boy walked into class looking far too calm and harmless as he stepped inside. Of course, every one of his classmates had already been waiting for him, and all eyes turned his way at once. One of them even pointed at him without trying to hide it. It was a blonde boy. He looked exactly like every bully stereotype that showed up in stories like this. But instead of throwing a punch right away, the blonde came over and slung himself against the brunette, laughing loudly about how hilarious yesterday had been. The moment he started, the rest of the class lost it and burst into laughter again. The other kids were in great spirits too, and they kept asking how he had managed to run out of mana like that. Some of them even assumed his family had to be rich, or there was no way he could have gotten into the school. That was funny, considering his place here had been nothing but an absurd accident in his life. At least the main character recognized another major figure from the story. The blonde's name was Park In-won, and in the novel, this guy was the resident troublemaker in the early part of the story. Getting involved with someone like that was never a good idea, so our guy decided to stay quiet and avoid him. Unfortunately, Park In-won had already locked onto him and was grinning. From now on, he said, he would be calling the boy Blockhead, and whenever he called, the boy had better come running. Otherwise, surviving in a school like this would get very hard for him. But before that bullying could really get going, a voice cut in and shut Park In-won down on the spot. Of course, it was none other than the star of the second years. The brilliant protagonist stepped forward and told the blonde not to bully people. Park In-won clicked his tongue in annoyance at the dark-haired hero, the genius the whole world was watching, Lee Seo-jun. So now that genius wanted to play hero even inside the classroom too. Naturally, people like that only made fake tough guys like Park In-won sick, because he could not understand how anyone could be genuinely kind. Still, ordinary punks like him had no choice but to back off when the hero stepped in. Lee Seo-jun answered him in a low warning tone, making it clear he meant it. In the end, the bully knew better than to push his luck. He backed off from the second-year hero and left with his idiot followers trailing after him. With those guys gone, our guy could finally breathe again. The hero asked if he was all right. He was seriously such a nice guy. Our dude was honestly grateful. Without even trying that hard, he had already caught the attention of the person he most needed to protect. Now the hero looked at him more closely, clearly recognizing him as the class clown who had made such a scene the day before. The clown quickly assured him that he was fine. After all, he had profited quite a bit from all that attention and laughter. Then he figured he should at least act like a normal person with some pride. So he let out a sigh and mumbled that he would just have to accept it, since things had already turned out this way. The video was everywhere now, so all he could do was live with it. The hero told him not to worry too much, saying the real one at fault was the person who had spread that video on purpose. Granted, Kim Sun-woo had sort of helped it spread too, so he was hardly in a position to judge anyone. Anyway, the hero wished him a good day and started to leave. But our guy could not let a chance like that slip away. He immediately latched onto Lee Seo-jun and started mumbling while trying to figure out how to phrase his request. The truth was simple. He needed to stay as close to the protagonist as possible if he wanted to keep him alive. So Kim Sun-woo lit up with a bright, sparkling smile and brought up the semester's dungeon class. He wanted to team up with the hero for that dungeon class. It was a cute suggestion, but from the hero's point of view, he was also an obvious liability. Lee Seo-jun had no idea what to say, so he simply asked why Kim Sun-woo was asking him in the first place. With the sweetest smile he could manage, Kim Sun-woo explained that it would actually be good for the hero too. Lee Seo-jun weighed the pros and cons of dragging deadweight like the class clown onto his team. After thinking for a moment, he rejected him so quickly it felt like getting hit by a clean lightning strike. The truth was that he had never once thought of Kim Sun-woo as teammate material. Luckily, our guy was not the type to give up once he had decided on something. That stubbornness was exactly how he had managed to live through the whole story once without interfering with the protagonist's life. Before the hero made the rejection final, there were two things he needed to hear. Alright, Lee Seo-jun agreed to listen. That meant it was time for our guy to sell himself with everything he had. The first thing the hero needed to know was that he was dead last in the entire second year. Yes, that was not exactly new information. Everyone already knew our guy was at the bottom. Honestly, it should not even have helped his argument. Lee Seo-jun was left speechless by the sheer shamelessness on display. The boy could at least pretend he had a little self-respect. The hero asked if that was seriously his reason, because Kim Sun-woo was making it very hard for anyone to buy what he was selling. Kim Sun-woo explained that everyone knew group tests used an adjustment score. That meant if the top-ranked student in school teamed up with the very last-ranked one, then the hero's final score would naturally come out even higher. The good-hearted hero had definitely not expected the class clown to push such a self-destructive argument. The logic did make sense, but the risk still felt too high, especially when the guy beside him had not shown a single bit of real ability. In a place like a dungeon, he looked like he would only be a burden. Still, the second reason was supposed to be the one that would truly convince him. Ura, the second-best student in their year, had already chosen two lower-ranked students for her own team. Clearly, she was also thinking about score balance. As the hero already knew, the girl specialized in wide-area magic. Even with two low rankers on her team, she would still do perfectly fine in the dungeon. That was something even the protagonist had to admit was true. And third, because apparently there was a surprise third reason, even though he had said there were only two. The boy flashed a grin and proudly pointed at himself. He was the third reason. Even if he was last place, he was still actually a decent fighter. There was no proof of that in real combat, of course. But he had at least attempted a high-grade manifestation spell before crashing out, and that was basically the one thing he had going for him after the ridiculous stunt he pulled. At that point, the hero could not help laughing at the entire performance. The protagonist was such a kind, cheerful guy that finding the will to protect him was going to be easy. This class clown was honestly funny in a way that felt almost effortless. Lee Seo-jun had noticed his potential from the moment of that disastrous debut. In the end, because the boy had amused him so much, the hero agreed to team up with him. Still, he had one condition, because he was the kind of good person who actually cared about his teammates. The protagonist smiled and said he would choose the remaining teammate himself. Since there was a good chance that meant another main character, that condition was more than acceptable. Lee Seo-jun was even considerate enough to ask whether Kim Sun-woo minded. Our boy did not mind at all. He shook hands with Lee Seo-jun, the character who had now taken a real interest in him. Our guy earned 2,000 points as a reward. He was thrilled that he had made it this far. Alright, with that settled, it was time to get back to serious things like class and studying. The roots of magic trace all the way back to the 14th century. At that time, magic was split into only 2 branches, unlike the 4-category system used in the present day. But that firm 2-branch structure did not last very long before it began to fall apart. At that point, the teacher paused and looked around the room, asking if anyone knew why it had collapsed. To everyone's surprise, our boy raised his hand. Naturally, nobody expected much from the class clown, but he had already gone through this lesson once before, so the answer came to him without much trouble. The old system broke down because of Bloodsword, the first enhancement-type mage to appear in the 18th century. Kim Sun-woo might have been nothing more than a background extra before, but he had clearly studied harder than anyone expected, enough to catch both the teacher and the class off guard. The teacher even praised him for getting it right. For the manifestation-centered mages of that era, Bloodsword's appearance was a massive shock. Back then, manifestation mages could not even properly stand against him. From that moment on, research into manifestation magic surged forward at full speed. The lecture went on, the teacher continuing her important explanation of magic's history while our guy sat there wearing a bored expression. Even someone like Lee Seo-jun would probably struggle a little with old magical theory and those dense, complicated formulas. But that was not true for him. Thanks to the outsider's perk he had been given, the world's basic information had already been planted into his head. Because of that, when it came to written subjects, he felt far more confident than anyone else in the room. In a great mood, the boy happily made full use of his cheat-like advantage and scribbled down his notes with real enthusiasm. Behind him, some of the students started whispering and jokingly called him the class Hermione. In just a single day, he had gone from being the class clown to acting like the one student who knew everything. A few of them even snickered that there was no point in listening so seriously when he was still the dead last student anyway. That got on the brunette's nerves fast. It was one thing when they mocked him over his earlier mistake, but now they were sneering at him for studying too hard. If they were really that bitter about it, then they should have tried answering the teacher's questions themselves. Before long, the class came to an end, and it was finally time for lunch break. Our guy had not really made many friends yet, so he ended up lingering in the classroom while most of the other students headed out. He was still thinking about what he should do next when someone walked up to him and called out, "Kim Sun-woo." That was him, of course, so our boy turned around to see who had called his name. It was the kind-hearted hero himself, smiling as he said they were teammates now, so they should go eat together. Honestly, that was pretty cool of him. The two of them picked up their trays and walked side by side through the cafeteria, looking around for a good place to sit. To be honest, the hero was so easygoing and cheerful that he was naturally easy to like. While they were searching for a table, an excited boy waved at Lee Seo-jun and called for him to come sit over there. That guy was Shin Young-jun. Lee Seo-jun headed over happily, and the two of them immediately started laughing and teasing each other. For a little background, Shin Young-jun was one of the main characters in this world, and also Lee Seo-jun's best friend. If all the top-ranked students ended up on the same team, their scores usually suffered badly, so this time it seemed most of them had deliberately split apart. Then Shin Young-jun noticed our brunette awkwardly standing nearby. Grinning brightly, he greeted Kim Sun-woo. Of course, he had recognized him right away since basically everyone had already seen that embarrassing video. Earning points was one thing, but dealing with all the attention that came afterward was a completely different problem. Even so, our boy sat down, and the best friend immediately asked when this loser had suddenly become so close to the protagonist. Lee Seo-jun casually explained that it had only happened earlier that day, and that they were going into the dungeon together the day after tomorrow. Shin Young-jun looked like he had just heard the craziest thing in his life. He was so stunned that his smile almost slipped right off his face. He leaned close to Lee Seo-jun's ear and whispered whether he was really that confident about taking first place even without the usual last place bonus. If he was already that strong, then there was no reason to drag a piece of deadweight like this into the dungeon. Lee Seo-jun let out a sigh and explained that Ura seemed completely fired up. Shin Young-jun blinked, surprised that she had become such a huge factor in all this. Apparently, the girl ranked second was taking the fight for first place very seriously, and she had even placed two bottom rankers on her own team. That made Shin Youngjun flinch a little. She really was dead serious about winning, no question. Anyway, they had already decided Kim Sunwoo would be joining them, so they might as well just eat. Shin Youngjun quickly agreed, saying he was starving too. Kim Sunwoo did not exactly love the fact that they had spent the whole conversation talking about him right in front of him while practically leaving him out of it, but fine, whatever. The three of them kept eating together, while the gossip around them only grew louder. Students all over the cafeteria were talking about the person who had posted in the forest of the great sage. Choi Seo-yoon, the one who made the post and the perfect girl of the first-year class, had been quietly staring in their direction until one of her classmates called out to her. She looked startled for a second, then quickly brushed the concern aside. She insisted it was nothing at all. Even so, the first-year fairy could not stop wondering about it. She had no idea how the class clown had suddenly ended up close to the second-ranked hero. Later that day, a number of students gathered in a small training center filled with dummies and other practice equipment. This time, our boy planned to seriously practice his magic so he would not become a burden to the protagonist who had kindly accepted him. For now, he would work within the amount of mana he was currently able to control. Carefully, he gathered power into his hands and prepared to manifest it. Just like before, a blue portal slowly opened in his palm, and magic began to swell there. Now that he had a more decent amount of mana to work with, he focused on controlling the process step by step, then raised his hand toward the nearby dummy. This time, he actually landed the hit, and the students watching nearby looked a little impressed. It was not some top-class attack, of course, but it also was not the worst thing they had ever seen. He was doing better than they had expected. He could hear every bit of their gossip too, since they were not even trying very hard to whisper behind his back. Still, that mattered less than it normally would have, because for the first time in a while, he was actually seeing progress. Before regressing, he had spent points to buy stats and had pretty much purchased whatever he wanted while living alone on the sidelines, doing his own thing without much concern. But eventually, he received a warning that the more often he bought things, the more expensive future purchases would become, so he had to start spending more carefully. Every 10 purchases made the base stats cost 10 more points. Our guy quietly thought that situation over. It worked on the same principle as video games, where leveling up became harder once a player reached a higher stage. In the long run, it was smarter to invest in traits or items that improved mana growth and let his stats rise over time instead of dumping points directly into raw stats. With that in mind, our boy decided to use the search function. He opened a window and started searching for the skill he wanted. Right now, he needed that one trait that had appeared midway through the novel, especially since teaming up with the protagonist had just made his life much more dangerous. At last, he found Blessing of Great Nature, a skill that absorbed mana from the natural world. This was exactly the kind of thing he needed. While training mana, he would be able to gain extra mana depending on the environment around him. It could grant up to 150% additional mana, and on top of that, it increased mana recovery speed by 50%. That was a seriously tempting deal. He carefully checked through all of the passive effects just to make sure it was exactly what he wanted, and everything matched perfectly. Then the boy glanced down at the wristwatch he was wearing. The returner's wristwatch was equipment that boosted both health and mana regeneration by 200%. At this point, he was basically stacking cheat codes one after another. In this life, he bought and sold skills like a trader, giving up weaker ones so he could secure even better abilities. He could also sell traits for points, but it still felt like such a waste to let valuable things go. Just thinking about the Master Chef skill he had sold to buy the watch made him sigh a little. He was really going to miss cooking that well. Still, thanks to buying Blessing of Great Nature and the returner's wristwatch, his starting point in this life was already far better than it had been before the regression. All of a sudden, his phone started ringing. That immediately felt strange, because our guy barely had any friends in the first place, so he had no clue who would be calling him now. He picked it up, then stared at the screen in surprise, trying to figure out what exactly he was looking at. For some reason, it was a group chat. Jung Jin-tae had invited Lee Seo-jun, Kim Sunwoo, Yoon Hyung, and Shin Ji-hyuk into it. Jung Jin-tae cheerfully told everyone to do their best over the next 2 months, and Hyung quickly replied with the same energy. A group chat, huh? That definitely caught the class clown off guard. Other than Yoon Hyung, he did not really know the people in it very well, so he found himself wondering if they were all fellow low-rankers. Yoon Hyung was the kind of girl who would become important later in the story, but she still had not awakened to her true talent yet, so for now, she did not seem like a major factor. Anyway, things would be a lot simpler if all these low rankers just stated their specialties outright. He already knew part of it, but he was still unsure about some of the others. Shin Ji-hyuk was in support, with manifestation as a subspecialty. Yoon Hyung belonged to manifestation, had an ice attribute, and leaned toward support as her subspecialty. Jong Jin-tae was an enhancement type with manifestation as a subspecialty, though apparently he was pretty bad at using it. Yeah, this was definitely a team made up of low rankers. Our boy also admitted that he was in manifestation with no elemental attribute yet, since he was still basically a beginner and all. That jerk Shin Ji-hyuk laughed and said there was probably nobody in the school who did not already know the class clown's specialty was manifestation. The boy bristled at that. He had only been trying to be polite and make sure everyone was on the same page. There was no reason to be that rude and drag up his failures again when he was already painfully aware of them. In that case, the best plan would probably be to put Lee Seo-jun in the center, while the rest of them focused on supporting him. If they really wanted first place, then they had to outperform URA's team. Before anything else, he needed to find out exactly who she had chosen for her side. So the training carried on as everyone got ready for the dungeon raid. Preparing properly was crucial if they wanted the best possible score in the evaluation. While they practiced together, some of them received guidance on their training, including advice that they were focusing too much on control while neglecting projection. They needed to put more force into their mana, then release it faster and more cleanly. The girl followed that advice and drew the energy together into the palm of her hand. With a sharp sweep of her hand, she unleashed a huge blast that tore forward and wiped out a large wave of enemies in front of her. The people gathered around watching were stunned by that kind of firepower. They could only stare in awe at the talent of a true genius. She was clearly gifted, and anyone watching could see that her natural ability was on another level. Then again, maybe part of it was because she was still young. And the boy was still a little rough around the edges. Her mana control still needed polishing, but even so, that kind of overwhelming talent was incredible to witness. Then the teacher turned in surprise when she noticed someone else training nearby on the field. It was that same clown from the manifestation exam, the one almost anyone would recognize by now. And her eyes widened when she saw him fire off a blast that completely smashed the target in front of him. That was actually not bad at all. It caught her off guard, especially since most people had already written that kid off as a complete failure. The boy himself looked thrilled by the progress he was making, and honestly, the excitement on his face was a little adorable. Back then, the young class clown had been so obsessed with materialization that he could not even perform a proper projection. Now, even with only the bare minimum amount of mana, he was carefully balancing two different skills at once, managing both projection and materialization together. He was even pulling off projection and control with impressive precision. For someone his age to figure out his own weaknesses, that clearly was no small thing. The woman was genuinely impressed. She could not help smiling as she watched the students around her work so hard, training and growing little by little. After some time passed, the special lesson finally came to an end, and the cheerful teacher thanked everyone for doing their best during training. They had all done solid work. In return, the students thanked the teacher as well for all the effort she had put into teaching them, and they truly meant it. All that training had helped everyone blow off some steam. Honestly, this was what class was supposed to feel like. Most of the students clearly preferred blasting things apart with magic over sitting through lectures and studying. With training over, most of them were ready to go rest. As the students began leaving, Kim Sunwoo was suddenly called back before he could go. He had worked especially hard in class, and the teacher wanted to ask whether he had been keeping up with his training lately. The boy admitted that he had been squeezing in practice whenever he could. Then she asked how his mana training was progressing. The truth was that it was going extremely well. Of course, he was not about to confess that he had basically been cheating, buying some extra mana through one method and borrowing the rest from nature itself. Even so, the boy hesitated a little, since the teacher had clearly noticed that his mana pool was still too low for the level he was showing. In the end, he simply admitted that he was definitely working on increasing it. There was no need to rush, and the teacher reassured him that he was doing well overall. His mana was definitely on the lower side, but there were no shortcuts when it came to building it up. All he could do was keep working at it steadily. The boy thumped his chest and happily promised that he would do his best. Smiling warmly, the teacher then handed him a chain bracelet and told him to take it. It was an item that helped with mana breathing and kept the user's condition stable. The boy had not expected a gift like that at all. He did not even know whether it was really okay for him to accept something so kind. There was no reason for him to feel burdened by it. It was only an F-rank training item, inexpensive to make, and not a big deal for her to give away. Hearing that, the boy brightened and said he would make good use of it. Since class was over now, it was time for him to hurry along. He still could not believe the unexpected reward he had received, and he smiled to himself as he looked down at the bracelet in his hand. But while walking home after practice, he suddenly stopped when he noticed a girl lingering near the wall. She was a dark-haired girl with sharp, glowing red eyes. She greeted Kim Sun-woo first, leaving him wondering why she was even speaking to him at all. She had made such a huge fuss before about not wanting anything to do with him, but now suddenly he was worth talking to? She was the one who had told him never to speak to her again. She obviously remembered that too, and she looked clearly annoyed when he brought it up. Anyway, she said she had heard that this loser had somehow ended up on the same team as Lee Seo-jun this time. The boy immediately asked how she even knew that already. She only scoffed and said he was obviously clinging to the top student like some shameless parasite. Too bad for him, though, because first place in this exam was going to be hers this time, so he should stop dreaming. So in the end, it seemed she had come all this way just to mock him to his face. The girl turned away with a huff, then stomped off. That really was all she had come to say. What an old-school tsundere. The boy could only stare after her, completely baffled, wondering why she always had to be so prickly about everything. Later, on Thursday morning, several students had already gathered outside the dungeon entrance, and our boy came hurrying over with obvious excitement, relieved that he had made it just in time. There stood the shining hero, who also looked genuinely glad to see him arrive. It was the first time all of the team members were meeting face-to-face like this, so it felt only right for them to promise to do their best this semester. Everyone agreed that they would work hard and give it everything they had, which clearly made Lee Seo-jun happy. Of course, there was always that one guy who had to make an issue out of everything, and he immediately scoffed that their team looked pretty strange. After all, it had ended up with the top student and the very last-ranked student in the same group. Our protagonist found himself wondering whether that was supposed to be a shot at him or if this idiot genuinely just did not know how to talk to people. It was obviously meant as a jab, and the fool kept going, telling the class loser to at least pull his own weight during the exam. That was pretty rich coming from a guy who barely left an impression on anyone. He had the nerve to mock the brunette for failing to cast a single spell in the last test, and yet nobody could even remember his name. Kim Sun-woo could not have cared less about some forgettable loser throwing cheap insults at him, and apparently someone else felt the same, because another boy quickly stepped in to defend him. That student said it did not matter if the class clown had done terribly on the first exam, because Lee Seo-jun was the one who chose to bring him. If Lee Seo-jun brought him, then that meant Lee Seo-jun would handle it. To him, it was that simple. Unfortunately, the person speaking up for him sounded less like a real ally and more like someone shamelessly riding Lee Seo-jun's coattails. At that point, our boy started seriously wondering if there was anyone useful on this team at all. Well, at least there was Yoon Ha-young. Her big moment in the story was still far off, but unlike the others, she would actually become useful. Right now, she was cheerfully asking Lee Seo-jun whether he had slept well. Kim Sun-woo could not help thinking that his own arrival had changed things. The team Lee Seo-jun had formed this time was completely different from the one in the original story. Yoon Ha-young was one thing, but he still could not help wondering whether the rest of this group would really be enough for this test. There just were not many real heavy hitters among them, after all. As they walked, a figure standing in front of the gate drew everyone's attention. It looked like one of the teachers, and he was about to explain the details of today's dungeon exploration. This class would be run twice, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Since it was only the first day, they would be exploring just basement level 1. Next, he moved on to explain exactly how their dungeon exploration scores would be calculated. First came dungeon clearing speed. The faster a team pushed through the stages and cleared them, the more bonus points they would receive. Second was the rank difference adjustment score. The bigger the gap between a student's own rank and the lower-ranked teammates they brought along, the more personal points that student could earn. And finally, of course, came the most important category of all, contribution. This artificial dungeon used a special contribution system, meaning students would earn extra points according to how much they personally contributed to their team's performance. Above everything else, though, safety had to come first. The teacher then asked whether everyone understood the rules he had just explained. The students shouted back that they did. With that settled, it was time for the teams to enter the dungeon. Most of the kids were pumped with excitement, while others cheered them on and told them to have fun in there. The monitoring room was already packed with teachers watching over the students. They were clearly serious about putting safety first, and they intended to make sure every single student in the dungeon made it through safely. Mr. Jang was there too, waving as he said he had come over right after sending the students inside. Another teacher had apparently been waiting for Mr. Jang to arrive. They wanted to place bets on which team would finish with the highest score, though to make it a real bet, they would have to choose different teams. The problem was that almost everyone wanted to bet on URA's team. And sure enough, most of the teachers had picked URA's group already, so it looked like this little betting game was not going to be very interesting. But then the teacher with glasses spoke up and said there was obviously still a way to make the bet work. Smiling brightly, she announced that she was putting her money on Group 3, the team with Lee Seo-jun. She was actually pretty convinced his group would perform better than people expected. Naturally, the other teachers stared at her in disbelief. They assumed she was just being generous. Even if both Lee Seo-jun and URA had stacked their teams with low rankers for the bonus points, they had gone about it in totally different ways. Lee Seo-jun's team looked unstable and was filled mostly with enhancement types. No matter how talented he was, there was a limit to what one boy could do alone, and he could not carry all those weak teammates forever. The glasses-wearing teacher admitted that part was true. Enhancement specialists were strongest in one-on-one situations, so without proper support, they had a much harder time dealing with groups of enemies. Meanwhile, if they looked over at URA, whose specialty was wide area magic, she had already pushed her team into the middle of the first floor. When it came to clearing speed, that girl was moving incredibly fast. Even so, the teacher only giggled and said she still believed in an underdog uprising from the bottom rankers. They would all find out soon enough who really won the bet. If she lost, then it would be her own funeral, so everyone decided to just let her do as she pleased and watch what happened. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the hero kept advancing just as expected. He charged straight ahead and cut down monster after monster as they came at the team. Step by step, they continued deeper through the dungeon, defeating monsters as they moved forward. So far, their progress was excellent. In fact, it was going so smoothly that most of the others on the team barely had anything to do. Lee Seo-jun was fighting incredibly well, and the happy little freeloaders seemed more than content to stay in the back while he carried them toward victory. Honestly, there had to be a limit to how shameless people could be. They were already halfway through, and most of them had barely lifted a finger. As they kept going, the team started wondering what the first floor boss might be. No one knew for sure, but they figured it would probably be some weak trash-level monster. They went on gossiping and throwing out guesses, talking about whether it might be some useless giant rat or maybe a dog-type monster. Even while they casually underestimated it, one of the girls stayed cautious. A boss was still a boss, after all, and it would be strong by definition. Then Ha-young turned to Kim Sun-woo and asked what he thought it would be. Since he had already been through this exam before, he answered that a giant wolf was going to appear. That was a pretty bold thing to say so confidently. Right away, the group's resident bully jumped in to mock him, asking how he could possibly know a giant wolf would show up. Kim Sun-woo had no intention of arguing or revealing how much he really knew, so he only replied that he had his reasons. A giant wolf was going to appear, and they should get ready for it. He had gone through this enough times to trust that knowledge, unless this part of the exam had changed. Naturally, that shameless bully only snorted and called him a compulsive liar. That really made Kim Sun-woo want to beat the hell out of him. The guy could believe him or not, but instead he kept pushing, acting deliberately irritating on purpose. It took everything Kim Sun-woo had not to react to that trash right there and then. Lee Seo-jun laughed lightly and told his teammates not to start fighting now. He wanted them to keep moving through the dungeon as quickly as possible. So the tension eased a little, and the group continued on. Before they could go any farther, someone suddenly told them to stop. Lee Seo-jun and the others paused, wondering why they were being told to stop here of all places. That obnoxious bully even joked that the top student had gotten scared. But that was not it at all. There was something lying on the floor right in front of them. Everyone looked ahead, and sure enough, there was a large magic circle spread across the floor. None of them knew exactly what kind of magic circle it was, but it was pretty obvious that stepping on it would trigger something. The other students hesitated, already sensing danger from the circle. They found it hard to believe the teachers would really throw something too dangerous at them when they were still just students. Kim Sunwoo stepped a little closer and crouched down to examine it, though Lee Seo-jun quickly warned him to be careful. None of them knew what might come out if it activated. The boy calmly said he was fine and that he was only checking the runes and the overall structure. He examined it carefully, trying to remember why a magic circle like this had appeared on the first floor in the first place. From what he could tell, it was not anything especially serious, just a basic barrier. Still, there had to be some reason a barrier had been placed here at this stage of the test. Of course, the class clown recognized it right away, because he had seen this exact same barrier activate in his previous life. He slowly reached out and placed his hand against the barrier surrounding the small magic circle. Everyone could clearly see the wavering magical air of the barrier shifting in response. Then he turned and looked at the others with meaning in his eyes. The bully was visibly irritated that the class clown had been right and grumbled that he had known that too. Alright, now that much was clear, they could not pass through like this. The shameless hanger-on wondered if that meant they would have to go back. If they did, it would cost them a huge amount of time, and there did not seem to be any other path forward. Lee Seo-jun readied his weapon and decided he would simply cut through the barrier with his sword. He steadied himself as he summoned his magic, his power rising and shining brighter. And then he rushed straight at the barrier in front of him. The others watched with excitement, convinced that this had to work. But in the end, only a small dent was left in the barrier. They had come close, and the others had really hoped that would be enough. Lee Seo-jun let out a quiet sigh and wondered if there might be a better angle or method to break through it properly. Then it seemed like it was finally the bully's turn to step forward and show what he could do. The boy smirked and said that he was a support-type fighter, so all he needed was a little time. He crouched in front of the magic circle and began generating his own magic. The bully placed his hand against the circle, and for once it almost looked like he might actually be useful to the group. But then it became obvious that something was not going smoothly. How embarrassing. The structure was more complicated than he expected, and he realized it would take a long time to solve it. Even if he hurried as much as he could, it would still take about 40 minutes. 40 minutes was insane, so our boy immediately grabbed his hand and stopped him. If they were really going to waste that much time fixing one problem, then they needed another approach. The class clown said he would just break it himself. Coming from Kim Sunwoo, the one everyone saw as the weakest on the team, that sounded completely crazy. Naturally, the bully did not accept that and tried to challenge Kim Sunwoo again. But the class clown ignored him completely, because they were already wasting enough time as it was. He placed his hand on the circle on the floor and immediately got to work on it. At that moment, his unique trait, Outsider's Benefits, activated. The magical formula behind the barrier was instantly decoded and laid out in front of him to read. It appeared as a collection of magical symbols that could be rearranged and interpreted. And since our boy was especially good at reading things like this, he quickly grasped the basic structure of what he was seeing in front of him. Once he rearranged the right symbols, he tapped the circle in the correct sequence, and it began to glow. The barrier dissolved right in front of the team. It felt pretty satisfying to watch the one everyone called useless solve a problem the bully had insisted would take 40 minutes. The class clown finished it in about 5. Pleased with himself, the brunette turned to the team and said he had taken care of it. Even Lee Seo-jun looked surprised that it had actually worked, and worked that fast. The bully was so shaken he could not think of a single thing to say. Kim Sunwoo could clearly feel it now. Lee Seo-jun's interest in him had risen again. In fact, the protagonist's curiosity toward him had deepened. Our boy could not help smiling at that. With Lee Seo-jun's interest rising once again, he received a reward of 5,000 points for all that effort. Apparently, this relationship was worth far more than just those 5,000 points. Even he was stunned. Now there was an actual interest level system, and Lee Seo-jun's interest had climbed all the way up to level 1. Then suddenly, a loud burst of chaos echoed from ahead, followed by the heavy sound of a massive paw slamming against the ground. Just as our boy had predicted, the boss had appeared, and of course it was a giant wolf. The boys, along with their one girl teammate, all stared at the terrifying creature in front of them. The boss prowled forward, growling low and dripping saliva as it fixed its hungry gaze on the students before it. The shameless hanger-on was completely stunned now. The class clown had been right about the boss too. It really was a giant wolf, exactly like he had said. The huge beast lunged straight at Lee Seo-jun, but he was ready for it and met the attack head-on. The wolf roared and struck, but Lee Seo-jun's eyes flashed a brilliant gold as he cut through the boss in front of him. His strike was immediate, clean, and utterly merciless. Lee Seo-jun had a completely different look on his face whenever he fought monsters. Even though he was a genuinely good person, he also clearly liked being admired, and he smiled, almost blushing, when his teammates praised him for what he had done. He had taken down the boss in a single swing as if it were nothing more than an ordinary mob. The door opened immediately after that, and the students cheered in relief, happy that it was finally over. When they came out of the dungeon, the teacher congratulated Group 3. They had finished in second place for week 1. Lee Seo-jun looked shocked and immediately asked who had taken first. Of course, the answer was Group 7. They had cleared the dungeon 30 minutes faster. And naturally, that was Ura's team. The others could hardly believe it. Ura really was a monster. She had torn through the dungeon in just 4 hours and 11 minutes, which hardly even seemed possible. Meanwhile, they were only 2 minutes ahead of the team in third. At that rate, they could get overtaken very quickly. Well, having so many useless people on the team definitely had not helped. Still, thanks to Kim Sun-woo, they had managed to take second instead of third. Lee Seo-jun smiled warmly at the class clown, still clearly grateful for his help, even if they had only finished in second place. The class clown could not stop himself from blushing a little at that. Looks like our boy liked being praised too. If he had not broken that barrier so quickly, they would have fallen even farther behind and ended up in a much worse spot. Lee Seo-jun, though, only sulked and said he was the one who had messed up. If he had cleared the dungeon a little faster, they should have taken first without question. The only girl on the team immediately pushed back, saying they had only made it that far because Lee Seo-jun was with them in the first place. Besides, it was only the first week and only the first floor. Their run was far from over, so our protagonist told Lee Seo-jun not to get too down about it. They could still turn things around, but the rest of the team really needed to start carrying their share from here on out. As they started heading back, someone suddenly called out to Kim Sun-woo. He turned in surprise and saw that it was the support-type instructor looking right at him. Apparently, the teacher had come over because she wanted to make him an offer. Kim Sun-woo blinked, wondering what kind of offer this was, and then the support instructor got straight to the point. She told him to transfer into the support major immediately. That was a pretty shocking thing to hear. Our boy refused on the spot. Naturally, she was not having that. She could not believe the little brat had rejected her before even hearing the full terms. At the very least, he should listen first. Using her authority, she said she could offer him a special talent scholarship worth 50 million won. Now that was definitely tempting. Still, it was nowhere near enough to pull our boy away from the flashy charm of manifestation. In the end, she got nowhere with him. The teacher looked genuinely upset, and one of the nearby students even blurted out that it was insane to reject a 50 million won scholarship. They seriously wondered whether he had lost his mind. He already sucked at manifestation anyway, so changing majors should not have been that huge a deal. Anyone else would have accepted an offer like that and transferred on the spot. Some of the other weaklings nearby admitted they would have switched immediately too. Then someone asked him once more if he really was not going to switch. Our guy looked up, and sure enough, there stood his number one hater again. Ura was standing nearby, and she pointed out that special talent status came with far more benefits than just the scholarship money. Everyone seemed surprised that Ura had suddenly taken an interest in the conversation. Kim Sun-woo smiled and said he appreciated everyone's concern, but he was a manifestation type no matter how many people tried to stop him. He was not about to back down or change paths when he loved manifestation that much. Yura stared at him like she could not believe that level of blind confidence. Later, back at school. Time passed, and that gifted first-year student was casually walking through the halls. She stopped when she noticed someone else moving through the corridor and wondered who it was. After a closer look, she greeted him, recognizing the class clown almost at once. She called out, "Hello, Senior Kim Shinwook." His name was obviously Kim Sunwoo, so he corrected her right away. She gasped and acted like it had been an innocent mistake, but he could already tell she had done it on purpose. Then she asked why her senior was cleaning the halls like some cheap servant. Well, the hallway had been dirty, so he cleaned it. When people had hands and saw dirt lying around, they usually cleaned it. That was just what decent people did. The girl laughed softly and said her senior was such a nice person. Then she gave him a cheerful wave and told him to keep up the good work. Of course, deep down, she thought it was a completely pointless thing to do. As for our guy, he had just unlocked the fairy housekeeper achievement and earned 1,000 points as a reward. That was great, really. It was not like he could go around telling people he had worked so hard cleaning the halls just to unlock something as ridiculous as the fairy housekeeper achievement. Anyway, now that he was done cleaning, he figured he should put the bucket away and be done with it. But someone had noticed the boy cleaning, and that person smiled with quiet pride. Back in class, the teachers gave the students a lesson on the different types of monsters. There were humanoid types, animal types, flying monsters, and all kinds of other variations. But the most dangerous of them all, of course, were the demons. Then the teacher asked whether anyone knew why demons were considered so dangerous. Our resident bookworm raised his hand and explained that unless they willingly dropped their disguise and were on the verge of going berserk, demons were almost impossible to distinguish from ordinary humans. The teacher smiled and confirmed that he was right. Demons fed on human blood, controlled monsters, and stood at the root of countless disasters. Worse still, they had already infiltrated human society deeply. Because there was so little physical difference between humans and demons, civilians could almost never identify one without special equipment. But in the cases he had mentioned earlier, a demon's eyes would turn black. As Kim Sunwoo listened to the lecture about demons, his eyes widened slightly. Right. This weekend was when the first demon appearance episode was supposed to happen. It was the part of the story where Lee Seo-jun, despite still being a student, would defeat a demon and draw even more attention to himself. Lee Seo-jun would probably handle it just fine on his own anyway, so there was not much reason for the main character to interfere with that part of the story. Still, considering how badly the Kruger incident had gone, he decided he would check in just in case something dangerous happened around him again. If he wanted to go out with Lee Seo-jun, he was going to need a little more money, so he started wondering what he could do about that. Later that day, at the training center, the boy focused on his mana training again. After all, that was essential if he wanted to keep upgrading his skills. A little meditation helped the mana already inside him grow, spreading into a deeper green current that flowed all through his body. As he sat there meditating and working steadily, his mana increased by 0.02. On top of that, Great Nature's Blessing granted him an additional 0.03 mana. The proficiency of Great Nature's Blessing also rose by 12%. All that training whenever he had even the smallest spare moment was finally starting to pay off. By now, the boy had built up a pretty respectable amount of mana. Then suddenly, he stopped when a strange pop-up window appeared in front of him. Great Nature's Blessing had advanced to rank 2. That was excellent news. On top of that, the active effect of the trait, Great Nature's Blessing, had now been unlocked. That meant they could finally drag Great Nature's heart into court. The boy grinned from ear to ear. He had known all along that buying Great Nature's Blessing had been the right move. The cooldown was painfully long, sure, but for 1 full minute, his mana recovery shot up like crazy. It was not something he could throw around whenever he felt like it, though. Because of that, his build had ended up leaning toward the manifestation type. He remembered the teacher calling him over and urging him to transfer to the support department right away, and he shook the thought off like it was some cursed bad luck. There was no way he was giving up on manifestation when it was the one thing he genuinely loved. If he was being honest, breaking barriers had only been possible because he was abusing the perks of being an outsider, and that did not mean he was actually suited for support. He could not even make barriers himself. Support was way beyond him. Still, losing out on that scholarship money really did hurt. His bank account was in horrible shape right now, so yes, part of him was seriously dreaming about transferring. Even so, he knew he would never fit in over there. Still, being broke was not exactly unusual. Most students were just as broke as he was. With a sigh, he pushed himself up off the floor. There had to be some way for him to make quick money. Going into dungeons to hunt monsters and sell the drops was simply too dangerous. The other option was climbing the tower. He could manage the lower difficulty sections, but he was still just a student, and the moment he touched the higher floors, he would get crushed. He was stuck in a pretty miserable spot. And since he was still underage, he could not even get a license for any truly high-level floors. He rubbed the side of his head, thinking over every option he had left. Then, all at once, a pretty solid idea came to him. The night sky glittered with bright stars. And the teachers chatted among themselves about the impressively admirable student they had seen in the dungeon that day. Even Kim Sun-woo, the so-called trash student from the second year, was apparently turning out to be more than trash after all. He had even come to school early that morning just to clean. The other teachers admitted that he paid close attention during theory lessons too, and he always answered questions eagerly in class. His attitude toward studying was excellent, the kind that made teachers want to work harder themselves. The teacher with the glasses was naturally delighted to hear everyone praising her student, and she proudly declared that this was exactly what manifestation-type kids were like. Someone had tried to steal away her precious student, but they had failed miserably, and she threw her head back and laughed. She could be surprisingly vicious when she wanted to be. Of course, she had always believed her treasured student, Kim Sun-woo, would never be swayed by something like that. Anyway, having such a diligent and upright student these days felt like an enormous relief. Most students only cared about power and money. Then again, our guy was not exactly a normal student anymore, was he? Meanwhile, the class clown was absolutely radiant today, looking pleased with himself like he was some kind of genius. He had unlocked the achievement for becoming the teacher's beloved student and earned 2,000 points. It was incredible. He had barely even tried to get that achievement, and yet it had dropped right into his lap. Thrilled to have extra points to spend, he immediately opened the shop and used the search function. The item he wanted cost 10,000 points. Now that he had finally reached the price, he was determined to squeeze every bit of value out of it and turn it into real money too. So there he was, the student so beloved by his teachers, sitting in the back of the class and cackling to himself like a lunatic. Naturally, the other students were getting a little worried. Later, on Saturday morning, someone wearing gear strode up to meet another person dressed in uniform. The man in uniform held out a hand and asked to see a mage license. The other person slipped a hand into his pocket and pulled the license out. Apparently, there was a visitor headed for the tower. And yes, it was obviously our guy, wearing the cheapest, flimsiest disguise imaginable. All he had done was slick back his hair, put on a pair of fake glasses, and introduce himself as Kim Jin-woo, age 25. What made it even more absurd was that the photo on the ID was dressed exactly the same as the fool currently standing in front of the security guard. The guard glanced at the card, then ran it through the verification device. Apparently, the student had not bothered to prepare for the possibility that there might be an actual authentication item at the entrance. And yet, to everyone's shock, the C-rank mage Kim Jin-woo, age 25, was somehow verified as a legitimate hunter. It had to be some insane system loophole. The guard politely greeted him and returned the card. Security around dungeon zones really was shockingly loose. He had known he probably would not get caught, but he had still been nervous the whole time. Honestly, trusting a broken, corrupt system this much just to get what he wanted was wild. This was the brand new identity he had bought from the points shop a few days earlier. Apparently, that ridiculous little shop could even sell him a whole new identity. It was absurd. He had even been allowed to customize the details of that new identity however he wanted. A mage license could be issued along with it too. Naturally, the price was 10,000 points. So that was where all his hard-earned points had gone. The moment he had enough points, he bought the fake ID without hesitation, and now he was using it to slip into low-tier dungeons. Mage licenses in this world were special items, embedded with unique magic formulas that made ordinary forgery impossible. The only reason this worked was because he was shamelessly cheating with a magical system. On top of that, he was wearing those fancy color-changing glasses, so in his mind, the disguise was basically perfect. Now he was going to clear the tower first and then head straight for the Han River. Lee Seo-jun's fight with the main force would begin at 9:30, and he needed to be nearby when it happened. Thinking that, our guy hurried deeper into the dungeon while casually admiring how nicely the area had been decorated. Kim Jin-woo was welcomed into the Tower of Proof. And with his current registered power level, he was only authorized to access up to the 27th floor. He stepped forward, and the tower asked which floor he wanted to enter. He was ambitious, sure, but he was not stupid. He chose the 10th floor. Unfortunately, that floor had already been cleared before. Even if he beat it again, the rewards would be noticeably worse. Surprisingly, though, he did not care at all. He intended to go to the 10th floor anyway because he had a completely different purpose in mind. The portal was convenient too, since every tower came equipped with transport devices. In this world, there were several different kinds of towers. And the strength of the monsters inside, as well as how deadly the traps were, was mostly decided by the floor level. In the original side story, both of them had once made it all the way to the 10th floor of the Tower of Proof. It was the kind of place most guilds deliberately stayed away from because the difficulty was so abnormal. That was where the brunette appeared, only to find a bizarre wolf-like monster covered in eyes waiting for him. The moment he stepped into the tower, the creature let out a low, threatening growl. Naturally, it lunged at him right away, but Kim Sun-woo was already prepared and slammed a solid burst of mana straight into its face. The monsters that showed up here were usually on the weaker side, but they were perfect for farming practice points. Kim Sun-woo had now earned the bonus title of First Hunt, and with it came a reward of 1,000 points. This floor was crammed with traps and complicated magic formulas. For him, it was practically the ideal tower. At this pace, he had more than enough time to clear the whole thing. Alright, after steadying himself, our guy got ready to keep pushing forward. Later, near the Han River, people were simply going about their usual day. The place was packed, and the hero was there with his best friend. It was not even festival season, yet the area was crowded with people. Since they were already there, his best friend eagerly asked to take a picture together. The hero hesitated a little, but his friend insisted that moments like this were how memories were made. The hero clearly was not convinced, but since his friend wanted it that badly, he went along with it. So the two of them stood shoulder to shoulder and got ready for the photo. And while they were busy enjoying themselves, our guy had already taken down the latest monster. And he had even managed to get a magic crystal too. Luck really seemed to be on his side today. So that would at least cover his transportation money, which meant it was about time for him to move on. Carefully, the brunette moved along, searching for something that should have been nearby, his fingers brushing slowly over the surface of the door in front of him. And sure enough, the moment he touched a bit of gold, his face lit up. He had found exactly what he came for. The gold embedded in the door began to spread and shimmer as soon as he placed his hand on it. And his eyes widened as he watched the transformation unfold right in front of him. Kim Sun-woo had earned the Barrier Breaker achievement, gaining 2,000 points as a reward. Then the door swung wide open before him, and he stepped into the hidden floor of the Tower of Proof, the inner world. The Tower of Proof seemed to focus entirely on him as mystical mana filled the air. The room he had entered was surprisingly beautiful too, almost elegant in appearance. He had now earned the Mystery Explorer achievement as well, receiving another 5,000 points. Our guy grinned because he had guessed right and found exactly what he had been aiming for. Oh, Challenger of the Tower of Proof. The statue standing before him spoke and made its demand. It wanted him to prove himself. An overwhelming aura suddenly burst from the statue and crashed into our guy head-on. He let out a strained groan as he fought against that crushing pressure. The intense heat pouring directly onto him was no joke. Then, all at once, light laughter rang out as flowers drifted and swirled around him. A beat later came the flutter of tiny wings, and little fairies revealed themselves, circling him with bright, chattering laughter. Flower fairies had appeared. They were only C-rank monsters, so individually, they were not especially powerful. Still, a whole swarm of tiny flying C-rank monsters sounded like it could get irritating very fast. Then, without warning, those sweet-looking fairies suddenly bared their teeth and rushed straight at our guy with obvious killing intent. These creatures were not strong, but they were the frenzied kind that lost all reason the instant they spotted a human. Thankfully, they were small, and they fought in the air. So Kim Sun-woo immediately started blasting them out of the sky as fast as he could before they got close. Getting dragged into close combat with those tiny pests would be a nightmare. He had no intention of making a careless mistake either. Against annoying little bugs like these, speed mattered more than anything. At the very least, some of them were bound to get hit. In an instant, he unleashed shot after shot at the flower fairies, cutting them down with ruthless precision. One after another, they wavered and dropped until the remaining fairies finally grew frightened. But the boy still was not finished, and he quickly summoned a magic circle. Even if he wiped out every last fairy here, that alone would not be enough to clear this floor. The statue had told him to prove himself, and that was not something he could accomplish just by defeating all the fairies. His individuality had to be shown another way. So he activated the outsider's unique trait and began decoding the magical formula laid out before him. The formula rose onto the screen once again like some God-given cheat, and our guy carefully read through what was required of him. In the end, all he had to do was prove himself, and that was exactly what he intended to do. Mana spread all through the garden as he read the room's hidden secret glowing within the blue light around him. It was time for Kim Sun-woo to answer the room's request, and a thrilled grin crossed his face. His individuality was, in the end, the very same thing as decoding this formula. It was the sum of every ability he had gained as an outsider in this world. By using that special power, he proved who he was and earned the recognition by the Tower of Proof achievement. The boy received 10,000 points as his reward. Then the garden faded away, and he found himself standing before a pillar where two female statues stood side by side. The Tower of Proof granted its blessing to Kim Sun-woo, and the adaptive trait, Proof of Tower D, was added to him. The rewards for clearing this level included the Red Dragon's Soul, the Magic-Imbued Book, the Sacred Herb Seed, and 5 Sacred Herbs. Our guy was also granted +5 mana, a 20% increase to mana recovery speed, and a 10% boost to spell power. Seeing those results, Kim Sun-woo could not help cheering in delight. The tower congratulated Kim Sun-woo. A huge burst of light flashed through the space, and fireworks exploded as if announcing that he had successfully cleared the hidden floor of the inner world. Meanwhile, the two boys hanging out by the Han River looked up and realized the festival was finally starting. Then the hero asked his best friend to look at something. It was the photo they had taken earlier, but that was not all the hero was trying to show him. Right behind them, there had been a dangerous-looking man staring at them with dark, unsettling eyes. The best friend gasped in shock the moment he saw what his friend had pointed out. Those eyes, it felt impossible, and yet there it was. A man was among them right now. As they quickly scanned the area, they soon spotted the creature wandering around like a zombie from some apocalypse movie. No matter how human it looked at first glance, that thing was definitely not human. The clock chimed, and our bro realized it was already almost 9:30. The creature was clearly roaming around in plain sight, so where the hell was the hero supposed to kill that monster? But for some reason, the hero still had not shown up. The delay was driving our guy crazy, and he started wondering if he would have to step in himself. Still, this was supposed to be a major event, and some no-name extra like him was never meant to clear it. If the hero did not arrive now, he was going to end up like all those background nobodies in transmigration novels who accidentally became the protagonist by doing way too much. That said, this was still a monster disguised as a human, casually walking around in public. If nobody stopped it, that thing was going to cause massive damage, so Kim Sun-woo found himself stuck in a brutal dilemma. He did not want to derail the plot, but some clueless passerby was already heading straight toward the creature to see if it needed help. At that point, any chance of staying on the sidelines vanished. He had to act, or that idiot was going to die. Kim Sun-woo froze in horror, but his body was not moving anywhere near fast enough. Blood splashed across the grass. And the poor Good Samaritan paid the price for the simple crime of being a decent person. His eyes widened in terror as the merciless creature ripped into him. It really did gut him, long claws buried deep in his chest and all. The mane was kind of handsome, sure, but that was the least important thing right now. Its black eyes had turned bright red, and it flung aside the body of its first victim, spraying blood across the scene. The poor fool coughed up blood as he was thrown away, bleeding out and surely regretting every life choice that had brought him there. And after tossing him aside, the creature suddenly tore off its shirt and roared like it owned the entire festival. Maybe it thought it could get away with that because it really did have the body to pull it off. But between the blood, the roar, and the shirtless madness, the rest of the festival crowd finally realized things had become horribly real. One unlucky woman happened to be standing way too close to the monster, and she was frozen stiff because she knew she was as good as dead. The time for standing back and watching was over. It was time for Kim Sun-woo to do more than just observe this madness. The people nearby had already started panicking. A man was in their midst, and it was obviously going berserk. Someone was shouting that they needed to call for help and report that a man had appeared at the festival. Meanwhile, our guy finally made his move, fake glasses still sitting on his face. He rushed forward because, story or no story, people came first, and a woman was about to die right in front of him. He could not just stand there any longer. As it turned out, the hero had been delayed because he had done the responsible thing and reported the spotted man first, and the authorities were still briefing him on what they had found. After reviewing the photo, they confirmed that the creature really was a man. Jong Hyun-soo, an agent from the Anti-Terror Special Task Force, was the one handling the case. He worked for the Mage Association, and he was still asking annoyingly basic questions about when the photo had been taken. Yes, it had been taken nearby, and the agent was visibly worried because the creature had shown up in the middle of a crowded festival. The more blood the creature absorbed, the stronger it would become, so they had to move with extreme caution. The hero was deeply shaken by that information. But suddenly turned the moment he felt an enormous surge of power. The agent rushed forward too, thinking the exact same thing. There was no room for doubt anymore. They had to get to the scene immediately. As for the rest of the crowd gathered around the man, because apparently none of them had the common sense to run. They were all wondering why some guy was sprinting straight at the monster. Kim Sun-woo used the brief opening from the creature's distraction to hurl a large orb of shining blue-white power at it. He was aiming for the weak spot at the back of its head. It looked like the massive blast had connected, and the creature suddenly stopped moving. For a brief second, everything went still, and the two of them froze. The boy wondered if he had really managed to take it down. But there was no way it was going to be that easy. Our guy was sweating like crazy when the hideous beast slowly turned around, half of its face blasted clean off. Now it looked truly hideous, its mouth splitting into a furious, twisted snarl. This was bad. It had already been bad from the start, but now the situation was getting even worse. He had failed to destroy its brain, and now the creature's attention was locked entirely onto him. Handling a handful of fairies by himself was one thing. Dealing with a huge roaring monster charging straight at him was a completely different story, and not one he wanted. The beast was raging after being struck by such a weak attack, and our guy was in no mood either. Now he had no choice but to turn and run. Too bad that ugly monster had absolutely no intention of letting him escape. Then it sprang straight at him. This was one of those moments when Kim Sun-woo had no choice but to put himself first. He had wanted to save this trump card for later, but now he had to use it in front of all these people. What a hassle. So our guy activated Great Nature's Heart, boosting his mana recovery speed by 1000% for 1 full minute. Honestly, that was not a bad trade at all. Mana gathered thickly in his hands as the boy judged the situation. He might not be able to finish the creature off within a single minute, but he could definitely leave it half dead. With that in mind, he unleashed a relentless storm of fireballs at the obnoxious creature. That attack alone was enough to make the main question its decision to chase him. It had thought it was hunting easy prey, but easy prey was now raining mana bombs straight at its face. Naturally, it was not enjoying that one bit. Large parts of the creature's body were scorched, and it was forced backward, landing on its feet again just as more and more mana spheres came flying toward it. At this rate, it almost looked like Kim Sun-woo could handle the whole mess without the protagonist's help. Then, for some reason, the big monster suddenly raised its fists like it was about to box. Our guy grinned and silently told the beast to keep blocking as much as it wanted, because this exchange was going to keep going for a while. He kept firing mana ball after mana ball, doing everything he could to stall the monster and stop it from attacking any more innocent people. Thankfully, the hero finally appeared, swinging a masterful sword. It was almost perfect. The story had unfolded just like it did in the book, only with one extra twist. The main's head went flying, its mouth still open in shock, clearly never expecting an enemy to strike from behind. Kim Sun-woo's eyes widened when he saw the protagonist finally step into the scene. It had sure taken Lee Seo-jun long enough to get there. The main was sliced into pieces in an instant. And the agent they had contacted let out a breath of relief now that the crisis had finally been resolved. Jong Hyun-soo, the agent from the Special Task Division, stepped forward and thanked the random stranger who had helped make sure that thing went down more easily. He even asked to see the man's mage license for a moment so he could verify his identity and arrange a reward. Fortunately, Kim Sun-woo had a fake license ready, so he calmly handed that one over instead. The agent looked genuinely surprised that a C-rank mage had managed to hold out that long. He had honestly assumed the man would be at least B-rank. While the agent spoke with the mysterious mage, the other boys from school were also watching from that direction. That made the brunette a little tense, because he was worried the hero might recognize him. He had already used magic to change the color of his eyes. So hopefully the protagonist would not notice anything strange. Still, Lee Seo-jun and Shin Young-jun were standing way too close to the scene. He could not believe those two had only shown up near the end of the final act. He had been forced to step in and do their job when this should have been their moment. If he had not acted, even more people would have died. But the hero kept staring at our guy from across the area. Maybe it was just his imagination, yet he could have sworn he had seen that suspicious glasses-wearing man somewhere before. The boy looked strangely familiar. The hero started walking toward him, and Kim Sun-woo immediately began to sweat. Lee Seo-jun asked whether, by any chance, this strange hunter knew someone named Kim Sun-woo. The hero's memory really was absurdly good, though that was hardly helpful at a moment like this. Yeah, the protagonist was certain he had seen that face before somewhere, so he directly asked whether the boy happened to know someone by the name of Kim Sun-woo. Curse the hero's ridiculously sharp memory. He had actually paid enough attention to remember both our guy's face and his name. The hero explained that the person he meant was a student at the Magic Academy. Now that he said that, even his best friend could see the resemblance. He started wondering whether this strange hunter might somehow be related to Kim Sun-woo. Behind the glasses, Kim Sun-woo gave an awkward laugh while trying to decide which lie would hurt him the least. Then he chuckled and claimed he had never heard of that boy in his life. Well, that was unexpected for the hero. But the agent stepped in and said this random mage probably just looked ordinary enough that they had mistaken him for someone else. That insult came out of nowhere and was completely unnecessary. Either way, the agents told the boys to stop bothering the helpful stranger and move along. The agent thanked the stranger again, but the hero still did not stop staring. It was honestly ridiculous how observant the protagonist was. Usually people like him were supposed to be nice, clueless goody two-shoes. Yet those golden eyes stayed fixed on our guy. By now, he really should have let it go. Kim Sun-woo would never have gotten dragged into this mess if the hero had just arrived on time. He had only done what needed to be done, nothing more. First, the agents said they would head out. He told the mage that more agents would soon arrive to deal with reporters and clean up the aftermath. The boy bowed and thanked the agent for saving his life earlier. As the night went on, our guy finally slipped back into the shadows for a moment to check his status window. It turned out that he had now participated in defeating the B-rank villain Jang Han. The brunette was genuinely surprised to find out that it counted as participation in the subjugation. Then again, of course it counted. He had stalled that monster long enough for the protagonist to charge in and finish it. This was changing a little too much from the original story, but maybe that was simply how things had to go now. Unfortunately, even that small shift in the plot had been detected by the system, and our guy received 5,000 points as a reward for altering the story. So that part seemed good. At the same time, however, the causality rate had risen by 0.2. That immediately caught his attention, and he started wondering what the causality rate even meant. Things had definitely changed because he intervened. Causality was something earned by resolving major events in the main storyline. The more the story changed, the more causality he could obtain. Then that causality could be spent to activate powers. Honestly, that sounded like an insanely good deal. Then a thought hit him. If Lee Seo-jun had died in his original First Life route, did that mean he might have been able to interfere and save him back then too, if only he had gotten involved? Under the powers section, there was a whole list of possibilities waiting for him, including even the chance to obtain whatever he desired. That meant our guy could potentially get anything he wanted, and the thought left him excited. One option, Deus Ex Machina, required 100 causality and claimed it could grant any wish. And there was one desire Kim Sun-woo wanted more than anything else. He wanted to go back home to the real world. He wanted to laugh, joke around, and spend time with his friends again. Kim Sun-woo was one of the rare people who had actually liked the life he had before getting ice-guyed. If that was true, then there was no reason for him to hesitate anymore. He would charge ahead at full speed, change the story as much as he could, and keep growing stronger until he finally reached the ending he wanted. If he wanted to protect Lee Seo-jun and also build up more causality, then they would have to start interfering on purpose. Then, all of a sudden, a 15 million won reward came in for defeating the main. That was a serious amount of money. Sneaking around with a hunter's license really did come with some amazing benefits. The brunette could hardly believe he had made that much just from accidentally getting caught up in an event like this. He had been unsure about bringing his fancy trident straight back to the dorm, but in the end, things had worked out nicely. After everything that had happened today, he decided he deserved to treat himself. And he really went all in, spoiling himself like a shameless teenager who had never once heard of saving or investing. That was how he ended up at Hanseong, a 5-star hotel exclusive to mages. The Hanseong Group was a global corporation built on power, influence, and absurd amounts of money, and it also played a major role in the original story. The staff greeted every guest who checked into the hotel, and our guy let out a quiet whistle at just how luxurious everything looked. As it turned out, an important and very attractive mage was visiting that day, and it was none other than Han Se-jin, the vice president of the Hanseong Group. He was also considered the #1 candidate to inherit the company. The rich and handsome Han Se-jin stood there laughing with the people gathered around him, living what looked like a perfect life while others crowded in for even a little of his attention. Someone even mentioned that it had been confirmed his younger sister would be joining them for dinner that evening. His sister, Han Se-yeon, would be joining them, and he clearly did not mind. After all, it had been a long time since he had seen his beloved younger sister. Now, Han Se-yeon was another very interesting character, and she definitely carried the aura of someone important to the story. Later, Kim Sun-woo found himself a small private room and quietly studied his fancy weapon with a thoughtful look. It was a truly menacing-looking artifact, but carrying something that flashy around would only attract the wrong kind of attention, so he needed to resize it somehow. The spear stood out far too much, and he definitely needed to sell it. The magic book, on the other hand, could wait until later. As for the herbs, he planned to take them to Han Se-yeon, because for one reason or another, he had already decided he was going to meet her. To do that, he would need to wait until tomorrow. Our guy was already starting to make some very strange moves in this world. The next morning, the cheerful morning news came on, greeting everyone with bright smiles and talk of a beautiful new day. It turned out that someone was drawing major attention after clearing the hidden floor of the tower. Despite being only a C-rank mage, this mysterious person had not only conquered the hidden floor, but had also somehow taken part in subduing a berserk main at Han River Park right afterward. That part was a little ridiculous, since Kim Sun-woo was getting the credit even though Lee Seo-jun had landed the finishing blow. The Mage Association was now praising Kim Jin-woo's achievement and even announced that they were considering raising his rank. His face had already ended up on billboards too, and plenty of people stared in awe at this suddenly famous hero. Some people were even guessing that he had faced the main alone during that whole mess, but that was not true at all. Our guy had now earned the title of Little Hero. 2 million citizens appreciated his courage. Several story characters who had not met him yet were now curious about him, and one news segment alone brought in 20,000 points, so Kim Sun-woo was not complaining. It was not exactly the kind of attention he had been aiming for, but at least it was still useful. Now that his identity had enough credibility behind it, he decided to go ahead and meet Han Se-yeon. So the brunette showed up at Hanseong Pharmaceuticals, and several girls passing by giggled because they recognized him from television. Fame really did have its perks, and he paused when he spotted someone standing near a small garden, checking his phone. That muscular man with white hair was none other than the Hanseong family's sword, the S-rank mage Jiang Sujii. The boy could not believe an S-rank had appeared the moment he walked in. That almost felt like fate. On top of that, way too many people were already recognizing him from the news. Using that little wave of popularity, Kim Sunwoo planned to cash in by selling the herbs he had obtained from the tower. Ideally, he wanted director Han Se-yeon herself to appraise them. Our guy was really out here calling names and making demands. It was definitely unusual to receive a visit from someone who had suddenly become such a hot topic. And the items the boy had brought with him were just as interesting. Han Se-yeon, the youngest daughter of the Hanseon group, somehow made time for the meeting almost immediately. Fortunately, she was not tied up with something more urgent. The boy definitely gave off an unusual vibe, and these herbs did not even have the basic mana stem most people expected. They were difficult to handle, but their value was undeniable. She asked the mage how he had managed to identify their properties in the first place. Well, Kim Sunwoo was basically moving through this world with cheat-level knowledge, so for him it was simply a matter of knowing what worked and what did not. The boy gave a small chuckle and said that he had spent years studying medicine as well. Still, he understood that the sacred herb was an extremely special material. It could amplify the effects of other ingredients, but on its own, it was not very useful. At this point in the timeline, it was considered incredibly rare and was also very difficult to refine properly. Honestly, only a genius pharmacist should be handling something like this. The other people around clearly did not fully understand what they were looking at. The important part was that this was a worthwhile deal. Han Se-yeon said she would gladly accept the herbs, but she wanted to know whether he had any conditions of his own, considering he had brought such precious materials all the way to her personally. The brunette raised a hand, because yes, there were a few extra details he wanted to discuss. First, he wanted 5 million won up front. It was an outrageously bold demand. If his name had not already been trending on the news that morning, he might have been thrown out on the spot for attempted daylight robbery. And then the boy went even further and asked for a 0.005% share in Hanseon Pharmaceuticals. His audacity was completely unreal. The woman could barely believe what he was asking for. It was obvious he had no idea just how huge their group really was. The boy only smiled and said that stock was what really mattered. If the sacred herb was commercialized properly, Hanseon would dominate the pharmaceutical industry. Cute or not, there was no way Han Se-yeon was handing over company shares, so she asked him to name a different condition instead. As expected, he had figured she would reject the stock request, which meant she would be more willing to grant something else afterward. So he asked for VIP membership to an underground auction, and that was not all. He also wanted her to make potions for him and deliver items whenever he needed them. He would pay for the service, of course. Our guy was making some truly wild demands for someone who had walked in with only a few magical herbs. Sure, they were rare, but since this was their first meeting, most people would at least pretend to be humble. Han Se-yeon, however, looked more amused than offended by his attitude, and he answered that look with a faint smirk. Then he raised the stakes. In exchange, he said he could tell her the weak point of Vice Chairman Han Se-jin, the older brother of the division head. Han Se-yeon's eyes widened in clear surprise. That was exactly the kind of information she had every reason to care about. She fully intended to take over the Hanseon group, and she was willing to turn even against her own family to make that happen. Kim Sunwoo knew all of that only because he knew the original story already. Seriously, what a family of vipers. Meanwhile, the news kept reporting Kim Jin-woo's exploits as if absolutely nothing else was happening anywhere in magical Korea that day. At the same time, the Dark Guild also learned that Jang Han was dead. They were definitely not pleased by the news. They believed they could have prevented it if they had stepped in during the middle of the rampage. The one speaking was a man with dark eyes, and the vein in his forehead throbbed with anger when he heard that his comrade had been taken down by some mysterious mage. He shouted in fury and started hurling things around, screaming that none of this should have happened. The man who had been calmly sipping tea told Baekgang to settle down. This had all come from an order handed down by someone above them. If they had stepped in to help a main rampaging among humans, they would only have put themselves at risk. Worse, they might have exposed themselves as manies too. The redhead cursed under his breath, murderous energy rolling off him in waves. He snarled and demanded to know how much longer they were supposed to keep hiding and living like this. He was so furious that he swore he would kill that Kim Jin-woo himself. The other man was human, and he quietly asked whether that would really be alright. That mage seemed to be close to the client tied to the mane. The redhead gave a scornful snort and said that of course it would be fine. They both knew exactly what kind of person that client was. That was the sort of person who could cut off even their own family with a smile on their face. It seemed the head of the Hanseong family did not exactly have clean hands either. He greeted his sister with a warm smile, and she waved back happily, saying it had been a while since the two of them had spent time together like this. Completely unaware of the malice hiding in her brother's heart. The two of them got into the car together and chatted pleasantly about how nice it was to catch up after so long apart. The man asked how things had been going for her at the company, especially since she was working in pharmaceuticals. The woman smiled and said work had been difficult lately, and dealing with people was exhausting. She admitted she was feeling a little worn down mentally. He remarked that their father had been a bit too hasty when he handed over that many company shares to her while she was still young. Coming from her ambitious brother, those words sounded more like a jab than concern. He even added that if it all became too much for her to handle alone, she could always hand it over to him. Then he went further, saying that once he became chairman, he would even make her vice president. The disrespect behind those words made her blood boil. The woman quietly clenched her hands into fists, barely suppressing her anger. Her brother was a joke, and he really should not have been making her laugh like this. Meanwhile, our guy was back in his room, busy taking care of matters on his own side. Now he had the information safely stored across 2 accounts. Meeting Han Se-yeon really had been the right move, and she had even sold the spear for him, which made things incredibly convenient. Thanks to her, he could return to his dorm peacefully and with a clear mind, without having to worry about drawing attention to himself. Han Se-yeon clearly had solid intelligence as well. She had perked up immediately the moment he revealed that he could casually tell her about her brother's weak point. He figured she was probably checking whether that weakness had actually been documented anywhere and whether it was genuinely useful. This was the Hanseong family, after all. Then suddenly, our guy got a message notification. It was a message from Han Se-yeon. For the next month, she would be acting as his errand runner. Han Se-yeon now trusted him to a degree. She said she would send the upfront payment and the money from the spear sale within the day, then asked whether he needed anything else. The boy received 1,000 points as a reward for earning the lady's trust. Since our guy was basically addicted to farming points, that was excellent news. It had happened faster than expected, but that suited him just fine. On top of that, he wanted the talented pharmacist to make a few potions for him, and he also needed a ticket into the underground arena. The potions would take some time to prepare, and Han Se-yeon said she would contact her newest partner once everything was ready. For now, the deal was set, and they could always extend it later. All he had to do now was prove that this relationship was useful to her. The problem was that moving around as Kim Jin-woo would naturally attract manies. There had been a revenge plot in the original story too, and now that his fake identity had been publicly named as the one who took down the monster, it meant that Alias was in danger. Kim Sun-woo activated the search function because it was time to start preparing for the possibility of an attack. The search results appeared in front of him, and he scrolled through the available skills underneath. Then he found the one he wanted, an ability that could detect killing intent aimed at him within a 500-meter radius. The cost was a brutal 50,000 points. That was ridiculously expensive. Our guy would need to collect a whole lot more admiration to afford something like that. Buying it meant risking a huge chunk of the points he had already gathered. Even so, he needed that skill. It was the price of staying alive, after all, so he shut his eyes for a second and pressed purchase. A few days later, the main character went on with his life and was finally able to retrieve the potions he had requested. Han Se-yeon had made them using sacred herb as one of the ingredients. The important thing was that both the effects and the side effects had been amplified. The amplified mana elixir increased mana recovery speed by 500% for 5 minutes. In exchange, however, our guy would suffer mana exhaustion for 30 minutes afterward. Honestly, that was almost a fair trade. Then, out of nowhere, he casually complimented the beautiful woman in front of him, saying she looked especially good today. Yeah, she was not about to fall for something that shallow, and she narrowed her eyes at him before sharply changing the subject. Everything about this mysterious young man was suspicious. He was clearly a capable mage, yet he wanted a potion of such a high grade. On top of that, she could not figure out how he knew about the conflict between her and her brother when the two of them appeared perfectly close and affectionate to outsiders. Now that she had fulfilled her side of the bargain, she said she wanted to hear more about the weakness in her brother that he had mentioned before. She had already investigated through her own channels, and what she found had honestly shocked her. Her brother had always seemed a little shady, but she had never imagined that he, of all people, might have killed someone, and from the looks of it, not just one person either. There were even traces showing contact with someone suspected of being a main. It was horrifying information, and the whole situation felt deeply suspicious. She could not understand how he had managed to uncover any of it. Well, obviously, it was because he knew the original novel, but there was no way he could tell her that. Han Se-jin was a high-risk figure driven by greed, and he eventually sided with the Manies. Given enough time, he would slowly become a full-fledged villain. But of course, he could hardly tell her his source was a fantasy novel. So instead, he said he would explain more if she gave him 5% of Hanseon Pharmaceuticals stock. It was another outrageous demand, one he fully expected her to reject. The woman was annoyed because she could tell he was only saying that to avoid answering properly. The whole exchange irritated her, which only made it more amusing to him. As their conversation was winding down, he asked about the arena ticket he had requested. She had managed to get one, but apparently it was not transferable, so he would have to enter with her personally. Now he understood why she was dressed so strangely and suspiciously that day. She snapped at him that it was his fault she had to wear such loud and ridiculous clothes in the first place. She had spent money and taken real risks to satisfy his demands, so she finally asked what in the world he was planning to do at the arena anyway. The boy calmly explained that he had made some money, and now he needed to grow it. That was just his fancy way of saying he was going there to gamble. She could not believe he intended to blow the money she had just sent him on gambling. Kids these days really were unbelievably irresponsible. There was no way he was going to stand there and get scolded by another adult while he was busy pretending to be one himself. Besides, after everything he had lived through with regression and dimension hopping, he was technically her senior by 2 whole lifetimes. The least she could do was show him a little respect. Still, she clearly disapproved of every single one of his life choices and bluntly told him to consider their deal finished by the end of the month. Han Se-yeon was deeply disappointed in him now, and whatever interest she had in the boy had dropped fast. She was disappointed enough that he probably would not be earning any more points from her for a while. Even so, that hardly mattered to Kim Sun-woo. He picked up the expensive mask he had brought with him and slipped it over his face without hesitation, certain that by the time they left the arena, he would have gained even more of her trust. As the evening sky grew darker, the two of them made their way toward the special venue. Naturally, guards were stationed at the entrance, and they stopped them first to verify whether they were truly authorized to go in. After confirming the VIP pass, they were allowed through, and the pair stepped inside. It had apparently been quite some time since the people there had the chance to welcome a VIP. The brunette was about to continue walking in as if nothing had happened, but then he froze and stared when he spotted a dark-haired man in a mask who looked strangely familiar. Even with the disguise, it was nowhere near enough to fool someone like him, who knew far too much. And he recognized the man at once as Harryong, the S-rank monster and top-class villain. That was terrifying. The man's eyes were not dark or murky at all, which somehow made him even more frightening. Kim Sun-woo felt cold sweat gather as he realized it made perfect sense for someone of that level to be here. Harryong was the owner of this underground arena. With a smooth smile, he welcomed them and politely told them to enjoy their time. He passed by with that calm, refined smile still on his face, but Kim Sun-woo could only stare after him in stunned awe. That man was dangerous on an entirely different level, far beyond anything he could deal with right now. More than anything, he needed to make sure he never got tangled up with him. They moved deeper into the arena, and just as expected, the stands were packed tight with people. Every person in the audience wore a mask, all of them focused eagerly on the matches that were about to unfold on the stage below. There was a huge crowd, and the atmosphere was electric. Most of that excitement was probably because of Yang Hongju. Han Se-yeon asked who that was, since she was not familiar with the name. He was the hottest fighter in the arena right now, a mage who had held the champion seat for 3 straight years. In pure combat ability, the man was practically at the level of an A rank. The heiress quickly guessed that there probably was not much money to be made betting on someone like that. If he won that consistently, then obviously almost everyone would put their money on him. Kim Sun-woo already knew that, of course, but he had his own simple way of making money. With an easy smile, he waved over one of the officials and said he wanted to place a bet. They immediately asked how much and on whom. He answered with the biggest, proudest grin he could manage. He put a staggering 530 million on young Hongju's opponent. It was such an absurd amount that even Han Se-yeon could not believe he would do something that reckless. The official looked so shocked that he asked Kim Sun-woo to repeat himself, as if he had misheard. Han Se-yeon urgently told him to think again. They knew absolutely nothing about young Hongju's opponent, and yet he was throwing that kind of money around like it was some casual joke. Kim Sun-woo only smiled. He had a rough idea of who the opponent was, because he knew a rookie was making their debut in today's match. The heiress could hardly believe this lunatic was really about to bet everything on a rookie who had not even made a proper debut yet. Meanwhile, in another room, Haryong had already removed his mask. He had just heard the rumor that someone had put an entire 530 million on young Hongju's opponent. And yes, that rumor was true. Naturally, he became curious about what kind of fool had that much money to burn. The answer, of course, was a man wearing a rabbit mask. Unfortunately for Kim Sun-woo, who had wanted to avoid drawing that monster's attention, he had already done exactly that. To make things worse, Haryong remembered him as the VIP from earlier. That made the whole thing much more interesting. To someone as important as Haryong, that kind of money might have looked like little more than pocket change. A wealthy eccentric with strange tastes was the sort of person he could easily ignore. But a very different piece of news reached a very different set of ears. The red-haired man had just learned that Kim Jin-woo had appeared at the underground arena. He also heard that he had come there together with Han Se-yeon. For him, this was perfect, because his frustration had been building for far too long. He had been furious over the complete lack of information on that man. Now, at last, he gave the order to prepare the car. Tonight, they would take revenge for Jang Han. Meanwhile, a fight was already taking place between two men in the arena. As they watched the battle in the pit below, the fighter inside desperately begged his opponent to spare him. It looked exactly like the kind of brutal deathmatch people expected from a place like this, bloody, ugly, and merciless. No wonder so many people were gathered there. The battered fighter cried out that he surrendered, but his bloodthirsty opponent only sneered and told him he should have given up from the start. Then, with one ruthless swing of his weapon, he cut the man down. The victim collapsed, gasping and choking on blood as he hit the ground. The first match had a winner. And it turned out to be none other than some wild long-haired brute. The crowd could not believe the man he had faced had actually surrendered like that. A lot of them had poured serious money into that fight too. Naturally, the audience was furious at the loser who had thrown the match away. They shouted vicious insults at him without the slightest concern for whether he lived or died, because to them, their lost money mattered far more than his life. The underground arena was ruthless to the core. Even so, Kim Sun-woo quietly told Han Se-yeon that the host would never actually allow the fighters to die. That was at least a relief. And now, in just a moment, the mysterious rookie would be stepping into the ring against the arena's reigning champion. The match between Liang Liang and young Hongju was about to begin. For this fight, 2.8 billion had been placed on the champion, young Hongju, while an enormous 530 million sat on the rookie, Liang Liang. As for Liang Liang, apparently no one else had even bothered to place a bet on him. Almost everyone had played it safe and placed their money on young Hongju. If things went the way Kim Sun-woo expected, that meant he was about to walk away with an enormous payout. Naturally, people nearby whispered among themselves, wondering what kind of idiot would throw that much money on Liang Liang. Sure, the reverse odds were tempting, but there was still a limit to common sense. If the rookie lost, that fool would lose everything. In their eyes, there was no real doubt that the longtime champion would win. Kim Sun-woo only smirked and let them talk. If this went the way he knew it could, he would be leaving with nearly 6 times the amount he had put down. At last, the fighters began to enter the arena. The first to step out was the massive, well-known powerhouse that nearly everyone had bet on. Then came the second fighter, the dark-haired rookie named Liang Liang. The moment people saw him, whispers spread through the crowd. Honestly, even Kim Sun-woo's confidence wavered a little once he saw him in person. The first thing that stood out was how small the guy looked. Just from the difference in build and weight alone, the matchup felt absurd. Kim Sun-woo tried to keep a straight face. Sure, the fighter was a lot thinner than he had imagined. Maybe it was because he had not fully grown yet. Still, he had not come here for money alone. One of the villain groups that played a major role later in the main story was called Jaun. And the fighter entering the ring right now was someone who would eventually join that very group. The short, skinny-looking guy had muscular arms, but he still might have looked more threatening if he had been taller and not so sickly. Naturally, Kim Sun-woo was interested in someone like that. Since this man would become an important villain later, he wanted to see his fighting style for himself at least once. Still, he had not expected him to look like this. Around him, people were already asking who in the world had been crazy enough to put that much money on a loser like that. Kim Sun-woo had to fight the urge to die of embarrassment. Even if a lot of the story had changed, he had to trust the plot and keep believing. After all, this was a scene straight out of the original novel, and he had not interfered enough to change this part too much. Liang Liang had never lost a single match in the underground arena. Of course, the reigning champion took one look at the sickly, short rookie and burst out laughing. He mocked him for being so beneath him that the fight was hardly worth the effort. To him, having to face someone like this was an insult. The man was arrogance from head to toe. With a sneer, the muscular fighter crackled with sparks all over his body, then exploded forward at top speed, charging straight at the opponent in front of him. Startled, the small, frail-looking future villain barely managed to dodge, slipping away from the punch that came flying at him. He looked genuinely shocked, as if he had not expected such a fast opening attack. But Yang Hongju twisted with the motion and turned the strike mid-combat, managing to slam a hit into the rookie who had tried to evade him. With a cry of pain, the smaller future villain was sent flying backward. He crashed hard into the wall and struggled to push himself back up while the bigger man steadily closed in on him. The crowd roared with excitement, loving every second of what they were seeing. Meanwhile, Kim Sun-woo was quietly panicking. For once, he genuinely doubted his own decision. He did not want to lose 500 million on some insane gamble. He believed in the story, but the beating this future villain was taking was brutal enough to make even him wonder whether that little guy could really win. While Kim Sun-woo worried over the fate of his money, a sleek car was already heading toward the arena with the goal of ending all of his futures for good. They needed to get to the underground arena, but they also understood that barging in right now was not an option. If he ruined Harryon's event, he would never make it out alive, even if he managed to get his revenge. So instead, the red-haired man chose the smarter approach. First, he needed to know when the event would end. The answer came back quickly, 10:30. That timing suited him perfectly, and the monster smiled at the thought. When he killed that bastard, he would make sure the man regretted everything first. Back in the arena, Liang Liang was getting beaten half to death. The big, muscular champion was battering him from every angle possible. With a brutal fist, the multi-time winner drove a savage punch straight into the smaller fighter's stomach, forcing a loud cry of pain out of him. The beating had grown so one-sided that Kim Sun-woo had every reason to worry about how badly this was going. The massive brute laughed down at his victim and told the little runt to know his place and disappear. Then he kicked him into the wall once again. At that point, he was treating his opponent like a personal punching bag. He was not even fighting seriously anymore. He just kicked him, punched him, and hurled him around like it was entertainment. It was humiliating to watch. Unfortunately, dirty tactics were completely allowed in this arena. That muscle-headed giant was free to beat his opponent as much as he wanted until a surrender came. The poor debuting rookie looked even worse than when he had first stepped out, with dust and debris smeared all over his body, arms, and chest. The crowd kept chanting Yang Hongju's name. It was really starting to look like Kim Sun-woo was about to lose a massive amount of money, and he had every reason to hate that thought. No one would be happy watching that much cash disappear at once. He had trusted the story, but now the whole audience was cheering wildly for Yang Hongju. Kim Sun-woo could not believe how cruel the story was being to him right now. There was no way that oversized gorilla had actually won already. He kept blinking as if reality might fix itself, because the reality he was stuck in was trying its best to erase his hard-earned money. Then, without warning, dark blood splattered across the arena floor. What followed was a stunned silence as Yang Hongju turned around in surprise and saw that the opponent he thought he had already crushed was getting back to his feet. He coughed up blood, shocked as he realized what had just struck him. Liang Liang smiled in a wicked, thrilled way, clearly delighted that he had finally managed to land a hit. Naturally, the bigger man was not pleased at all about being hit out of nowhere, and he charged at the smaller fighter with all his strength, hatred burning openly in his eyes. The smaller fighter only smirked and stood there to meet him, calmly pulling more weapons from his own body. He was drawing out bones. Actual bones from beneath his ribs. His skin split open like water parting, and Liang Liang pulled them free as if his body were a sheath full of blades. Once he had a firm grip on the next set of weapons, he hurled them forward. It was a horrifying thing to witness. Each bone shot through the air and struck its mark, piercing different parts of the bigger man's body. Wrapped in dangerous purple power, they curved forward and stabbed into him one after another. More blood ran down his chest, and the many-time champion screamed in agony. His footing broke, his body swayed, and then he crashed to the ground. After all, it was not easy for anyone to stay standing with around 5 bones lodged in their abdomen. The all-time winner, Yang Hongju, collapsed to the floor with a heavy thud, and silence spread through the entire arena. There was no cheering, no shouting, no excitement anywhere. And of course there was not. This was a historic moment for the arena. How could anyone celebrate when almost everyone there had just lost the biggest bet of the night? They could only stare in shock and awe, wondering what would happen next. No one could believe that Yang Hongju had really lost for the first time in years. Han Seyun stared down into the pit in complete amazement. Then, all at once, a cry rose from the crowd, a scream of rage as people cursed the loser who had cost them so much money. They screamed and cursed at the man they had been cheering for just minutes earlier, furious that he had dared to lose their money. While the crowd kept shouting and swearing, Kim Sunwoo decided it was time to wrap up his long day. It had been far too close for comfort, but now it was time for him to leave. Han Seyun hurried after him, still stunned by the unbelievable scene she had just witnessed. Calling everything that had happened tonight a coincidence felt a little too convenient. A VIP had shown up at the arena on the exact night their undefeated champion lost, after placing a huge bet on a whim. There was clearly more to this than chance, and someone like an S-rank monster would never miss that. Liang Liang had won because Yang Hongju grew overconfident and careless in the end. But that massive bet on a rookie making his first appearance obviously carried some kind of intention behind it. Manager Zhong was summoned, and the arena's owner gave him a few instructions regarding the man who had won big that night. He wanted a full look into what kind of person that winner really was. Meanwhile, once the match was over, Kim Sunwoo and the heiress had already left the arena behind. Han Seyun stared at him in wonder and asked what in the world he really was, and how he had known Liang Liang would win. Kim Sunwoo only smirked and said it was all thanks to his brilliant intuition. Han Seyun let out a tired sigh, because no matter how many times she asked, he never gave her a useful answer. At that point, she was ready to stop trying. Meanwhile, Kim Sunwoo could not stop grinning from ear to ear. Today had turned into a complete jackpot. Thanks to that bet, his balance had now climbed past 1 billion won, and somehow all of that money had ended up safely in Kim Sunwoo's bank account. That was an incredibly risky move, laundering illegal winnings back into his legal identity. It was even more dangerous when he already had enemies watching for any weakness. But Kim Sunwoo was far too drunk on success to care about that right now. He had basically earned the title of Gambler of the Century, and Han Seyun was starting to trust him again, which was a huge bonus. On top of that, her curiosity toward him had risen sharply. At this rate, she was starting to feel more and more like a main heroine thanks to that curiosity and the help she kept giving him. In fact, her interest in him had already reached level 1. That was pretty interesting. He had even earned 7,000 points for reaching that interest milestone. It really was one payout after another today. After spending so many points on that killing intent detection skill, he was already making them all back. Then, right at that moment, his eyes widened as the killing intent sense suddenly activated. Kim Sunwoo froze as a powerful wave of danger rushed over him. Heavy and unmistakable, coming from the strange white car parked along the roadside. Killing intent had appeared. It had popped up so suddenly it almost felt like he had summoned it just by thinking about it. What a disaster. And there was only one group that immediately came to mind. It had to be the revenge-driven bastards who had come to carry out their little vengeance scheme. In the original story, someone had come out to avenge Jang Han. Kim Sun-woo hesitated for a moment, and Han Se-yeon, standing beside him, asked why his expression had suddenly turned so serious. He let out an awkward laugh toward Han Se-yeon, because it turned out he needed to ask her for yet another favor. The car moved down the road, weaving slightly as its path suddenly changed. Naturally, the person following them noticed that odd shift in direction right away. With a grin, he told the driver to stop the car. They were going to attack Kim Sun-woo and try to kill him right there on the road. It seemed Kim Sun-woo had already made the same decision, because he stepped out of the car as well. The red-haired man got out too, eyes locked on his chosen target. His prey stood there alone now. Han Se-yeon was nowhere in sight. Even so, he could not help wondering whether this unimpressive-looking brat was really the one who had killed Jang Han. The guy did not look like much at all. His body was not especially trained or muscular either. On top of that, the energy coming off him felt weak and unimpressive, barely enough mana to take seriously. For a moment, the red-haired attacker was genuinely confused. But right in front of him, Kim Sun-woo calmly pulled out the absurdly expensive elixir he had just bought and drank it down. He had spent an outrageous amount of money on it, and just like that, it was already gone. After swallowing that little cheap potion, more power began to flow through his body. He wiped his lips with a grin and called out, telling his enemy to stop hiding and show himself. He needed the bastard to hurry up, because the thing he had just gulped down tasted absolutely disgusting. It was the amplified mana elixir, and for the next 10 minutes, his mana recovery speed would be boosted by 500%. After that, he would be hit with 30 minutes of mana exhaustion. In other words, this fight needed to end fast, and his opponent needed to come out right now. He could not afford to drag this out. Since the enemy was still taking his sweet time, Kim Sun-woo deliberately provoked him a little. The bastard had been targeting him for a while already, so there was no reason to waste time with polite introductions. The man frowned as he noticed that the hunter's aura had suddenly changed. It still was not especially threatening, but at least it no longer felt as laughably weak as before. The man gave a low chuckle and admitted that Kim Sun-woo was more impressive than he had expected. Then, without warning, he summoned several blazing fire spears and aimed every one of them at Kim Sun-woo. So the hunter had already noticed he was being followed. Good. That meant they could skip the nonsense and get straight to the point. The man wanted him dead. It really was that simple. Of course, Kim Sun-woo had not survived an entire universe collapsing just to accept death this easily. He gathered mana into his hand and prepared himself to fight. His attack swelled with power and then fired out, shooting straight toward his furious opponent. It was like watching two tigers clash, both utterly determined to win, except instead of tearing each other apart with their hands, they were hurling magic and smashing mana against mana. The collision was spectacular, and the red-haired man grinned. He still had 2 more bursts of major firepower left, and once those were spent, he could always rely on physical force, which would be much harder for Kim Sun-woo to handle. Even so, Kim Sun-woo also had the benefit of that 500% recovery boost, so for at least a short while, they could fight on nearly even ground. At least, that was how it seemed until those vicious yellow spears came streaking toward the brunette, and for the first time, real horror flashed across his face. A huge explosion followed, and Han Se-yeon could only watch the burst of fire from a distance, sweat running down her back. She had known a fight was about to happen, even if she still did not fully understand what it was about. She had seen the look on Kim Sun-woo's face and immediately asked why he had suddenly turned so serious. Kim Sun-woo had explained that someone was following them, and she immediately panicked, thinking it might be people from one of Hanseong Group's rival companies. But she was not the only important person sitting in that car, and he wished people would show a little respect for that fact. Technically, this whole mess was tied to her too, since her brother was working with those monsters. In any case, what he needed from her was simple: he needed her to drive somewhere more isolated. It would be a disaster if he tried to avoid this man now and ended up letting him trace them all the way back to school. It was far safer to catch and deal with him as quickly as possible. Han Se-yeon asked whether the person chasing them was really someone he could fight, and Kim Sun-woo answered with a smile that it would definitely not be easy. The enemy's mana clearly exceeded the level of an ordinary B rank by far, so Han Se-yeon's worry was completely justified. She knew the man beside her was not weak, but he also did not exactly look like some overwhelming combat monster. She honestly wondered whether he would be okay. Kim Sun-woo, however, assured her that plot armor had not failed him yet. That was exactly why he had asked for her help in the first place. The heiress of the pharmaceutical line parked the car and chose to trust his ability. He had to come back safely. She was counting on him. This was no time for Kim Sun-woo to stand around looking pathetic. He somehow twisted out of the way and dodged the spikes flying straight at his face. It was insane. The red-haired bastard was clearly trying to kill him for real. Even so, Kim Sun-woo only smirked. Dodging this many attacks was not enough to shake him. Up until his first year, he had fought as an enhancement type, so matching the speed of those projectiles was well within his range. His vicious opponent smiled and asked if dodging was really all he could do. Then he lifted his hand and summoned even more dark spikes into the air. It looked like this lunatic's whole strategy was to keep throwing everything he had at the brunette until something finally landed. A much larger volley of long, menacing spikes shot out at once, and even Kim Sun-woo was caught off guard by just how many the man still had in reserve. That seemed to be his signature magic. The man had become even faster than before, but Kim Sun-woo was ready for that too. A burst of fire came next, and he dodged that as well. For now, his entire plan at the start of this fight seemed to be simple: keep evading and stay alive. The redhead was clearly getting irritated, but Kim Sun-woo suddenly realized he had less than 2 minutes of the effect left. That was absurd. They had barely even started fighting. This skill was such a complete scam. At this rate, Kim Sun-woo was going to have to do something incredibly reckless before all his borrowed power disappeared. He had to end this fight now. Without hesitation, the brunette activated the effect of Great Nature's Heart. For 1 full minute, his mana recovery speed would jump by 1000%. Things were about to get truly vicious. The red-haired man immediately sensed that something had changed in the air, and his eyes widened the moment he realized it. The hunter standing in front of him suddenly gave off a far stronger aura than before. Now it was Kim Sun-woo's turn to go all in. He lowered himself toward the ground like a frog ready to spring. And then he exploded forward, shooting toward his opponent like a bullet train. The furious redhead reacted at once, raising his special barrage of spikes and growling as he prepared to fire everything at the madman charging straight at him. It was incredibly dangerous. The monster knew he had to stop that attack no matter what, even though dodging would have been the more sensible choice and probably reduced the damage. But his fear was justified, because Kim Sun-woo was tearing through those fiery spikes like they were nothing more than a maze he was clearing for fun. The red-haired man let out a horrified grunt as he watched the boy get closer and closer. He grabbed one of his own spikes as if planning to use it like a spear, then slashed it forward in front of him to stop the brunette from closing the gap any further. Kim Sun-woo did not hesitate for even a second. He gathered a blue sphere of mana in his palm, looking like he had borrowed a signature move from some other franchise with a blonde protagonist. Then he hurled it at once, careful not to get too close to the bastard. The blue sphere slammed hard into the man's stomach, and he choked in pain as the impact shoved him backward. Even after taking a hit that heavy, the enemy was somehow still standing. Kim Sun-woo could not ease up now. Any opening he gave would be used against him immediately, so Kim Sun-woo gathered a second attack and launched it right away at the monster in front of him, deciding he would just keep spamming the move as long as he could. That vicious redhead blocked the second attack, growling in annoyance at how stubborn and relentless the student was being. The man cursed under his breath, hands raised as he forced the attack back. Kim Sun-woo was pushing just as hard, but he was struggling too. From this angle, it was difficult to aim properly for the monster's head. Then an idea flashed through the mind of the bespectacled brunette. Without warning, he gave up on attacking from a distance and rushed straight into close range against someone who was actively trying to kill him. That alone shocked the redhead, and before he could react, he was even more stunned when a merciless fist smashed straight into his jaw. From this close, Kim Sun-woo could definitely hit the brain, and the monster snarled at him to stop. As if stopping was even an option when slowing down for a second would mean certain death. This had to end here. It just had to. Kim Sun-woo grabbed the monster by the neck and tightened his grip, trying to crush it hard enough to end its life for good. But for some reason he could not understand, the neck in his hand would not break. It made no sense. He had pushed his mana recovery speed up by 500% for 10 minutes, and of all possible moments, that cursed mana exhaustion had to kick in now, and for a full 30 minutes too. This was the worst possible turn for Kim Sun-woo. Somehow, he had failed to kill the monster, and he was forced to pull back. Naturally, the creature seized that chance the instant it appeared. It healed its wounds and formed another spike within reach, turning it in its hand with murderous delight in its eyes. With savage joy, the monster lifted the spike, fully intending to drive it into Kim Sun-woo and finish him off. But before it could move, a huge slash tore through the air, and a blue light fell over the monster, cutting it cleanly in half. Behind the corpse of the fallen beast stood a large, familiar-looking man, and Kim Sun-woo stared at him in stunned awe. At last, real backup had arrived. Jang Suji, the S-rank mage and the sword of the Hanseong family. So the little favor he had asked of Han Se-yun had finally paid off. Now that the monster had been cut down, Kim Sun-woo found himself standing there alone with the savior who had arrived just in time. Of course, this savior was not some shining knight. He was an older man from the very family Kim Sun-woo was currently taking advantage of. The sword demon, Jang Suji, had shown up at the perfect moment to save the day. He was one of the strongest figures in the original story. This was the same man who had once cut down Baekgang, someone who could exchange blows with their ranks in a single strike. Truly peak behavior. The old man was clearly not pleased that some nobody had dared lay a hand on the youngest daughter of the Hanseong family. That was not exactly how things had happened, but Kim Sun-woo appreciated Han Se-yun for telling that lie if it meant getting help to him faster. The lady herself came running over right after, hurrying to check whether her precious Kim Jin-woo was alright. The sweet, doting rich girl anxiously looked him over to see if he was hurt anywhere, and Kim Sun-woo just laughed and assured her that he was mostly fine. He did not even need help to stand. In the end, he had managed to hold out pretty well while buying time for the people who came with real support. Han Se-yun was more than willing to help him bring down his enemies, because she believed her own life had been at stake too. Yeah, that big red monster had come for him and him alone tonight. But at least it would not be around to cause trouble later, so in the end, they had managed to solve two problems at once. Han Se-yun thought it was only natural to bring the strongest person she knew into a fight like that. In any case, the B-rank villain Baekgang was dead now. That was a slight deviation from the original story, and the causality rate rose by 0.6 points. Fortunately, Han Se-yun still trusted him, which was good news, and Kim Sun-woo also received a reward of 1,000 points. It felt a little low for bringing down a villain, but he was still satisfied with the outcome. The old swordsman asked whether they should report the incident to the chairman, but this was not exactly the kind of warm, affectionate family that shared everything. An attack by a demon was obviously no minor issue, but Kim Sun-woo recommended that they do nothing of the sort. After all, Han Se-jin was involved with demons, and if he even suspected that his younger sister was digging too close to the truth, he might start making dangerous moves. That was exactly why it was better not to bring this out into the open. If news spread that someone from the Hanseong group had been attacked by a demon, it would cause a huge and deeply unpleasant uproar. On top of that, there was no reason to stir up another deviation from the original plot. Too many things had already changed, and Kim Sun-woo wanted to keep problems like this to a minimum if he could. Han Se-yun thought it over and decided the boy was right. If the story leaked outside, it would only drag in annoying complications, and she needed to stay quiet if she wanted to keep scheming in peace too. So she told their hero that the three of them would keep this incident to themselves. It was in their best interest for Uncle Suji to stay silent as well. The man understood immediately and promised he would say nothing. He was far too old to be interested in gossip anyway. 3 days later, Kim Sun-woo was relaxing in his room, casually scrolling through things on his phone. As thanks for saving her during the Baekgang incident, even though, honestly, she had been the one who saved him, Han Se-yun offered to dig up any information he wanted. So the information he asked her for was the exact timing of when the sacred herb potions would go commercial. For this very moment, he had gone all in and bought Hanseong Pharma stock with everything he had. Now he watched his phone with absolute focus. He was waiting for the perfect moment to cash out, and the time on the screen read 8:59. The instant it struck 9 and the market opened, Kim Sun-woo jumped into it like he had every right to be there. And the shares shot up like crazy. The boy shouted and cheered, because this was the kind of life upgrade he had never even dreamed of before Regression. Back then, even a whole lifetime of dungeon runs would never have been enough for him to buy a house. In those days, Kim Sun-woo would never have believed money could be made this easily. But now he was cashing out in style, practically giggling to himself with joy the entire time. It felt a little bittersweet too, considering how hard he had once struggled just to stay out of the main story. Then a notification popped up on his phone, and the boy straightened immediately. Han Se-yeon was now contacting him surprisingly often, and this time she had even invited him out for lunch. His interest sharpened right away because she had also mentioned that she had a gift for him. They met up at Café Veller, and Kim Sun-woo was a little surprised to see that Han Se-yeon had arrived quite early. She was already sitting there alone, sipping her drink and looking refined and elegant as ever. Han Se-yeon smiled up at him and said it was just habit. As expected of a businesswoman, arriving on time was second nature to her. Hanseong Pharma's stock had risen sharply, and Kim Sun-woo laughed, saying he had enjoyed himself quite a bit thanks to her. Han Se-yeon asked how much profit he had made and guessed maybe 500 million. Kim Sun-woo smirked and told her he had made 3 billion in a single day. Now that was genuinely impressive. Even she had trouble believing it. Well, she decided they could just treat it as a small token of appreciation. It was all thanks to director Han Se-yeon, after all. Since he had come all this way, Kim Sun-woo was naturally very curious about the gift she had mentioned. Han Se-yeon's expression turned a little more serious as she explained that she had uncovered the identity of the demon who attacked them. He already knew, of course, but it was not as if he could say that out loud. So he simply went along with her explanation. She revealed that the man's name was Baek Gang, and when disguised as a human, he operated as a very notorious hitman. However, during the investigation, they had also discovered that there was someone who dealt with Baek Gang on a regular basis. And that person was none other than her own dear older brother, Han Se-jin. Kim Sun-woo had already suspected that the rotten older brother was involved with demons, though he had not expected Baek Gang to be one of the ones tied to him. Still, he was not especially surprised. The whole thing was certainly interesting, but Kim Sun-woo could not help wondering how exactly this information was supposed to benefit him. Han Se-yeon smirked, amused that he was still being this calculating even after the two of them had saved each other's lives. In any case, she told him she would now show him the real gift. It was also her way of saying that she would be relying on him from now on. Then, with a satisfied look, she presented him with a box. She said she had asked him to meet today because she was about to become very busy for a while. Kim Sun-woo stared at the mysterious black box with curiosity and asked whether something was going on. Now that her brother, no, that man was too despicable to even be called family anymore, so she preferred to call him Han Se-jin, had been linked closely to Baek Gang, it was pretty obvious who had been behind the attack, right? The heiress still believed the attack had something to do with her, since Kim Sun-woo had never revealed that he had simply been using her as convenient cover. Han Se-yeon scoffed and said she could not stand being in anyone's debt. In truth, he was probably the one in her debt, but as far as she was concerned, he had already repaid it by helping her uncover her brother's dirty dealings. Whether it was a favor or a grudge, Han Se-yeon preferred to settle things as quickly as possible. With that, she stood up and left, leaving Kim Sun-woo alone with the receipt and the mysterious box. Han Se-yeon's belief that Han Se-jin had sent Baek Gang was still technically a misunderstanding. Even so, the fact that her brother was a villain would not change. That man was rotten to the core, and it would probably be better to get rid of him sooner rather than later. Sooner or later, that man would end up standing in Han Se-yeon's way too. If that was the case, bringing down Han Se-jin through Han Se-yeon was not a bad plan at all. Then Han Se-yeon stopped and called out to Kim Jin-woo one last time. With a smile, she said she hoped he liked it, which only made him even more curious about the mysterious gift. After all, she had personally put a lot of effort into choosing it for him. Kim Sun-woo smiled and thanked her, genuinely touched that she had gone that far out of her way for him. Then he carefully opened the box and found a silver band inside. It was a mana alloy bracelet, the kind of reinforced accessory infused with mana and rated with SS-level durability. How generous of the rich heiress to buy him something that expensive. It almost felt like flirting. The boy lit up with joy at receiving such a thoughtful gift. He sat there happily admiring his latest win when another notification suddenly appeared. Kim Sun-woo looked up in surprise and saw that Haryong had grown curious about him. He had just gained 1,500 points. That definitely did not feel like a good sign. Inside his office, the underground boss sat quietly, flipping through the documents in his hands. He was gathering every scrap of information he could find on that strange masked rich man. A visitor stepped inside, bowed deeply, and offered a respectful greeting to Lord Haryong. It had been nearly 10 years since he had first known Kianhee, so he asked if this visit was about the 10 Demon Council. That was indeed part of the reason, but there was another matter the council wished to raise as well. Before that, however, the visitor had something he wanted to ask first. Keeping his head lowered, he said Lord Haryong had surely already heard that his close allies, Jang Han and Baek Gang, had been killed a few days earlier. By strange coincidence, both incidents were connected to the same human mage. According to Baek Gang's report before his death, that human had also visited the arena not long ago. Still bowing, the man carefully asked Lord Haryong whether he had ever heard of a hunter named Kim Jin-woo. That immediately made things more interesting, because Kim Jin-woo was the very person Haryong had been investigating. Of course Haryong knew the name. In fact, he was already looking into him. It was amusing to see others take interest in the same man, though it was hardly surprising after everything Kim Jin-woo had been involved in lately. He was even the only VIP who had placed a bet on Liang Liang. In the dim office, the visitor then cautiously asked if Lord Haryong would share whatever information he had on Kim Jin-woo. He declared that he was ready to spill blood over the graves of his fallen comrades. Another demon, full of rage, appearing one after another. At once, Haryong called Kianhee to order. Entering his office to make a request was one thing, but letting emotion swell until it nearly sounded like a demand was another matter entirely. The fool needed to be careful, or he would be burned for overstepping. The crushing, oppressive demonic aura pouring from Haryong fell on him like a mountain. The warning came through instantly, and he understood he had to hold his tongue. If Kianhee was thinking of laying a hand on that man, then he had better be ready to suffer the consequences. Somehow, Kim Jin-woo had already been claimed as Haryong's client. That meant he now stood under a dark kind of protection. The man hurriedly bowed again and apologized, swearing he would never touch Kim Jin-woo. He begged for forgiveness on the spot. Once that was settled, Haryong told him to stop wasting time and simply deliver the 10 Demon Council's message. That was the only thing he wanted to hear at the moment. Sweat running down his back, the messenger relayed the words. A prophecy had descended from the holy relic known as the Prophet's Altar. The mood in the room shifted at once. It said that in the year the child destined to destroy demons turned 18 and awakened, the king of demons would die by that child's hand. It was a grim prophecy, heavy with death and disaster. Haryong narrowed his eyes. It was obvious the king was stirring things up again if such a dark prophecy had appeared. The message spoke of the child of prophecy, so he asked whether the prophet's altar had revealed anything more. The answer was simple. The now 18-year-old child of prophecy was currently at the Magic Academy. After all those detours and side events, the story was finally returning to school, where the true protagonist was supposed to be. If he could still be called that by now. Kim Sun-woo stood there quietly, observing the scene in front of him. For the moment, though, his attention was on the beautiful bracelet Seo Yoon had given him. He had already caused more than enough chaos while acting as Kim Jin-woo, so now it was time to stay quiet and avoid drawing any more awkward attention to himself. Haryong had taken notice of him, and that was definitely not a good sign. The extra points were nice, sure, but there was no way he wanted a major demon's eyes fixed on him this early. Getting tangled up with Haryong now would only end with him being swallowed whole. Right now, there was something far more important the protagonist needed to focus on, something that deserved nearly all of his attention. Kim Sun-woo picked up the scroll in front of him and slowly opened it, magic shimmering across its surface as the item revealed its contents. It was a spell-infused book that could deploy a barrier strong enough to block a single spell attack. The effect, however, would only remain active for 12 hours. He kept studying as seriously as he could. Midterms were coming soon, and there was not much time left. This was the exam where students had to prove their talent in front of all sorts of important observers. It was a major event tied closely to Lee Seo-jun's future path, but this round of midterms mattered even more because of one crucial factor. The child of prophecy, the overwhelming being foretold in ancient records, the future ally of Lee Seo-jun, and the one born with the power to destroy demons. To bring that still unawakened child of prophecy into the story, the demons would suddenly infiltrate the school at 4 in the afternoon. Using their demonic power, they would try to force the school to hand over the child they were after. But in the end, Lee Seo-jun would crush them without hesitation, having no patience for any of their nonsense. At least, that was how the original story had gone. The scale of the incident was not especially large, but it was packed with important clues. This time, Kim Sun-woo planned to keep an eye not only on Seo-jun, but also on the child of prophecy. He had to make sure neither of them got hurt during the attack. Later that day at school, the teacher called for everyone's attention. Along with next week's midterm schedule, there was one more announcement to make. The class already looked half dead from the thought of midterms alone, so hearing there was still another announcement made them groan inside. One girl had become so tired of school life that the only thing she wanted to hear about anymore was romance. Too bad for her. There was no escaping school life, and the next thing they heard was that training meant live combat, and live combat meant training. As preparation for midterms, the second years would be spending several days in free sparring classes. The whole class froze when they heard it. Free sparring, huh? That definitely made things more interesting. If anyone failed to find a partner that day, they were allowed to observe or train alone instead. After that, the class was dismissed. The moment the announcement ended, Ura practically burst into sacred flames. She was seriously obsessed with Lee Seo-jun, and honestly, Kim Sun-woo was already tired of watching it. He had already guessed that Lee Seo-jun and Ura would pair up just like they did in the original novel, and seeing her march straight toward him made it obvious things were unfolding exactly as expected. Even so, he still could not believe that not a single person wanted to team up with him. He had worked so hard during the last test to improve his terrible reputation, yet the other students still drifted in every direction except his. It was honestly a miserable position to be in. Then again, it was not exactly shocking that he was being left out. No matter how skilled he was at theory and barrier breaking, nobody wanted to partner with the student who ranked dead last in almost everything else. Still, that did not really matter, because his partner had already been decided from the start. Kim Sun-woo's gaze was already fixed on the person he intended to fight beside. A quiet, timid girl who still had not said a word. No one was choosing her either. Meanwhile, Ura had already gotten fired up and thrown herself into action, charging ahead with all her usual force and fury as she tried to bring down the number one student in the class. Lee Seo-jun barely managed to dodge her wild barrage of fire attacks. He let out a rough groan, still shaken because he had nearly been hit if he had moved even a second later. Of course, that crazy girl still was not satisfied. She kept pressing Lee Seo-jun, asking if that was really all he could do. At this rate, she declared, the top spot in the school would be hers. She wanted that number one position so badly that every bit of her energy was burning toward taking it. But the calm hero did not waver under her relentless pressure. He stood his ground and coolly told her not to get carried away. Then, with a faint smile, he drew his sword and faced her head-on, ready to bring all of his strength down on her in a single clean strike. He had not even properly warmed up yet, but he still swung his blade without hesitation. The two of them collided and kept battering each other in a fierce exchange. While those monsters traded sword strikes and firepower like maniacs, our guy ended up paired with a gentle, quiet girl. For some reason, the girl kept glancing around, as if she were simply taking in the peaceful scenery around her. But no, it was not the scenery at all. From the window, she was actually watching Lee Seo-jun and Ura trying to rip each other apart. Those two were completely locked into their insane battle. After all, they were ranked first and second in the entire school. The girl finally turned away from the sight and formed small shards of ice in her hands. She could not afford to keep watching them. What mattered now was making her own small power stronger. If she kept comparing herself to monsters like those geniuses, she would only feel more insignificant. So what if she had not reached their level yet? Given enough time, she believed she would get there. Yoon Hyung had barely even been considered as a sparring partner by most of the class. People overlooked her because she was ranked 82nd. In a place like this, that was painfully low. Her theoretical knowledge was excellent, but when it came to actual combat, she was still weak. She acted like she had not heard her classmates' words, even though they were spoken close enough to sting. Yoon Hyung already knew she was not strong, but being brushed aside that easily still hurt. It was sad in its own way that all her knowledge could not yet support her talent in practice. No one felt worse about it than Yoon Hyung herself, constantly being judged as not good enough by the people around her. She was kind and sincere, but in a place like this, kindness alone meant nothing. She bit her lip, swallowed down her emotions, and forced all that frustration into the desire to improve. Crying would not help. Feeling sorry for herself would change nothing. If she truly wanted to get better, then every ounce of her focus had to go toward becoming stronger. She fired her ice shards at the target in front of her. But the shards were still too small and too weak to do much. When the attack ended, the target remained standing almost untouched. It was an incredibly discouraging sight. Frustration burst out of her in a scream. At that point, anyone would have snapped. She could not understand why nothing seemed to work no matter how hard she tried. That was when our guy stepped in and gave her some blunt but useful criticism, pointing out that her ice constructs were far too flimsy. The girl turned in surprise when she saw Kim Sunwoo, the boy ranked dead last in class. And that was not the only shocking part. Kim Sunwoo calmly continued, saying that her ice was not even very cold, and on top of that, her aim was terrible. In short, the problem was simple. Her fundamentals were weak across the board. The reason our protagonist was doing this, though, was because he was trying to take responsibility for what he had changed. Originally, back during the dungeon expedition, Lee Seo-jun's advice would have helped her rise all the way to 6th place among the second years by now. But because Kim Sun-woo had interfered, she lost that opportunity, and her growth had ended up stalling. She might be lacking right now, but if she stayed with him, he was sure he could at least make her capable enough to hold her own. Of course, words like that were hard to believe when they came from the dead last student in class. Even so, he had already decided he would help her improve, no matter how ridiculous it looked from the outside. The girl gave him a sharp look and said she understood exactly what was going on. Since his own skills were lacking, she assumed he was trying to crush someone else's confidence and make them depend on him instead. She had completely misunderstood him, and now she was angry on top of it. Still, that kind of reaction was only natural when the person talking to her was known as the worst student in class. If only she knew what Kim Sunwoo was actually doing behind the scenes. The boy just shrugged and laughed off her accusation. But part of him also thought that maybe she was only this angry because she could not actually deny what he was saying. She glared at him hard, because unfortunately, that guess was painfully accurate. There was no real reason for her to get this upset otherwise. Still burning with pride, the girl turned and tried to walk away, carrying herself with an overly lofty air. She had honestly thought he seemed pretty reliable back in the dungeon, but now she figured she must have been mistaken. Only then did Kim Sun-woo begin to worry that he might have pushed her too far. She was still just a high school girl, after all. He was about to apologize for going overboard when she suddenly snarled that they should settle this with a match. She wanted to see for herself just how amazing this dead last student really was. Honestly, she was probably going to regret it, but maybe getting knocked around a little would end up being a useful lesson for her. Our guy lit up at once. Now that he had finally drawn her in, he could properly start teaching her some real skills. The girl was dead set on fighting, and she clearly was not going to overlook any slight. Even now, a fierce chill was building around her like furious ice made visible. So the two of them agreed to spar first. She was burning with determination in the coldest way possible, eager to see how the student ranked dead last in the whole school could actually fight. Meanwhile, the so-called dead last student looked ridiculously pleased by the challenge. He was more than happy to dive straight into this reckless little battle. The moment he accepted, she launched her first attack with enough force to look genuinely murderous. That first strike carried an unmistakable amount of killing intent. It was insane. Ice Girl was not holding back at all, and more shots came flying immediately after it, one after another, all aimed straight at Kim Sun-woo. It was time for Kim Sun-woo to stop playing around, because Yoon Hyung was clearly done pretending to be mild and harmless. Honestly, that only made things better, because he was fully ready to kick the match into full gear. He drove himself forward with a sharp push from his heel, slipping past the incoming projectiles like someone dodging attacks in a desperate fight for survival. The moment she got serious, the density of her ice constructs changed noticeably. That alone made things much more interesting. Her technique was not bad at all. In fact, the main character found himself impressed by her determination. Someone this hard-working and sharp would not have much trouble growing stronger. Even so, her attack pattern was still far too straightforward. She needed more variety. After all, ice attribute manifestation mages were supposed to stand out for their versatility and utility. The girl ground her teeth at what sounded like an insult and demanded to know whether he was really prepared to see a different kind of attack. Then she raised one hand, and in the next instant, a massive spear of ice appeared above her. It was incredible. There was no reason for her to waste time with those tiny ice shards if she could produce something like this. That thing was at least 5 times taller than she was. Kim Sunwoo stopped for a moment, genuinely impressed by the sight. Sure, she had made a weapon with overwhelming size, but the real question was whether she could actually control it well. Then, with a violent burst, she fired that lethal spear straight at the student everyone believed was dead last in school. That was practically attempted murder. The boy stared in alarm at the terrifying speed as the giant spear came hurtling toward him. He had no choice but to kick off into the air at once, barely avoiding the spear and the explosion that followed, which spread ice across nearly the entire area. Even Yoon Ha-yeon was stunned. She had been struggling to develop that technique on her own for so long, and it had never properly worked until now. It was absurd that after all that practice, it finally came together at this exact moment. The blast of ice was so dangerous that the main character had to leap into the air just to escape the attack. He came down lightly on top of the massive ice pillar and looked at the girl below, who could only stare up at him in stunned amazement. People sometimes needed the right kind of push before their true abilities could come out. In that sense, provoking her had clearly worked, because her growth was already speeding up right in front of him. Seeing that, the boy smiled with quiet pride. The girl, of course, seemed to take that smile as another insult. Still, that was fine, because this kind of irritation was apparently doing wonders for her growth. She demanded to know how he planned to win if all he did was run away. Burning with anger, she charged at him and asked how he could talk about partnering with her when he still was not even showing what he could really do. The fight went on, and the boy stomped down on the ice beneath him. Mages like her, especially inexperienced manifestation users, tended to share the same obvious weakness. Then, with a burst of force, he shot forward and closed the distance in an instant. The girl gasped, completely caught off guard by how suddenly he was right in front of her. He smirked, because once it turned into close combat, a lot of high-output mages were immediately put at a disadvantage. Even so, the girl reacted the best she could and threw up her hand to block. Magic power surged into her palm and collided with his elbow. Now it was time to see who would come out on top at point-blank range. Ice and magic exploded between them, and the girl was knocked off her feet. She had only just started fighting in this kind of direct style, so it made sense that her balance gave way so quickly. She still was not used to it. The poor girl fell back, her eyes widening in fear as his attack came right up to her face. At this rate, she was definitely about to be struck by his magic. And then, in the very next moment, his magic vanished. He had no need to hit her just to make his point. So instead, the main character simply smiled down at her shocked, relieved expression. By now, she had started to understand how to use her magic, and that had been the entire purpose of the spar in the first place. The boy gave her a small smile and told his classmate that it had been a good match. The girl looked genuinely surprised. She had not expected that kind of acknowledgement, let alone that kind of strength, from someone who was supposed to be dead last in the class. Exhausted and still a little shaken by everything that had just happened, she sank down to her knees. She had lost the fight, but she had also learned something new about herself. The whole situation was honestly a bit overwhelming. Still tired, she let out a small laugh and wondered if maybe she really should learn magic from the dead last student after all. The boy smiled and held out his hand to her, telling her that the problem was simple. She just had not known how to draw out her own talent. That was all he meant. Still smiling, he offered to help her, saying they could work on it together from here on. The girl stared at the hand stretched out toward her, surprised, wondering whether this guy really could help her use the talent she had been unable to bring out. In the end, she took his hand and chose to take that gamble, willing to see where this path might lead her. Since that spar had clearly produced results, the girl finally smiled and agreed to give Kim Sunwoo a chance. That meant he had better teach her properly. After all, he was her teacher now. Once again, our main character had managed to make progress. Yoon Ha-young had now started taking an interest in him, and her interest level had risen to 1. From that point on, they began attribute adaptation training. The boy held something up in his hand as he explained. All magic began with adaptation to an attribute, and being in sync with the right one was absolutely essential. Adaptation meant truly understanding that attribute, and that understanding determined how well a mage could manifest and control their magic. In other words, without proper fundamentals, no amount of repeated practice would really raise their level. The girl did know what attribute training was in theory, but she had never heard of training in quite this way before. At the moment, the poor girl found herself standing in what looked like a huge pool of ice. She was probably freezing and more than a little confused. Our guy moved around like some Dark Lord instructor, insisting that the fastest and easiest way to grow was to feel her attribute with her entire body. So she needed to hurry and start adapting right away. If she wasted too much time, the ice would melt, and that would become a real problem. Later that night, a dark disturbance began to stir, and strange, suspicious shadows slipped through the area like spirits carrying out a secret mission. They seemed to be draining the life from certain fallen beings as they moved. Then one of those shadows settled into a form that was barely recognizable and asked whether everyone required for the meeting had gathered. Everyone answered Lord Qianhe at once. Just as ordered, the demons had been assembled, especially the ones who had been operating around the Magic Academy. They were familiar with the place, knew how it worked, and understood where its weaknesses might be. The date for infiltrating the school and searching for the Child of Prophecy had now been set for next week. All of them listened closely as Qianhe laid out the details of the mission. Their insider had informed them that security tended to loosen during midterms, so that was exactly when they intended to strike. The time had finally come, and the gathered demons looked openly excited. Still, one of them raised a question for Lord Qianhe. They wanted to request support from Ha-young as well, so they could make sure the Child of Prophecy was killed once and for all. That suggestion had not gone over well. The higher-up had reacted coldly at the idea of harming the person he was interested in. Apparently, he had said there were matters more important than even the fate of their race. Naturally, the others did not take that news well, because they could not imagine what could possibly matter more than extinction. Still, none of them were foolish enough to go argue that point to his face. Even so, they still believed that 4 B-rank demons would not be enough to kill the Child of Prophecy. In terms of raw danger, they were badly outmatched. One of the other demons scoffed at that and mockingly asked whether his comrade was scared and needed extra help just to kill one brat. But this was the child fated to end their race, so ignoring proper caution would have been pure stupidity. Just because security would be lighter did not mean the prestigious academy would be easy to invade. If they were careless, they could all be wiped out. On that day, scouts from every major guild would also be flooding the school, evaluating the students they wanted to recruit for themselves. That was hardly the kind of situation where 4 B-rank demons could stroll in like they were enough to handle all that power alone. The boss in front of them agreed with that judgment. However, things would be different if everyone who could interfere was sealed away first. As he said that, the man raised a glowing pink orb of magic and spread its power out over the demons gathered before him. They stared in awe as that surge of power washed over them all at once. It was a tremendous demon grand barrier. The lower-ranking demons looked around in wonder and wicked delight as their boss told them they could rampage as much as they pleased once it was in place. More than that, Qianhe himself would be taking part in the mission. Making sure the Child of Prophecy died was just that important. Meanwhile, the following evening back on campus, our main character was still training his new student so she could keep improving as fast as possible. First, she needed to master the attribute itself, then the shape, learning to solidify the water before her. She had to be able to imagine ice even when no actual ice was there, and then engrave that sensation into her whole body. The girl focused hard and formed a single snowflake in her hand, small but beautifully delicate. Little by little, that snowflake expanded until it became her giant snow spear. It looked large and imposing now, and holding it no longer drained nearly as much mana as before. The girl trembled with joy, her face lighting up as she realized that she had finally done it. After all that trial and error, she had finally managed to create an ice spear with her own power. In just a few days of training, her improvement had been enormous. Honestly, Kim Sunwoo felt incredibly proud of his little student. Just like he had told her from the start, she really did have a lot of talent. Yoon Ha-young now fully trusted the main character, and he earned a bonus of 1,500 points. Delighted, the girl called him her teacher and even said that from now on, she would believe whatever he told her. Now that he had gained such a devoted believer, he laughed and asked whether the form of her weapon felt manageable to her. The girl was more than happy to solve every problem in front of her by throwing more ice at it. Her cheeks were red, and her hands were lightly bruised from how hard she had been training. She was full of enthusiasm, but it was obvious her body was starting to ache from all the effort. Even so, he wanted her to endure just a little longer. Everything they were doing now was for the sake of her growth. Even at that moment, he was still pouring more ice into the freezing pool she was standing in. There was no doubt about it, our guy might really have been some kind of training sadist in a past life. Still, he meant well. He wanted to shape her into someone strong enough to stand at Lee Seo-jun's side as a true ally. The poor girl was practically drowning in cold. At this rate, if they did not stop soon, she might end up being rushed to the hospital. And while all of this was going on, someone seemed to be watching the training from nearby. It was a woman, too. But no one yet knew who this mysterious shadowy figure actually was. The hidden observer watched the ice maid shiver as she pushed herself to improve. As the mysterious woman kept watching, she started to wonder whether what she was seeing was just a very advanced form of high school bullying. No matter how she looked at it, it really did seem like that poor girl was being forced to stand in ice while her awful classmate bullied her. Bullying at the Magic Academy looked absurdly extreme. The girl could not just stand there and ignore it, so she decided she had to report it to the teachers immediately. But before that little snitch could run off and get everyone in trouble, a teacher appeared with a smile and remarked that watching talented students grow was always a beautiful thing. Teacher Lee Hee-young had shown up out of nowhere. But the young first-year girl was not about to waste any time. She quickly pointed at those awful second-year students and the terrible things they were obviously doing. But the teacher, with a much better understanding of magic and growth, simply smiled and explained that this was clearly a tribute adaptation training. Besides, she already knew very well about the chaos and madness unfolding around the school. That answer shocked the young girl. She had never imagined something this harsh and insane could actually count as training. Meanwhile, the teacher revealed that she had been observing the whole thing from the very beginning. Yoon Ha-young was improving her mana manifestation, and in such a short amount of time, her growth had been remarkable. That alone was impressive, but what stood out even more was the judgment of a certain student. Sure, the ice girl was the one sweating through the work and giving it everything she had, but her classmate had somehow recognized her problem right away and guided her through it step by step. When the teacher mentioned senior Kim Sun-woo, the first-year student was stunned to hear that loser's name spoken like he mattered. Lee Hee-young smiled when she realized the girl already knew who he was. She had assumed Seo-yoon was the type to memorize only the names of the highest-ranking students. It was a little embarrassing that the teachers already knew her habits so well. The girl gave a weak protest, but the teacher simply added that Kim Sun-woo was a high-potential talent, so remembering his name early would only help her later. The young girl did not know what to make of that. Sure, maybe he seemed a little impressive right now, but he was still the student ranked dead last in the whole school. That part was definitely concerning. On top of that, he was the kind of person who always seemed busy helping everyone else. It even made people wonder when he was ever going to put that same effort into raising his own level so others could see the results. The teacher fell silent for a moment and looked at the girl before calmly saying that they could simply give him a chance to prove what he could do. With a smile, the teacher said they should look forward to the midterm. Meanwhile, the main character himself was not looking forward to the midterms at all. Apparently, a special limited-time sale had appeared in his system shop for a subspace pocket that could hold up to 30 kilograms. It was discounted, but he only had 5 days to come up with the points and buy it. A subspace pocket was an incredibly valuable item, so naturally, our guy wanted it badly. After all, the item was priceless because it allowed him to summon stored things from anywhere. It was useful not just in combat, but in daily life too. It was amazing that something like this had shown up in the special sale section. The problem was that even with the discount, the poor brunette barely had a little over 8,000 points. So even at a reduced price, this limited item was still out of reach. That meant he had no choice but to somehow earn 11,000 points within 5 days. He needed a reliable way to gather that many points fast, too. The brunette had both hands on his head in frustration when something suddenly occurred to him. At that exact moment, teacher Lee Hee-young called him. That was definitely unexpected. Meanwhile, elsewhere, people were talking about Ura, Park In-won, and Kim Sun-woo. 3 students had somehow been selected for the second-year advanced manifestation class. Poor Lee Seo-jun had not even been considered, though that made sense since manifestation magic was not his field. The teacher told them to think of it as an intensive course for students with high potential, regardless of their current grades. Lee Seo-jun was in the advanced enhancement class. If our guy could somehow get into the manifestation advanced class, then he would have more chances to stay close to him. That would be great for scoring extra points, since nothing paid out like getting the protagonist's attention. But then the blonde guy in the manifestation class suddenly objected. He said he understood why the second-ranked student and someone as impressive as himself had been recommended, but he could not understand why the teacher would want to bring in a failure like Kim Sun-woo. Kim Sun-woo honestly did not even know where to begin with this guy. Park In-won was a second-year student ranked 5th overall. The brunette had no real interest in him and wondered what exactly his problem was. But the blonde insisted that as the 5th-ranked student in the year, being lumped together with the dead last loser was unfair. Still pouting, the blonde turned to the second-ranked student and demanded that she complain too. Ura merely let out a sigh and asked what exactly she was supposed to complain about. Who entered the advanced class did not matter to her. The only person she needed to worry about was herself. The blonde was irritated by that flawless logic, and inwardly he cursed that this was exactly why the little witch had no friends. Then Kim Sun-woo was asked what he thought about Park In-won's opinion. The brunette smirked and replied that if rank was really the issue, then Park In-won just needed to raise his. Naturally, the teacher was very pleased with that answer from her favorite student. Then she added that before the young genius could join, he would need to prove himself in the midterm. Kim Sun-woo had to work hard enough to place in the top 80 or higher. After that, she asked whether he thought that was a reasonable target. Later, amid the flashy ceremony and confetti flying through the air, the brunette smiled and said that a goal like that was definitely achievable. The ice girl stood happily beside him and cheerfully said she would follow his lead. The second-year midterm was going to be a cooperative battle. That meant each student would need to team up with a partner to fight a summoned green giant. If they could strike the creature's weak point hidden somewhere inside its body, they could bring it down instantly. The problem was that each weak point appeared in a different troublesome location, and they were all very hard to find. One weak point could be on the ankle, while another might be on the head. Because of that, most students earned decent grades simply by surviving the monster's attacks. But the truly gifted monsters did not bother with that. They simply unleashed fire from their hands. Of course, it was none other than the endlessly stubborn Ura and the story's hero, Lee Seo-jun. While the girl kept the beast busy with long-range attacks, the boy rushed in and cut the creature apart. Those two basically had the cheat code for being overpowered, so they did not need the weak point strategy at all. When they could just erase a huge terrifying monster outright, there was no reason to play it safe. The scouts in the audience were thrilled, cheering loudly for Lee Seo-jun and shouting in excitement. Even at his age, the boy already showed incredible teamwork instincts, and his partner, Ura, brought overwhelming firepower to the table. The two of them were easily the stars of the whole event. And once the geniuses had their moment, it was finally time for the so-called losers to step forward. Now it was Kim Sun-woo and Yoon Ha-young's turn to climb into the spotlight. Both of them were fired up and ready to make this count. The moment the match began, the main character dashed forward and told the ice girl to clear a path for him. She moved at once, channeling her attribute into the ground, and the crowd watched in surprise as ice rapidly spread across the floor beneath them. Her magic shimmered beautifully in layers of blue, and the boy used that slick frozen surface to gain speed and push himself even closer to the ugly green ogre in the arena. Meanwhile, the useless talent scouts in the stands were already laughing, because they immediately recognized our guy as the student who had humiliated himself during the public ranking exam. Quite a few people were even whispering that a kid like that must have bought his way in somehow. They laughed and wondered whether he was about to run out of mana and embarrass himself all over again. All that mockery was actually working in Kim Sun-woo's favor. The system informed him that 4 people were feeling anticipation toward him, earning him 1,000 points. He smirked, fully aware that the crowd was just waiting to see him make a fool of himself again. Too bad for them, this clown had already done the research and training needed to fix his old mistake. He had no intention of entertaining them anymore. Outsider's benefit activated immediately, and the main character quickly picked up the location of the weak point. It was in the ogre's chest. This time, the boy had even come prepared with proper shoes for the slick terrain, and he skated across the ice with absolute focus. He had no intention of playing the clown today. He fired his magic straight at the beast ahead of him, and blood burst from the creature's body. The gem marking its weak point shattered instantly. And the second ogre let out a roar that sounded almost like anger on behalf of its fallen partner. That massive ogre lunged forward and charged straight at the brunette, who was already preparing to bring down ogre number 2 as well. He was so focused on proving his doubters wrong that he almost laughed, realizing this whole exam might end even more easily than he had expected. But then the ogre raised its fist, and the boy's eyes suddenly widened as he noticed something else. There in the stands was a face he recognized immediately. It was none other than Kianhee. And that made things a whole lot worse, because this was another major problem in the story. Just as he was about to take down the second monster with a mana blast, the boy deliberately missed the weak point and only struck the creature's shoulder instead. Naturally, a sloppy shot like that was never going to stop the creature's charge. But the main character would rather be remembered as clumsy than draw the interest of yet another major villain. Of course, the people watching immediately groaned in disappointment and complained that the boy had failed to hit the monster properly. Still, even grazing the shoulder that closely was not bad at all for a student ranked last place. Meanwhile, the main character was beginning to panic. He had no idea why the mastermind behind the future attack was already at the school. The demon infiltration was supposed to happen at 4 in the afternoon, after the exams were over. But for some reason, their boss was already sitting casually in the audience like an ordinary guest. Kim Sunwoo had to force himself to focus again when the ice girl shouted at him to watch out. The brunette snapped out of his spiraling thoughts just in time to realize that the ogre was almost right on top of him. Fortunately, he barely managed to dodge that huge, furious fist. Unfortunately, the ogre's crushing blow shattered the ice beneath his feet and sent him flying back. But Yoon Hyung had not spent all that time training for nothing, and now a perfect chance had opened up for her to show what she could do. Her attack rained down at once, and dozens of ice spears slammed into the creature, freezing it and slowing its movements. The girl shouted at her senior to get up and pull himself together. If they wanted to move up in class, then they had to win this. She helped him back to his feet while the boy let out a weak groan, and in front of them the giant leather-skinned beast roared across the arena. That triumphant roar was enough to snap our guy out of it. He was not about to tolerate that kind of disrespect, and the creature looking so pleased with itself felt deeply offensive to him. With a sweep of his hand, a blue burst of magic shot from the boy's palm into the ogre's body, and he split that huge creature clean in two. At a moment when he really should have been holding back, he ended up showing off just how destructive his power could be. Yoon Hyung was stunned, and so was the rest of the audience. For a brief moment, the entire place fell silent as everyone tried to process how the student ranked dead last had just casually fired off an attack and obliterated a monster like that. Then the comments came flooding in. People were talking all at once about the boy's absurd combat level. They could not believe he had just done that, especially without even using the compression manifestation technique. And on top of that, he had struck nothing but the weak point. Some people insisted it had to be luck, which suited the main character just fine, since he was not trying to stand out any more than necessary. Even someone in the audience could not help thinking that this designated loser was actually pretty skilled. Soon the arena burst into loud cheers, with people shouting and celebrating all around them. No one had expected much, so they could hardly believe they had just watched a match like that. And the girl fighting beside him had shown some seriously impressive manifestation skills too. Good, at least people were noticing how important his student had been to their victory. Yoon Hyung was so overwhelmed with joy that she threw her arms around her teacher, and the boy answered her with genuine warmth. The system popped up again and informed him that 582 people now remembered his face. He also gained 3,000 points as a reward and unlocked the promising B-rank achievement, which brought another 2,000 points. On top of that, Kim Deokhyun had now become interested in him, while Park In-won felt humiliated by him, earning him another 1,000 points. The brunette was feeling sore all over, but the exam was the last thing on his mind right now. Even after such a strong victory, his eyes stayed fixed on the clock in the hall. It was 12 in the afternoon. The timing of the school raid plot had now clearly drifted away from the original story. He had even taken down one of the key monsters with help from a side character who was not supposed to matter yet. The other students went on with their day as usual, but the main character was starting to panic as he realized that his own actions were changing the original plot. It had really taken him this long to fully accept that his choices had consequences. If that was true, then even the way the school would be saved might change now. At the moment, the current exam rankings still had the protagonist in first place, as expected. And the main character, together with his ice girl teammate, was sitting in second. The girl asked her partner whether he was okay, because after an achievement like that, he should have been celebrating. She started to worry when she noticed how much he was sweating all of a sudden. The main character quickly reminded himself that this was no time to be zoning out. He waved his hands and said he was just a little tired. He did not want to make her worry, after all. He told her he would rest for a bit, so she should head to the training room first. There was still some feedback he wanted to give her later. The girl looked so worried that she even started wondering if she had done something wrong during the exam, but that was not it at all. The boy told her to have more confidence in herself. She had been perfect today, and she needed to hear that. The moment those words reached her, her face brightened with a shy, happy blush. He smiled warmly at his young student, who was genuinely happy and thankful that she had improved so quickly. It was nice to see her that happy, but right now, he had much bigger problems to deal with. The girl gave him a little wave and told him to get some rest. If his body was hurting too much, then he did not even need to come to the training room. He waved back and told her to get there safely. The moment she was gone, the brunette switched straight back into action mode. Since the timing had already gone off track, he needed to figure out just how much the story had changed from the original. If things were still moving close enough to the original script, then Lee Seo-jun should definitely be in one specific place around now. Just as the main character expected, the hero was exactly where he was supposed to be at that moment. At least that part had not changed yet. A swarm of Talon scouts had surrounded the hero, begging him to join their newest guilds. Others were trying to recruit him into older, already established organizations, and none of them looked willing to leave without getting some kind of answer. There was even another irritating wave of fangirls and hangers-on crowding around the protagonist, and he looked completely overwhelmed. Some of the guilds were going so far as to offer him a free apartment if he signed with them. The boy nervously waved them off and explained that he was only 18 and still too young to join a guild. That did not slow them down at all. They kept pushing business cards toward him and telling him to take them. They were ready to promise that boy just about anything if it meant getting his contact info. These desperate hounds had even skipped scouting the third years just to come watch the second-year exam, all because they knew a future star would be there. They had done all of that for their precious Lee Seo-jun. Then, just as the hero was practically being harassed, someone called out to him. It was our guy, coming in like a rescue team for the hero. He told him that teacher Jang In-cheol was looking for him and that their teacher apparently had something to say about his exam results. For some reason, those nosy guild people still felt the need to mention that Kim Sunwoo was ranked dead last in the entire school. Even so, they admitted that for a student with such terrible grades, he had fought very steadily, and his growth curve looked promising too. The sharp brunette flashed a bright smile, and the hero immediately understood what was going on. Just like that, the protagonist slipped free from the troublesome crowd, hurrying over and insisting that he could not keep a teacher waiting. He said he would listen to all those guild offers later, then quickly escaped and joined our main character. The guild vultures were furious because they were sure they had almost secured him. They had really wanted to make him sign on the spot. Since things had not gone their way, they decided to move on and finish watching the third-year exams instead. One of the men nearby asked his senior how Lee Seo-jun's fight had gone. It was Jong Hyun-soo from the Special Task Force. His senior was Kim Deok-hyun, the Special Task Force leader, and the man replied with a smile that the hero was definitely not bad. That much was only fitting for the third disciple of Chairman Kim Jin-cheol, the strongest mage around. Still, Kim Deok-hyun added that brat Lee Seo-jun was a little too green, and that would not be enough in real combat. The junior teased his senior, pointing out that he was talking as if the boy had already joined the Special Task Force. They were only here to make a scouting offer for after graduation. Kim Deok-hyun told him to shut it and stop ruining his serious evaluation. He even wondered why his junior had tagged along in the first place. The younger man laughed and said he regretted not getting the chance to speak with that prodigy during the Han River Demon incident. That was right, he was the one who had responded to the report the hero sent back then. If the boy had been the one actually fighting that demon at the time, he might have gained the kind of real combat experience his senior was talking about. Kim Deok-hyun considered that for a moment, then asked his junior what he thought of the student ranked dead last in the entire school. The junior remembered Kim Sun-woo immediately. That guy had become the talk of the whole city. For someone supposedly ranked last, his combat instincts were shockingly sharp. And it was not just instinct. Being able to instantly analyze a weak point and hit it in one shot, the way he had done with the first enemy, was the kind of skill people usually gained only through experience. That was exactly what made it so strange, and the junior agent could not help wondering where an 18-year-old could possibly get that kind of experience. The two of them laughed, because the whole thing felt impossible no matter how they looked at it. There was just no way some kid was sneaking out of school to fight monsters at 18. The idea sounded absurd. Then again, the agent remembered that Lee Seo-jun had once said the dead last student resembled the mage who dealt with the demon that day. And honestly, yeah, that mage really had looked a lot like Kim Sun-woo from his class. Even so, it was hard to imagine an 18-year-old being able to use compression manifestation like that. Still, both the senior and the junior quietly made a note to remember the name Kim Sun-woo. Their year's teacher was chatting happily with a few guests, while everyone else moved around the academy as if it were any other day. It almost felt like a completely ordinary exam day. While all of that was going on, the protagonist thanked the main character for pulling him out of that situation. He had nearly been trapped in that exhausting mess a lot longer than he wanted. Still, the hero asked why the brunette had come back to help him in the first place. The boy laughed and said it was a good chance to preview next year's exam ahead of time. The hero admitted he really did not want to get cornered by those scouts again, so he had been worried that staying in the stands would just attract more attention. Kim Sun-woo smiled and told him those people had already gone to the reserved seats with the teacher. They had entered through a different gate from theirs, so they probably would not run into them. Besides, if the boy wanted to keep holding on to first place, then it was important for him to study different fighting styles too. Using lines like that, the main character managed to convince the hero to stay beside him. He figured that if they just watched quietly from here, nobody would notice them. Getting Lee Seo-jun to agree was a huge relief, because the demon attack was originally supposed to begin in the third-year exam hall, where it was easiest to make contact with the insider. Getting Lee Seo-jun to agree was a huge relief, because the demon attack was supposed to begin in the third-year exam hall, where it would be easiest for the enemy to make contact with their insider. Since no one knew exactly when the attack would begin anymore after all these changes, our guy needed to keep Lee Seo-jun inside the exam hall and then move off to find Han Se-yeon. Even while worrying that he was changing the plot too much, this greedy idiot was still planning to go beat yet another major villain. What an absurd guy. To him, it felt like the fastest and easiest way to protect the child of prophecy, but at this rate, he was steadily erasing the hero's role in his own story. Before doing anything else, though, the main character asked the hero whether anything important had happened after the exam. Lee Seo-jun smiled as he looked down at the fighters below and asked if the brunette meant the guild scouts. That part was fine, since those people always acted like that. As long as the boy himself was okay, then that was enough. That was good news. It meant the original flow of events was still mostly holding together. That alone was a relief. Below them, another spar began in the arena, and the crowd roared as the fighters clashed. The scouts had already entered the third-year exam hall, searching for talented graduates to recruit into their guilds. Everything was unfolding exactly the way the insider had predicted. The man asked how things were progressing on the other side. The others were already moving, and they had planted and concealed a fair number of monster summoning circles throughout the school. From the sound of it, they meant to turn the whole area into a place no ordinary person could safely remain in. Still, Jin-san would go berserk the moment he caught sight of a human, so they had made sure to hide him away somewhere isolated. So far, everything had gone smoothly, and the boss praised Yang Yang-eun for handling it well. With a pleased smile, she replied that they had only made it this far because Lord Keone had joined their side. The man straightened, fully intending to begin the assault and set his magic loose. Wearing a cruel smile, he gathered the pink bubble of power into his hand. Now, he was ready to hunt down the child of prophecy. Meanwhile, the unaware third years were still clashing in the ring, their flashy magic lighting up the arena as the crowd cheered and applauded. One of the third-year girls was blasted backward, and it was clear she could not keep going. She quickly raised her voice and surrendered on the spot. Park Min-hee forfeited, and the final winner was the mysterious Kim Chang-hyun, the ace of the entire third-year class. Kim Sun-woo was actually enjoying himself far more than he had expected. His eyes shone with excitement, and the moment he saw how thrilling the third-year exams were, with students openly battling each other, his whole mood changed. Senior Kim Chang-hyun was a perfect example of the manifestation type, and Senior Park Min-hee's movements had been incredibly sharp. While Kim Sun-woo was busy admiring the fight like an overexcited fan, another part of him stayed tense, worried about the attack that was definitely supposed to happen here. He had watched the surroundings throughout the entire match, yet Kian-hee still had not appeared. Kim Sun-woo had definitely seen that suspicious man before, and this arena was supposed to be where the attack began. Sweat gathered on the main character's skin as he wondered what was going on. Lee Seo-jun quickly noticed Kim Sun-woo's distraction and asked who he kept looking around for. That little liar just grinned and said he was wondering whether some guild might want to scout him. Kim Sun-woo laughed and replied that surely someone would come calling sooner or later. Compared to the beginning of the semester, the brunette had grown at an unbelievable rate. Anyone who watched his exam now would have been stunned. In fact, Lee Seo-jun had been curious about how Kim Sun-woo had improved so quickly, but the thought died right there when both of them felt a dark, creeping presence spread across the school. A deep violet barrier unfurled over the stands, and the two of them looked around in alarm. It was even worse than Kim Sun-woo had imagined. The enemy was using a method that had never happened in his previous life. It was clear that something seriously dangerous had begun. People below rushed up to the strange barrier that had suddenly appeared around the school and pounded on it, confused and demanding to know why it was there. They wondered if someone was interfering with the academy, and the first thing they tried to do was call for the teachers. No one understood what was happening, and some people had been left outside the barrier altogether. Those on the outside could only stare and wonder if some kind of accident had taken place. At the same time, the hidden monster summoning bags the demons had left behind began to split open. And the monsters inside started pouring out. Each one opened into a huge, swirling portal of many colors, and the nearby boys froze in shock as they stared. No one was remotely happy to see multiple red eyes glaring back at them from the deep abyss inside those churning, multicolored portals. The wicked man smirked and activated the portals completely, releasing the monsters trapped inside. Goblins sprang out of the portals, filthy, savage, and starved for bloodshed. They lunged at the people nearby at once, sending everyone scrambling away in terror at the sudden sight of monsters in the middle of a school event. After all, this was the last thing anyone had expected. Cries of panic rang out as people shouted that monsters were chasing them and begged for help. The alarm spread at once that monsters had invaded the school, and calls for backup went out to anyone who might somehow get past the thick barrier. All students and visitors were ordered to evacuate to the safe zones immediately. The announcement repeated again and again that monsters had entered the school. Every teacher, scout, and combat-capable mage had been sealed inside the barrier. With no one left outside to intervene, the child of prophecy would be forced to reveal themselves. It really was a clever move. All the properly armed fighters had gathered to watch the third-year match, which meant nearly everyone capable of responding was trapped behind that massive purple barrier while monsters rampaged through the school. It was an almost brilliant setup. But as the goblins ran wild, someone finally stepped forward to stop them. One of the goblins was cut down in an instant. And the ringleader clicked his tongue in irritation, wondering who dared interfere. It was that senior agent and his junior. The special task force had arrived, and somehow they had not been trapped beneath the barrier. That was irritating, and it threatened to ruin his plans. Even so, Kian-hee had no intention of abandoning his scheme over something this minor. At most, it was just a temporary setback. Some of the students cheered in relief the moment they saw the special task force. Apparently, those two had originally come to watch Lee Seo-jun's match, but now they were cutting down monsters and rescuing civilians instead. That alone was a huge relief. Both Lee Seo-jun and Kim Sun-woo felt some of the tension leave them when they saw them. If the task force had shown up, then Captain Kim Deok-hyun had to be involved too. Once the barrier came down, the fighters inside would join them immediately, so for now the students only had to trust their teachers and hold on. Kim Sunwoo was relieved because if the special task force was in play, then there was still a chance to turn the situation around. There was just one problem they understood all too well: they still had no idea how they were supposed to break that barrier. Outside, people hammered desperately on the barrier and shouted at the mages trapped within, begging them to break free somehow and save them. The whole place had fallen into chaos as monsters rampaged everywhere. Some students, pale with fear, cursed themselves for not staying inside the arena. To dispel a barrier like this, they needed the help of an A-rank support-type mage. Teacher Kim Youngjin from the support department immediately started thinking of a solution, but the problem was simple: there was no one like that here. High-rank support mages were rare to begin with. The woman shouted that they had to keep searching. If she handled it alone, it would take 30 minutes, and they could not leave all those innocent people exposed for that long. Of course, Kim Sunwoo heard all of that. 30 minutes was far too long, and there was no way the entire school could rely on just 2 task force agents for protection in the meantime. Against a swarm of monsters, they would never last that long. It was not only the time that was the issue either. This massive barrier was nearly impossible to destroy. Keane's barrier technique was considered one of the finest in the world. Even in the original story, if it had not been a surprise attack, Lee Seo-jun would never have been able to bring that bastard down. So this time, Kim Sunwoo really had to step in. Even Lee Seo-jun seemed to be looking at him like he expected him to act. But before the boy could say a single word, someone else suddenly offered help. It was a woman who claimed to be an A-rank support-type mage, and she introduced herself as Yang Yang-eun. At first glance, it seemed lucky that someone like her happened to be nearby. Except this sly little devil was one of the people working directly under Keane. She was deeply involved with the enemy, and now she was pretending to help only so she could delay them. Smiling brightly, she said she would handle everything. What a shameless liar. Kim Sunwoo knew better than to accuse her on the spot or expose anything without proof. If he did that here, people would only grow suspicious of him, and it would slow the rescue down even more. Still, letting a piece of trash like her join the effort was obviously going to delay everything. The fake do-gooder calmly said she would work from this side, so the other mage should assist from the opposite end and help break the barrier. So the two of them began at once, with the red-haired teacher working from inside the barrier and the other woman working from outside it. The naive, kind-hearted Lee Seo-jun felt relieved seeing the teachers come up with a plan. At this rate, they should have been free in no time. The problem was that one of the mages helping them was a demon, so they could not trust her at all. In fact, Kim Sunwoo knew they could not afford to stand around, so he grabbed that walking wall of plot armor and pulled him along. There was no point waiting for a barrier that was not going to come down anytime soon. The two students left the mages behind and moved off, but it did not take long for the redhead to notice that something about the barrier-breaking spell felt wrong. Whenever one side started to unlock, another lock tightened on the opposite side. The spell was not actually being undone by the outside interference. It was being strengthened instead. Kim Youngjin was a sharp and capable teacher, so she quickly realized the other woman was deceiving her. Even so, she had to be careful about how she responded. First, she needed to identify who was controlling the barrier from behind the scenes. When she lifted her head, she spotted Keane nearby, standing there with an unmistakably suspicious look. He already knew the support teacher inside the barrier would be a problem. She was too perceptive, and sooner or later she would understand the whole situation. The man needed a distraction before that happened. With a slight crook of his finger, the atmosphere around them began to shift. The special task force was still busy dealing with the monsters nearby, but the moment that dark magic brushed against them, something strange started to happen. The goblins shrieked as darkness gripped their hearts, and two of them suddenly split away from the rest. Of course, the task force agents noticed those two right away. They were clearly rushing toward a different area with purpose. One of the goblins lunged straight at the woman who was supposedly helping dismantle the barrier. It was a clever move from the enemy. If their own accomplice got attacked by monsters in plain sight, then no one would suspect she was one of them. Luckily, before that vicious goblin could touch her, a brilliant long-range strike shot in and crushed the monster flat against the ground in one brutal instant. The task force agent pulled back his blazing red weapon and asked the woman if she was hurt. With a bright smile, she said she had been saved. From there, the task force agent could see that the two mages were supposedly working together to break the barrier from both sides. So naturally, the task force agents moved to stand in front of her and protect her, believing she was doing everything she could to help. What gullible fools! The junior shouted at his senior to be careful, saying he had almost been caught in that last attack. The senior snorted and said that if an attack like that could take him down, he might as well hand over his task force badge. He was not weak enough to fall to something on that level. Unfortunately, the two agents now had their backs turned to a truly dangerous enemy. Still, with so many eyes on her, maybe she would not dare do anything reckless. The agents reassured the barrier mage that, in the name of the special task force, they would protect her. The demon woman laughed and thanked them. She was grinning inside because the whole thing was absurdly funny. She was standing there working hard to sabotage them, and they were protecting her like a hero. Meanwhile, Lee Seo-jun asked why they had come around behind the arena. Kim Sun-woo said it was because no one was here. Everyone's attention was fixed on the two mages working near the front. From this side, they were going to break the barrier themselves. They had to, if they wanted to find the child of prophecy. Lee Seo-jun was startled that they were not simply helping the teachers at the main gate. Kim Sun-woo let out a quiet sigh and decided to trust only the protagonist with the truth. The idiot who showed up pretending to help was actually one of the enemy, and they could not rely on her at all. Right now, she was acting like she was dispelling the barrier when she was really reinforcing it. If this kept up, the barrier would never come down in time. Lee Seo-jun was horrified when he heard that. His first thought was that they should tell everyone immediately, but Kim Sun-woo knew that would be useless. The enemy were dangerous, and right now all they had was suspicion, not proof. If they ran around making accusations in a crisis like this, they would just look like idiots stirring up panic. To Lee Seo-jun, the answer sounded simple, so he told Kim Sun-woo to prove it. After all, Kim Sun-woo had once even been offered a place in the special class because of his barrier-breaking talent. Even so, there was still no guarantee anyone would believe him. First, they had to break the barrier. After that, they could tell everyone the truth. They could not afford to create a second problem when the first one had not even been solved yet. If the person speaking up were some world-famous genius instead of an ordinary student, then maybe people would listen. That logic made enough sense to Lee Seo-jun. So the real question now was whether Kim Sun-woo could actually break this thing. He was about to find out. Kim Sun-woo fixed his gaze on the barrier while Lee Seo-jun drew his sword beside him. Then, with careful focus, Kim Sun-woo activated his ability to decode the magical formula. The system immediately sprang into action, analyzing and reading as much information about the barrier as it possibly could. It was the Demon Grand Barrier. The little enemy could hardly believe what was happening. The grand barrier they had raised around the school had been pierced. Kim Sun-woo let out a relieved breath and brushed off his hands. He had torn through that huge thing like it was nothing. He had even done it in a single instant. Lee Seo-jun could not believe what he had just witnessed. But there was still a crisis to deal with, and Kim Sun-woo told him to hurry and take care of that. Before leaving, though, Lee Seo-jun needed Kim Sun-woo to answer one thing. He asked why Kim Sun-woo was hiding his part in all this. He was the one who had broken the barrier. Normally, any student would have leapt at the chance to be recognized for that kind of strength. Kim Sun-woo only smiled and said this was already enough for him. His other identity was causing him more than enough trouble as it was. He did not need more problems spilling into his school life too. For now, he wanted everything that happened here to stay secret. That was his one request. Meanwhile, back on the villain's side. Kian-hee was furious, spitting curses at Yang Yang-eun. That fool had failed to keep even a single barrier locked, and now their entire plan was falling apart. Kian-hee could hardly believe it. He had gone to so much trouble to double seal that barrier, so now he was left wondering who in the world had broken it. Meanwhile, teacher Kim Yeonjin was being praised for her efforts, and Yang Yang-eun was also being thanked right alongside her. Now that the barrier was down, all the high-level teachers and combat mages would take control of the operation. Since the child of prophecy still had not appeared, the enemy had no reason to stay. If they had any sense left, it was time to retreat. The fighting continued, only now it was far more intense and explosive with the other teachers finally free. They swung their weapons without restraint and cut down even more of the filthy monsters. But the monsters had no intention of dying quietly, and they threw themselves at the fighters with everything they had. The man leading the charge clenched his fist and drove a punch straight into the creatures in front of him, sending them flying in every direction. The teacher was there too, and the moment those airborne creatures came within her range, she lit them up. With a firm, focused look in her eyes, she unleashed electricity on the troublesome monsters, striking some of them with such lethal force that they died instantly, while the rest were blasted away. Even the task force member could not help applauding that impressive display. He praised it as a clean finish from teacher Lee Hee-young. Teacher Jang In-cheol was also complimented for his usual one-strike power, which was still as sharp as ever. Thanks to the teamwork between the teachers and the nearby fighters, they managed to clear the area quickly. The man smiled and said it was an honor to witness the special task force in action up close. The task force still did not know where the ringleader behind all this chaos was hiding, so everyone was told to remain on high alert. Once they regrouped, finding that man would be their first priority. However, the support teacher did have one lead. She was not completely certain it was the mastermind, but there was one person she found deeply suspicious. The woman stepped forward and grabbed her fake assistant by the collar, staring straight at her and demanding to know what exactly she had done while helping break the barrier. The others were startled and asked what had gotten into teacher Kim Yeonjun. They tried to calm her down, but she refused to back off. Not when there was a real chance this woman was one of the enemy. Of course, the woman immediately pretended to be shocked and hurt by the accusation. She even teared up, acting wounded that the teacher would speak to her that way after she had supposedly helped. The others were confused too, wondering how the red-haired teacher could accuse her when the two of them had apparently worked together to bring down the barrier. The junior task force agent wondered if they should intervene in the argument, but his senior wanted to watch a little longer first. The white-haired woman pouted and insisted that the only reason it had taken so long was because she had slowed herself down to match the other teacher's poor skill level. The nerve of that lying witch, insulting someone else while secretly working for the enemy. The redhead had no intention of letting that slide. She had clearly seen that rat working against them. Every time the support teacher tried to break the barrier, a second layer locked itself back into place. The moment she said that, everyone turned toward the person who had just spoken up. It was Lee Seo-jun, standing there in support of teacher Kim Yeonjun. He had also been inside the third-year exam arena the whole time. For a moment, even the red-haired teacher looked surprised that a student had noticed such a complicated spell structure. But that was exactly what had happened. Lee Seo-jun then said he had vaguely felt that something about the barrier was wrong. He had not forgotten his promise to protect Kim Sun-woo's secret, so he had no intention of revealing who had actually broken the barrier. Then the boy awkwardly mumbled something about understanding the theory behind how the barrier worked as well. He hated lying to teachers, but there was no other choice, so he kept improvising as he spoke. If even Lee Seo-jun, the Academy's genius, was backing that explanation, then suddenly it sounded very convincing to everyone else. People began looking at the white-haired woman with suspicion. The more they thought about it, the stranger her story seemed. And come to think of it, there was no A-rank support mage named Jang Ya-noon. By that point, the other mages were clearly growing suspicious, and the enemy woman was starting to panic. She cursed under her breath and wondered what she was supposed to do now, silently hoping Lord Kian-hee would step in and save her. Kian-hee only scoffed and coldly told her to do what had to be done. At that moment, the task force finally identified him as the ringleader and immediately moved to attack, shouting for everyone to grab him. They rushed straight at him, trying to cut him down on the spot. Brilliant attacks exploded out at once, but the man slipped away before any of them could land a real hit. The enemy had used the darkening technique, and it became obvious that they were dealing with an A-rank demon. The situation had grown far more serious than expected, so everyone had to stay careful. With the mission now failing, there was only one thing left for the white-haired woman to do. Lee Seo-jun's eyes widened when several humans nearby suddenly began to transform. There were far more enemies hidden in the area than anyone had expected. Most people would have used the confusion to escape, but instead they chose to go wild and attack. The white-haired woman gave her people one clear order. They were to kill as many humans as possible, then die. As she swung her hand to strike Lee Seo-jun, he drew his sword just as fast. Lee Seo-jun's blade flared with its familiar golden light, and with a single swing, he cut the demon's head clean off. When it came to killing demons in one shot, he was overwhelming, and at last the story was starting to fall back into place. If she wanted to go on a rampage and slaughter people, she had chosen the worst possible place to try it. The task force agent also helped put down the raging monsters. The other demons were killed off quickly as well. Because this was the Magic Academy, a place overflowing with powerful mages trained to annihilate monsters. Once everything had settled, Lee Seo-jun bowed to Captain Kim Deok-hyun and thanked him for the timely help. It had been a year since they last met at Chairman Kim Jin-cheol's house. The young genius was growing into quite a remarkable mage, and Captain Kim Deok-hyun felt genuinely proud of him. He also reminded Lee Seo-jun to make sure he collected the bounty later for slaying the demon. Lee Seo-jun thanked him happily, though a second later he found himself wondering whether he should have asked for the account number first. After all, the one who truly deserved the thanks was Kim Sun-woo. Meanwhile, Kim Sun-woo was racing against time for a completely different mission. He had to find the Child of Prophecy, and he was running with everything he had. Using his magic power, the brunette leaped forward and flew toward the place he needed to reach. Then an explosion up ahead told him he was getting close to his target. Kim Sun-woo clicked his tongue and hurried even faster, desperate to reach the Child of Prophecy in time. Who, unbelievably, seemed to be Ura, the second-year rank 2 of the Magic Academy. The demon fighting her clicked his tongue in disappointment. So this was the extent of the power possessed by the genius known as Lee Seo-jun. Then again, maybe she was being dragged down by deadweight and simply could not show what she could really do. After all, she was trying to protect Yoon Ha-young. The girl trembled, unable to understand how things had spiraled into this disaster. Just moments ago, she had been training with Ura, and then, all at once, monsters and demons appeared. Even so, the Ice Girl had rushed in to help. But the Fire Girl had told her she would only get in the way, and that the smartest thing Yoon Ha-young could do was run. Ura had been fully prepared to handle the situation on her own. The demon laughed as he charged at them, mocking them and asking if this was really all they had. Dark power gathered in his hand as he swung out wildly, snarling that the Fire Girl clearly was not the Child of Prophecy. He smashed through her defenses and seized her by the throat, choking her with a vicious grin spread across his face. Demons were always hungry for human mana, especially the rich mana carried in blood, and now that such high-quality, mana-infused blood was right in front of him, he could not hold himself back. The girl was truly being strangled, gasping desperately because she could not breathe. For a moment, it honestly felt like she was dying. Then suddenly, a blast slammed into the demon's hand that was crushing her throat, and he stopped to see which annoying pest had interfered. It was Yoon Ha-young. She was not about to stand there and watch her classmate get killed in front of her without fighting back. The girl declared that she would be his opponent instead. It was such a painfully touching little display of friendship. How adorable humans were. But the demon only laughed, asking if she really believed that tiny burst of mana could do anything to someone like him. As the demon began charging up his next attack, the Ice Girl braced herself. Deep down, she knew she probably could not win. Even so, she still wanted to try. She refused to run away and leave her friend there to die. No matter how scared she was, she would not become a coward. The girl gathered her ice magic and fired straight at the hulking demon before her, piercing through his body so cleanly that even he froze in shock. Now the demon understood. He recognized that mark and the level of power she had just shown when she tore his arm clean off. Even worse, his wounds were not regenerating. It should have been nothing more than an ice attack, but that freezing power was sinking all the way into his bones. The girl herself was stunned too, because that was not her usual level of power. More importantly, the mana cost of that spell was absurd. The girl collapsed from the severe mana drain, while the demon let out a pained groan of exhaustion. At last, they had found the Child of Prophecy, the mage born with the power to destroy demons. And now that they had identified her, all that remained was to kill her with their own hands. But Kim Sun-woo had no intention of letting that happen. The Child of Prophecy was a crucial piece of the story, and he refused to lose her here. So Kim Sun-woo activated Great Nature's heart and declared that the only one dying here would be the demon. Naturally, the demon did not like hearing that, and he snarled at the newcomer not to interfere. At least one of his hands still worked. Using that remaining hand, he fired a huge bolt of mana at Kim Sunwoo. Fortunately, Kim Sunwoo raised a blue glowing spell shield, strong enough to cancel out that vicious blast before it reached him. A flimsy attack like that was never going to work on him. The demon cried out in pain as repeated energy shots slammed into him, while Kim Sunwoo stayed hidden and protected behind the large shield. The demon staggered in shock and pain under the barrage. Kim Sunwoo kept firing without pause because he could not afford to let his guard slip for even a second. He was protecting two defenseless girls by himself, and that was no easy task. Groaning and writhing in agony, the demon eventually dropped to his knees. The demon could not understand how his opponent had so much mana. Of course, Kim Sunwoo was pulling it straight from the surrounding environment. Still, the demon was rattled, wondering how a mere child could possibly be this strong. Kim Sunwoo scoffed and said he had a lot more experience than he looked. After all, this was technically his third life. The demon growled that he would not die alone. That was all the warning Kim Sunwoo needed, that he was about to do something reckless. Sure enough, the demon shifted his focus toward the child who could kill demons. And then he stamped his foot into the ground, launching himself straight at Yoon Hyung with murderous intent in his scream. Kim Sunwoo could not let that bloodthirsty monster get away with something like that. He immediately swung his magic, and the attack seemed to smash right into the demon's head. The demon's body crashed down hard, hitting the floor as blood sprayed out in every direction. It was a solid hit, and Kim Sunwoo let out a quiet breath of relief. The brunette paused and checked the result of his power. That monster had come dangerously close to reaching Yoon Hyung. That had been far too close. The B-rank villain Jinsan had now been defeated, and the causality rate increased by 0.4. Kim Sunwoo did not care about that right now. He was just relieved that he had managed to save the ice girl. Now that he had earned the Savior achievement, he received 3,000 points as a reward. The awakening had happened earlier than expected, but Yoon Hyung had held out surprisingly well too. The demons, after receiving a prophecy about the birth of their natural enemy, would keep targeting the school. Through all of this, Yoon Hyung and Lee Seo-jun would continue to grow stronger. URA as well. Both girls had fought hard while he was trapped, and Kim Sunwoo silently thanked them for surviving this ordeal. And so, after the demons attacked the Magic Academy, Lee Seo-jun, URA, and two other students received the credit for defeating them. The purpose behind the attack was still unclear, but the two students had their faces splashed across the news. For once, the brunette was not the one drawing attention after a major battle. URA let out a sigh from her hospital bed as she read the article, annoyed that they were praising her like some hero when she had passed out before even finishing off the demon that attacked her. Yoon Hyung scolded her, saying she had still done more than enough. After all, the fire girl had played a huge part in keeping her alive. URA immediately snapped back and told her to stop talking and get some rest instead. Still, Yoon Hyung was deeply grateful. URA had fought hard to protect her from the demons, after all. Even so, URA still looked irritated about how pathetically she had blacked out in the middle of the fight. It was only some minor bruising, but the school was making a big fuss over it, so now she was stuck in the hospital. That made the ice girl smile. Obviously, the school just wanted them to rest, and since the exams were over, they could finally take it easy for once. But then URA asked how Yoon Hyung had ended up fighting the demon in her place while she was unconscious. She looked honestly surprised and asked why Hyung had not simply run away. It was not as if they were close enough to risk their lives for each other. Even so, Yoon Hyung only laughed and said anyone would have done the same in that situation. After all, she had never forgotten the hand someone once reached out to her when she had been alone and desperate. Because of that hand, the ice girl wanted to become that kind of person for someone else too. Making that choice had given her the courage to stand up to the demon, and that clearly caught the fire girl off guard. So when things became too much, it was okay to accept help from other people. That was exactly the lesson URA needed to hear. Of course, Miss Perfect looked completely disgusted by the idea of relying on anyone. To her, needing help meant weakness, exposure, and vulnerability, which were all things she hated. Then, all at once, a bitter memory flashed through her mind, a scene filled with fire. It was that worst night of all, when her parents were trapped beneath the rubble and begging their sweet little daughter to run away with someone else. The little girl had been horrified, struggling and crying as she tried to run back to them. At that age, she could not understand why she had to leave them behind. She cried for her family as the building shook around her, screaming and sobbing in pure terror. It was the kind of memory that still felt like a nightmare. Remembering that horrible night only made her dig her heels in harder, and she stubbornly declared that she did not need help from anyone. She refused to accept help from anyone now, too. Yoon Ha-young did not seem bothered and gently said that, at the very least, a little gratitude would be fine this time. If Kim Sun-woo had not come to save them, neither of them would still be alive. At the very least, they needed to know who they were supposed to thank. The fire girl blinked in surprise, clearly hearing that part for the first time. She had no idea Kim Sun-woo was the one who had saved them. The girl immediately leaned in and told him to hurry up and explain what had happened. Just then, the boy stepped into the room, and he was not even wearing a hospital gown. He greeted the two girls cheerfully and asked if they were both feeling all right. Now they were wondering what exactly had brought him there, and he casually said he had come to deliver something he had been asked to pass along. It was 5 million won in demon subjugation bounty money. That was their share. Naturally, no one looked more offended than Ura at the sight of money she felt she had not earned. She demanded to know why she was being paid when he was the one who had killed the demon. The money looked so glorious in the envelope that it practically seemed to shine gold. Kim Sun-woo laughed and said that by the time he arrived, the monster had already been half-dead thanks to Ura's firepower and Yoon Ha-young's support. So, as far as he was concerned, that was reason enough to hand them their share. Besides, it had been a fierce fight, so they should just accept the reward and the recognition that came with it. All Kim Sun-woo had really done was land the finishing blow, so everyone involved was getting a portion. But no matter how he explained it, Ura refused to touch money she saw as unearned. To her, taking a handout like that would stain her pride. She was far too embarrassed to accept money tied to help from others. Proud little brat that she was, she would rather the poor people split the money among themselves than take it with her own hands. After huffing and puffing like an angry furnace, the girl finally blushed and thanked the other two for saving her. So she could be cute after all. But the second she realized that, she yanked the curtain shut to hide herself from them in embarrassment. What an amusing little tsundere. Kim Sun-woo had been planning to get closer to Ura through Yoon Ha-young, but the girl kept avoiding him, which meant he had not been able to earn any points from her. It seemed it was still too early to break into Miss Grumpy's territory. But to his surprise, Kim Sun-woo was earning Ura points anyway. Her interest had risen to level 1, earning him 2,000 points. Yoon Ha-young laughed and said their classmate was just embarrassed, because her pride was that high. Right after that, Kim Sun-woo got a pop-up message saying there was a special sale on the Subspace Pocket. It was discounted to 20,000 points, which happened to be exactly how many points he had at the moment. The boy immediately brightened. He had gotten what he wanted, so he did not mind Ura huffing and puffing at all. The girl had already left the hospital room, but her thoughts were still stuck on the brunette who had saved them. That lie he told had been way too obvious, and she knew it. That demon had not been anywhere close to death when she passed out. It had not even gone berserk yet. Which meant the brunette had almost certainly killed that monster alone. After all, she had no idea one of her classmates had some kind of demon-slaying cheat ability. He was neither manifestation nor support type, yet he showed talent in every field like some ridiculous genius. Now the girl was forced to reassess her opinion of that loser who had spoken to her on the first day of school. On top of that, Yoon Ha-young's outstanding performance in the recent exam had also happened because of that strange boy. It really made her wonder about Kim Sun-woo, since so many things kept moving forward because of his help. If he had always possessed that kind of ability, then why was he living so quietly, barely noticed by anyone? At their age, she could only imagine one reason for hiding power like that. Naturally, her thoughts went somewhere dark, and her hands slowly curled into fists as she remembered a group of monsters in human skin. Now she suspected that maybe Kim Sun-woo had also lost his family to those people, the same ones who had likely taken her parents away. Meanwhile, back with Kim Sun-woo and the Ice Girl, the two of them were alone as the sun began to set, and he had a few things he wanted to ask her. First, he asked whether she had told anyone yet about her special power. The girl gave a nervous little laugh, but admitted that she had told no one. That was probably for the best. Telling people about a newly awakened power like that would only make her a target. The girl nodded, saying her senior had already warned her that drawing too much attention would make training difficult, and she treasured the progress she had made under him. More than that, she wanted to study her power on her own. A power that could defeat demons fascinated her too much to ignore. Kim Sunwoo smiled and told her that she had exactly the right mindset. Compared to the original story, Yoon Hyung had awakened her demon-destroying power about a month earlier. Even if she was still inexperienced, starting to build that power now would be a huge advantage in the distant future battle against the King of Demons. With that, the brunette could now steadily strengthen one of Lee Seo-jun's allies. He told her he would make a training plan for her, and they would work hard on it together. If she had any questions, she could ask him anything. The girl looked nervous, but there really was one thing she wanted to ask. Carefully, she reached out, tugged on her teacher's sleeve, and asked. She had heard that the boy ran straight to the training grounds the moment the barrier came down, so she asked if he had come because of her. What she really wanted to know was whether he had been searching for her all along. During the midterms, and even during the attack, the boy had spent the whole time keeping an eye on her and making sure she was safe. In reality, he was only trying to earn a few points with the story and make sure the protagonist did not die for a second time, but still. The girl was blushing anyway, because all that rushing around to protect her had made her heart pound much faster than usual. The boy hurried to put a stop to that line of thinking before it could go any further. Grabbing the girl's hand and quickly brushing aside her concerns. The midterms were only because he believed in her talent. And during the main incident, he had simply run toward the biggest explosion, nothing more. Our guy had way bigger problems to deal with, so there was no way he was about to let some romance subplot start growing here. The poor ice girl was clearly disappointed, but she still took it well and handled it like a pro. The boy decided to lighten the mood and teasingly asked what exactly she thought had been going on. The girl panicked at once and firmly denied ever suspecting anything romantic in the first place. She quickly laughed it off and said she had only been joking, so he absolutely should not get the wrong idea. The awkwardness was settled, and now she was smiling again. That counted as a victory for our dude. It was not as if the thought had never crossed his mind before. To be fair, Yoon Hyung really was the bright, innocent type, and honestly, she was pretty adorable. Still, everyone had a place they were meant to stand. The ice girl's place was up front beside the other heroes, while our guy belonged in the background, helping them shine. At least, that was how he saw it. He would take care of the plans so they could handle all the dangerous and difficult parts. The ice girl, still blushing with a trace of disappointment, muttered again that he should not get the wrong idea. Then she said that, at the very least, he should take this. They were really handing him all of the prize money. Hyung insisted that he accept the full 7.5 million won. She called it tuition, since they were going to keep training together and he was her dear teacher, after all. The boy was a little overwhelmed by that sudden move, but at the same time, his eyes lit up with burning motivation. She was someone he fully intended to train properly, and the girl cheerfully said she would train as much as he wanted. Kids really had no sense of how much money was worth, but that was not a problem for Kim Sunwoo. He was fully prepared to make excellent use of every bit of that cash. In fact, it was even better that they had officially received it in public only to quietly hand it over to him in private. Still, he already had a full plan in mind for everything they would start doing tomorrow. Then the boy suddenly stopped when he noticed something strange. He looked down at his phone, and the moment he saw it, he just stared in shock, utterly horrified by what he found. For some reason, people everywhere were tripping over themselves to throw money at him. In every possible way, he was truly suffering from success. Even the hero had sent him money. Kids really had no proper sense of the value of cash at all. After the midterms, the hero finally fulfilled the condition teacher Lee Hee-young had set. And now our dude had reached rank 70 as well, which he was shamelessly and proudly pleased about. Now he could confidently enter the talent track special class, a place he had never once set foot in before Regression. And all the real monsters were gathered there too, which honestly made it a little intimidating. There was 3rd year rank 1 Kim Chang-hyun and 3rd year rank 4 Park Min-hee. There were also 1st year rank 1 Choi Seo-yoon and 1st year rank 2 John Min-ji. Of course, the 2nd year rank 1 and 2 students were there as well. and Lee Seo-jun happily waved Kim Sun-woo over to the front like they were the closest of friends. Ura was there too, looking as cold and distant as ever, and honestly, no one found that surprising. From this point on, it would be much easier to get involved in the key events ahead and make sure none of the main characters died. Then, right on cue, that blonde bully showed up again. This guy was impressively consistent when it came to being annoying. He sneered that some little rat had slipped in here, then mocked the fact that the boy had only landed the finishing blow on a half-dead demon. The blonde idiots still refused to believe Kim Sun-woo had earned the right to sit in the same room as them. The protagonist let out a sigh, because he had already satisfied teacher Lee Hee-young's conditions to raise his rank. Besides, where he studied was none of that bully's business. But the bully kept pushing, growling that the brunette ought to know enough to back out on his own. The blonde acted like he could not stand the sight of him and even offered to drag the class clown out himself. But if he really wanted to do that, he would have to get past Lee Seo-jun first, because the hero had no intention of letting anyone mess with the protagonist's spot. Park In-won was a pain to everybody around him, and the protagonist's best friend also shouted that he needed to stop spewing nonsense already. The blonde sneered that the class average ranking had dropped the moment this guy joined, but the protagonist knew better than to care about something like that. Kim Sun-woo's midterm record was 20 minutes, 2.43 seconds. Then the fire girl suddenly spoke up, catching everyone off guard, because she was usually that tsundere type who acted like she cared about no one but herself. She pointed out that if they excluded the test from the very start of the semester, then the class clown was actually far ahead of the blonde bully. So for his own sake, he should sit down and keep quiet, because he was the one lowering the level in a room full of geniuses. That absolutely set the angry blonde off, and he looked ready to burst from the humiliation of being put in his place like that. The blonde tried to pretend none of it mattered to him, sneering that he had no idea Ura cared this much about a knucklehead like him. Even so, he was still itching to start a fight, and he shouted that he would not listen because, for some reason, just seeing the brunette's face made his blood boil. Kim Sun-woo caught that lousy hand with ease. He had already fought demons far stronger than one angry blonde teenager, so there was no chance he would let trash like this push him around. The bully could hardly believe the class clown's grip was this ridiculously strong. And then the protagonist even had the nerve to tell him to calm down, even though he was the one who had started the fight. Right at that moment, something came crashing down hard onto the idiot's head, hard enough that he might have bitten his tongue. Not only did the blonde get hit hard, he was sent tumbling straight down the stairs with a kick. The protagonist honestly found himself wondering whether the blonde was even still alive after getting hit that brutally. The boy rolled all the way down the stairs, and everyone stared in stunned silence at the person responsible. That same culprit was now casually asking whether Kim Sun-woo was okay. The brunette laughed and thanked him for stepping in. Just like in the original novel, this guy really had not changed at all. It was the junior agent from the Special Task Force, and he smiled as he said he had enjoyed watching the brunette during the midterms because his talent had stood out clearly. The Special Task Force had come to the school for the special class activities. That part had happened in the original story too. First, though, they needed to wake that loudmouthed idiot Park In-won so class could finally begin. Honestly, it suited him perfectly to end up beaten like that after talking so much trash. The agent thought that maybe he had come on a little too strong at the start. Kids really were fragile. When he first received an assignment that sent him to a school of all places, the agent had been completely stunned. Apparently, several demons who had each been hiding separately had suddenly gathered together and launched an attack on the Magic Academy. There were far too many suspicious points. It was true that most demons usually moved alone unless the king gave a direct order, and on top of that, it had been far too easy for those monsters to slip into the school. It really felt as if the academy had not been doing proper background checks at all. That meant there was probably an insider helping them get in. Because of that, the head of the association had sent Jung Hyun-soo into the school to work with them, figure out what the demons were after, and uncover the insider as well. The agent cheerfully greeted the students and informed them that he would be joining them for the special class. He introduced himself as a special task force agent dispatched from the association, and with someone from the task force now present, the atmosphere around the class shifted at once. One of the students cautiously asked whether this meant their special class would eventually be sent out for major subjugation missions or even counter-terror operations. The man replied that, yes, a day like that would come, but there was no chance little chicks like them would be shoved straight into real combat yet. they were still in the middle of learning. So for now, under his strict supervision and careful coordination, he would only be taking them to scout areas where monsters had been appearing. That level of work should be safe enough for students like them. Even so, there was always some risk, so they were told to report anything suspicious the moment they noticed it. In reality, though, they were not being taken anywhere truly dangerous in the first place. It was simply a hidden training ground used only by the task force. There had once been a dungeon there, but the area had already been completely cleared out. Honestly, that kind of blind confidence sounded like the perfect setup for disaster. Still, Jung Hyunsu trusted the surveillance network and the magic circles spread throughout the area to quickly detect anyone suspicious. The special class had far more freedom to move around than ordinary students, so if there really was an insider, the chances were high that the person belonged to this class. At least, that was probably the line of thinking running through the agent's mind. Kim Sun-woo had already lived through all of these plot developments before, so he could more or less follow the direction of the agent's thoughts. It was true that there really was an insider inside the school. But that person was far too sharp, so they would lie low for a while longer without making a move. What mattered most right now was helping Lee Seo-jun obtain the S-rank item hidden inside the dungeon's secret stage. On top of that, he needed to support Choi Seo-yoon, since she was just about to enter a major phase of her character growth. During this special field activity, she was supposed to be working alongside Lee Seo-jun. Once all the introductions were finished, the teacher struck his cane against the floor and announced that they would be moving in teams of 2, each pair heading to its assigned operation zone. This time, Kim Sun-woo was convinced things would follow the original story no matter what happened. He was just one extra student added to the class, nothing more. That should not have been enough to change anything important, and he was completely sure the team draw would stay the same. Or so he thought. Kim Sun-woo's hopes were crushed almost immediately, and now he stood in the forest in utter disbelief, staring at his assigned partner, Choi Seo-yoon. Apparently, something like this could happen too. He was not on Team 14 with that cheerful but slightly fake first-year student after all. Choi Seo-yoon was not exactly thrilled to be paired up with this strange senior either. Still, what really got to her was the look on his face. He was reacting as if teaming up with her were some deeply tragic outcome. Everyone else was desperate to get closer to her, and yet he looked like the two of them had just been handed some fatal diagnosis together. It was more than a little unpleasant. In fact, some people were openly jealous that Kim Sun-woo had been paired with the beautiful Choi Seo-yoon. Only the two top second years reacted differently, and Lee Seo-jun in particular did not pay her any attention at all. She could at least understand why she might fail to impress the number one student of the second-year class. But this brown-haired guy was the biggest loser and laughingstock in his entire department, so she could not understand why he was the one looking irritated. The more she thought about it, the more it annoyed her. For now, all they could do was move forward. The situation was not going to change, so Kim Sun-woo decided he would just handle whatever came as best he could. Meanwhile, Shin Young-jun, the protagonist's best friend, was deeply upset. He kept whining that he had wanted some quiet alone time with a cute junior for once. Lee Seo-jun just laughed and asked if that was really worth throwing a tantrum over. Even URA thought it sounded pathetic. Meanwhile, the two top students of the second-year class had naturally ended up on the same team again. As if fate kept forcing them together. Shin Young-jun wailed that it was easy for Lee Seo-jun to say that, since the cute junior in question was actually interested in him. After all, they were talking about Choi Seo-yoon. She was known as the flawless star of the school, the only daughter of one of the 5 great magic houses, and someone blessed with both talent and beauty. Everyone knew she was an incredible catch. Still, Lee Seo-jun only laughed and pointed out that URA came from a great magic family too. URA clearly had no desire to be dragged into such a stupid conversation. Shin Young-jun insisted that the sweet, magical, fairy-like Lee Seo-jun was nothing like the satanic URA. It seemed he was making even more noise because he had been paired with the most muscular guy around, and he simply could not stop complaining about it. That unfortunate pairing was second-year rank 3 Shin Young-jun with first-year rank 2 John Min-ji. Really, Shin Young-jun ought to be a little kinder to such a sweet junior like Min-ji. Meanwhile, the supposedly lucky Kim Sun-woo was walking along a forest path with his junior trailing behind him. Choi Seo-yoon was also doing her best, in her own way, to make this pairing work. If both of them were unhappy about the match, that actually made things easier for her. To Choi Seo-yoon, this senior was a complete anomaly. He had been dead last in the entire school, then suddenly became strangely close with Lee Seo-jun, and now he had somehow made his way into the special class too. Everything about Kim Sun-woo's behavior felt suspicious to her. As Kim Sun-woo walked, a notification popped up saying that Choi Seo-yoon had become curious about him. He received a reward of 500 points. Judging by the way her gaze kept drilling into his back, her curiosity was practically burning a hole through him. "There seems to be something over there," he said, casually pointing off in a random direction and asking whether she wanted to go check it out with him. Choi Seo-yoon smiled and agreed at once. Even so, she had already decided that she would not be fooled by whatever strange scheme he was plotting. Things were not going to unfold the way he wanted. At the same time, she kept up a perfectly cheerful act. Beaming brightly, she said she would be happy to work together with her senior, all while quietly plotting against him in her head. As long as she stayed by his side, things would not proceed exactly as he intended. Kim Sun-woo let out a quiet sigh as he looked at Choi Seo-yoon, while she turned her charm up as far as possible, smiling sweetly and blushing as he tried to collect his thoughts. She absolutely had the face of someone scheming up something dangerous. At this point in the original novel, the bright and smiling first year had already become obsessed with trying to recruit Lee Seo-jun, sticking close to him whenever she could. The reason was simple: having someone like him beside her would raise her own value. Kim Sun-woo pointed vaguely ahead and said they should head that way first. If he used this route as bait to draw Lee Seo-jun over, then maybe the story could still get back on track. Meanwhile, Choi Seo-yoon was also using the moment to study him more closely. The more she saw, the more strangely impressive he began to seem. He had been thoroughly humiliated at the beginning of the semester, yet somehow he had grown strong enough to join the special class. That really was astonishing. It felt like discovering that a circus dog had somehow learned to climb a tree. Her backhanded praise was so obvious that Kim Sun-woo twitched before awkwardly explaining that what happened back then had only been a mistake. Apparently, one single mistake during the entrance exam was determined to haunt him for the rest of his life. Then Choi Seo-yoon let out a sigh and said that forcing his way into the special class could easily come back to bite him. She spoke as if she were offering sincere concern like a kind person, but in truth she was being a shameless manipulator. After all, if Kim Sun-woo attracted too much attention, then instead of admiration, he would only end up making countless enemies. He had already been through that once and dealt with the biggest problem that came from it. Choi Seo-yoon was the kind of devil who wore an angel's face. She had the perfect family background, perfect looks, and perfect talent. People often said this young lady had been born with everything. But beneath that shining surface was a completely different truth. What truly shaped Choi Seo-yoon was the relentless effort and fierce determination she poured into meeting her family's expectations. And that was the real reason behind Choi Seo-yoon's perfection. She worked endlessly every single day, often harder than anyone else, pushing herself to become someone worthy of carrying her family name. She worked hard to be kind to everyone, or at least to appear that way, while choosing to stay close only to people who could raise her own value. That false sweetness was a lonely survival tactic. She almost never showed anyone her real self. To survive among the upper class, Choi Seo-yoon had been forced to master the art of wearing a carefully crafted mask. Kim Sun-woo let out a quiet sigh when she brought up enemies, then deliberately acted clueless, as if he had no idea what she meant. Naturally, that only made Choi Seo-yoon feel even more superior, and she laughed, saying he obviously knew exactly what she was referring to and what had happened earlier that day. No one had said anything openly except for that senior, Park In-won, but he was hardly the only one. There were plenty of others who did not want the last-place clown sitting in the special class. Kim Sun-woo was already fully aware of the jealousy, contempt, and cold stares he could end up receiving from the other students. But he truly could not have cared less about people like them. He had not entered this class because of them. Kim Sun-woo had a goal he absolutely intended to accomplish through the special class, and when he smiled with quiet pride at that unwavering purpose, Choi Seo-yoon was visibly shaken. She had not expected someone she was trying to crush to answer with that kind of calm determination. He was not even playing along with her little game. The fact that Kim Sun-woo had a life goal at all was what shocked Choi Seo-yoon most. Unlike ordinary people, a young genius like her was never allowed to have one. Her entire life had already been laid out by her parents, and all she had ever been expected to do was walk the path they had chosen for her. They even piled on the pressure by insisting that the life they picked was all for her own good, so she should be grateful, obedient, and simply follow whatever they told her. Not once had she ever seriously thought about dreaming for herself, because she had always lived by obeying her father. And now, for the first time, she found herself envying this clown for having something she did not. With a smug look on her face, she smirked and said she finally understood why the teachers favored this joker. Even so, she still asked what he could possibly hope to achieve by entering the special class. One answer was that he needed to keep an eye on her and the other overpowered idiots in this story, but obviously he could not say that out loud. Luckily, before he had to invent some clever excuse, Kim Sun-woo sensed a red, burning presence nearby. A wave of killing intent came straight at them, and Kim Sun-woo instantly grabbed his partner by the hand. He threw out his magic to knock aside the incoming attack and yanked Choi Seo-yoon away just as a weapon slammed into the ground where they had been standing a moment earlier. It looked like an ambush, which made no sense because there should have been no one here attacking them. Then Park In-won suddenly appeared, and everything immediately made sense. That shameless bully had really shown up to corner Kim Sun-woo at a time like this. The idiot had nearly hurt Choi Seo-yoon in the process too. The blonde bully did not care in the slightest as flames danced wildly around him. Growling, he told Kim Sun-woo this was his final warning. If the class clown valued his life, then he had better keep his head down at school from now on. Kim Sun-woo only scoffed and asked what exactly Park In-won planned to do if he refused. Naturally, that answer only made the blonde even angrier. He was practically spewing fire and rage without restraint, and it was obvious he had no intention of calming down. With a furious scream, Park In-won shouted that Kim Sun-woo should just die, then unleashed another massive, noisy explosion of an attack. He was so blinded by anger that he did not even stop to think that he might hit the first year standing beside Kim Sun-woo. The two students immediately leaped out of the way. They were not idiots, and they were not about to stand still while this lunatic tried to kill them. From somewhere in the forest, a pink eye was quietly watching the whole scene and taking it all in. Those same eyes had also been observing Yura as she cut down monsters with overwhelming firepower. They had been monitoring the teamwork and battle coordination between Shin Youngjun and Jeon Min-ji as well. The one doing all this observing was a red-haired woman who let out a tired groan as she monitored the students. She knew this was the captain's order and all, but it was still hard to believe there could really be a main spy hidden among these kids. They were students, after all. She was Baek Yejin, the support mage of the counter-terror task force. Her partner asked how things were going, but honestly, not much had changed. So far it was just kids playing around with training monsters. If there really was a spy among them, they would probably try to make contact once the students were free to roam outside, so for now they had no choice but to keep watching, no matter how pointless it seemed. Jong Hyun-soo told her to report immediately if anyone showed suspicious behavior or tried to leave the training grounds. At that moment, the redhead suddenly spoke up in protest. She was not sure whether they were insiders or not, but one of her eyes had spotted something far more interesting. A group of students had started fighting each other. Forget the monsters, those kids looked ready to rip one another apart. Fortunately, Jong Hyun-soo recognized this particular set right away, since he had already stopped the bully once during class earlier. And now they were fighting like their lives actually depended on it. Kim Sun-woo noticed that Park In-won's discharge speed was genuinely impressive. Trash or not, the blonde had not become second-year rank 5 for nothing. If Kim Sun-woo kept dragging this fight out, though, he might end up ruining his own plan to connect that fake rich girl with the protagonist. Just then, the rich girl herself broke the tension by speaking up first. It was one thing to get paired with a loser. It was another thing entirely to get attacked because of him. If these seniors wanted to fight like starving dogs, then they could do it during proper training hours. Kim Sun-woo shouted for Choi Seo-yoon to stay back, warning her that the area was still dangerous and that the lunatic was still rampaging. But it turned out there was another lunatic on the field, and she was not about to stay quiet. Choi Seo-yoon snapped that this idiotic behavior would only disgrace their school, and senior Park In-won should know better than to act this way. He needed to put away his inferiority complex towards senior Lee Seo-jun and senior Kim Sun-woo before it brought ruin to the school itself. Kim Sun-woo was honestly stunned that she had that much fire in her. Unfortunately, instead of taking the advice and backing down like a sensible person, Park In-won only became even more enraged that people were siding with Kim Sun-woo. Maybe it was because Kim Sun-woo, unlike him, was not the one running around outside school grounds like a complete madman. Of course, the idiot only responded by cranking up his flames and blasting them straight at both the boy and the girl. He was dragging an innocent junior into his insane grudge just because he was angry. It was pathetically low. The heat rose so high that even the monitoring eyes in the area were burned away. That was no longer a minor issue, and Baek Yejin gasped in horror. Her magic circle had been destroyed, and now she could no longer keep watch on that group of students. Jong Hyunsu was not the type to waste time mourning over spilled milk. He grabbed his sword and moved out at once. He had promised the school this operation would not put any of the students in danger. That meant their safety was his responsibility, and he needed to make sure they were all right. Baek Yejin shouted in disbelief, horrified that he was about to blow their operation over a fight between kids. But protecting the students came first. He said he would break up the fight and return immediately. For now, all she had to do was keep monitoring the others and contact him the moment anything happened. Leaving those words behind, Jong Hyunsu shot off without another pause. Of course, he recognized the students causing trouble. He immediately spotted Park In-won, who already seemed destined to be a full-time problem child. What an exhausting kid. And the third student there was Choi Seo-yoon, the daughter of one of the 5 great magic houses. They absolutely could not let anything happen to her. He needed to stop those idiots before things got seriously out of hand. Meanwhile, Choi Seo-yoon had managed to raise a kind of mage wall around herself, protecting her body while the bully and the clown continued their absurdly dangerous standoff. Park In-won was beyond furious by now. He shouted that Kim Sun-woo should have stayed in his place and kept acting like the class clown he had been at the start of the semester. It infuriated him that a nobody like that had entered the special class, and he hated even more that the boy was not trembling in fear before him. He was so consumed by rage that he did not care what kind of damage he caused anymore. Choi Seo-yoon was doing everything she could to hold that madman back with her shield so the 2 seniors would stop fighting. But since defense was not her specialty, she was losing strength fast. It would not be long before the barrier shattered and all 3 of them were in real danger. Kim Sun-woo had told her to stay behind because it was dangerous, and now she finally understood why. Her eyes slowly opened, and then she gasped when she saw her senior standing in front of her. Kim Sun-woo was wearing the special bracelet he had gotten from the pharmacy genius he had befriended, and now that Park In-won had pushed things this far, he activated the spell shield built into it. Kim Sun-woo decided he would deal with this guy himself. Before the regression, he had only stood back and watched Park In-won's abuse unfold. That blonde bully had tormented plenty of weaker male classmates before. Back then, Kim Sun-woo had thought of himself as nothing more than an extra, so he believed it was not his place to interfere in the actions of other characters, even awful ones. So he had let the blonde do whatever he wanted while he stayed in the background, telling himself it was better not to disrupt the story. But this bastard had never changed. He was still so obsessed with trampling other people that he did not even care whether innocent bystanders got hurt. Park In-won was a throwaway character, someone who appeared early and had no real weight in the plot. Just the kind of random school bully everyone forgot after graduation. In that case, Kim Sun-woo figured the story would be better off if he cleaned up this trash early. He drew on the power of the great nature's heart, gathering every kind of mana into his hand, then hurled it straight at that idiotic blonde. The bully flinched, realizing that Kim Sun-woo was no longer just defending himself and was finally ready to strike back. Park In-won shouted that Kim Sun-woo was using enhancement magic, but Kim Sun-woo coldly replied that if he had a problem with it, he could come fight him and learn his lesson the hard way. But now that Park In-won had dragged someone else into this pointless fight, Kim Sun-woo no longer felt even a shred of mercy. He grabbed that idiot by the face and slammed him hard into the ground. That was right. Their so-called loser had been hiding a huge amount of power this whole time. And he had worked incredibly hard to keep himself under the radar. Normally, Kim Sun-woo could brush off taunts from worthless fools like this blonde without a second thought. But he was not about to stand there and let that eyesore hurt someone else just to satisfy his own pathetic pride. Park In-won was terrified now, but Kim Sun-woo was not in any mood to listen. He wanted to hear just one reason he should spare trash like that, and it had better be a good one. His hand was already charged, ready to fire the moment Park In-won gave him the slightest excuse. The blonde changed his tune so fast it was almost impressive the second he saw that. In an instant, he dropped to his knees and started begging for mercy. He swore he would never pick another fight again. He was even willing to admit he had been wrong, so he desperately asked to be forgiven just this once. Kim Sun-woo had no real desire to forgive that waste of space, but the stiff Choi Seo-yoon reminded her senior that he was wasting mana. So, hearing that, he lowered his attack. It was not as if he had truly intended to kill that idiot anyway. There were other ways to deal with someone like him. He seized the blonde by the hair and coldly told that loser to get as far away from this area as possible. If Kim Sun-woo saw him again, he was dead. That alone was more than enough to convince Park In-won. The bully had no intention of bothering the class clown a second time. Still, after hesitating for a moment, the blonde nervously asked whether Kim Sun-woo might keep what happened here a secret. Kim Sun-woo did not want to do that idiot any favors, but at the same time, he did not exactly want the whole school learning about his real strength either. So in the end, he just told the bully to get lost. The blonde bolted like the wind, and Kim Sun-woo dropped to the ground with a relieved sigh. A violent fight had broken out from nowhere, and it had honestly been nerve-wracking. Still, the result was worth it. For once, he had gotten to watch Park In-won suffer in his miserable life. As the blonde fled the scene, the redhead informed her senior right away, since Park In-won had run straight into the range of another one of her eyes. She quickly reported that Park In-won, who had just been fighting, was now sprinting out of the training grounds. Once he heard that, the agent eased up on his frantic rush to rescue the students. That was a huge relief for Kim Sun-woo, since he had deliberately sent the bully running so the task force would notice him immediately. Park In-won, meanwhile, was just glad he had escaped at all, cursing under his breath that he had barely made it away from that clown, Kim Sun-woo. And now, to make matters worse, some mysterious old guy was suddenly chasing him too. The kid really could not catch a break from anyone. He had pushed his nonsense way too far, and now a special agent was on his tail. With a sigh of relief, Kim Sun-woo stayed seated on the ground and figured that should be enough to pull attention away. Better yet, it would not really interfere with the plot either. Then, all of a sudden, a finger poked the bruised side of his neck, and Kim Sun-woo yelped in shock. Of course Choi Seo-yoon could not just leave him alone. Seeing him flushed and overheated, she tried to help, and he could hardly believe she had just openly said that. Still, the resident beauty had to admit it was impressive that someone she had written off as a loser had managed to beat Park In-won, the second-year rank 5, especially when that same loser only had a score rank of 70. She realized she would have to re-evaluate her senior's actual ability. That was troublesome for Kim Sun-woo, so he only laughed and claimed that if Park In-won had truly come at him ready to kill, he never would have won. He lied and said he had only managed to drive him off with momentum. The second year let out a small sigh and said he honestly felt a little bad now. Choi Seo-yoon had probably wanted to team up with Lee Seo-jun, but instead he had dragged her into this mess. With a soft smile, she told him she was simply grateful that he had saved her. That was all. Just then, his pop-up screen appeared, and he looked at it with curiosity. That screen was always useful for telling him the things people kept hidden. Unfortunately for Kim Sun-woo, the message told him that Choi Seo-yoon was now interested in him. That was definitely a problem. Choi Seo-yoon smiled and admitted that, at the start of the semester, she had not thought very highly of this senior at all. After all, she had seen him doing that pathetic mopping stunt before. Back then, it really looked as if he was just some attention seeker trying to get noticed because he had no real skill. But after watching him recently, especially the way he had helped Yoon Ha-young train and the strength he had shown tonight, he now seemed like a completely different person from that dead last attention-hungry fool she thought she knew. Kim Sun-woo smirked and asked what kind of person he seemed like now, and Choi Seo-yoon actually paused to think about it. If she had to describe it, interesting felt like the right word. Something like a clown, strangely enough. It looked like Kim Sun-woo still was not escaping the clown label anytime soon. Well, they had rested long enough, and most of the other teams had already moved ahead of them, so it was time to get going again. Kim Sun-woo let out a sigh and asked whether she did not want to sit and rest a little longer. Choi Seo-yoon laughed and said she needed to find something and produce actual results. That way, people like Park In-won would not get to disrespect her sweet senior anymore. She had barely started bouncing forward in a cheerful mood when a monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere. That beast had no business sneaking up on them like that. Before she even realized it, she was face to face with a giant snake-like monster. Choi Seo-yeon let out a horrified scream, and the creature hissed right back at her. A training monster had appeared. Kim Sun-woo jumped to his feet at once and rushed to help her, magic already gathering in his hand. But before he could release the spell, a brilliant flash of light sliced into the giant beast. It was light attribute magic, and Choi Seo-yeon's face lit up with joy. Even Kim Sun-woo was grinning now, because the person he had been aiming for had arrived at the perfect moment. Senior Lee Seo-jun had appeared to save them. They had been waiting for exactly this. Smiling, he asked if everyone was all right. He had been moving around alone, trying to help anyone who might be struggling. But luckily, there did not seem to be any truly dangerous monsters nearby. That was a huge relief. Lee Seo-jun smiled and said he guessed he had just been too tense after hearing this place described as a danger zone. Kim Sun-woo could only think that this protagonist really did have a heart of gold. Then again, for a genius like Lee Seo-jun, this level of trouble probably was not difficult at all. If only Lee Seo-jun signed a sponsorship contract with her family, Choi Seo-yeon said, then his brilliance would shine even more. She was really trying to recruit him on the spot. Her shameless confidence was almost admirable. Lee Seo-jun only laughed and said he would think about it later. For now, they should focus on the training. The location, the people, the timing, everything was perfect. It had been a while since Kim Sun-woo had seen a setup this clean. As long as the major event where Lee Seo-jun discovered the hidden stage remained untouched, then bringing Choi Seo-yeon close to the dungeon would make everything proceed smoothly. From the beginning, the route Kim Sun-woo had taken with Choi Seo-yeon had been carefully planned. It avoided the monsters on the way and was designed to safely overlap with Lee Seo-jun's path. All he really had to do was guide them here. At least for now, this was his most successful attempt yet at keeping the story on canon track. Then suddenly, Kim Sun-woo pointed ahead with an exaggerated gasp and told everyone to look over there. There it was, the dungeon entrance, an extremely suspicious place they very obviously were not supposed to approach. Lee Seo-jun looked surprised at the light and wondered what it could be. It was shining from inside the cave. Kim Sun-woo laughed and said he was really curious about it too, and that maybe they should go check it out together. Those idiots really did go ahead and enter the dungeon. It was the old Special Task Force training ground dungeon, mostly dormant these days. As the hero looked around with the beautiful girl beside him, the two quickly realized they had stepped into a hidden stage. That was an extremely rare situation. A dungeon inside another dungeon. Hidden stages like this were far harder to clear than ordinary ones, but the rewards waiting at the end were usually far more valuable too. This was exactly what Kim Sun-woo had been aiming for all along. The room he had encountered in the Tower of Proof had also been a kind of hidden stage. And that sort of thing usually appeared in dungeons that had been shut down and modified. In the original story, Lee Seo-jun and Choi Seo-yeon had joined forces here to defeat the boss. This episode was not only the moment when Lee Seo-jun obtained an S-rank weapon and drew even more attention to himself. After clearing the hidden stage, people would start calling him the Korean genius, and he would even end up facing the press in a formal conference. But the truly important part was something else. This was also the point where Choi Seo-yeon would grow mentally and become Lee Seo-jun's ally. That development was incredibly important to everything that came afterward in the story. Of course, because the other two were supposed to clear this dungeon without much trouble, Kim Sun-woo had already prepared everything he needed. He was really doing the most to push things back onto the proper stage, and with a bright face, he suggested that they try challenging the dungeon. Lee Seo-jun refused immediately. Hidden stages had far too many unknown variables, and they first needed to report this to the task force. The model student was already pulling out his phone to do exactly that. Sometimes the saintly hero was just too committed to doing everything the proper way. Kim Sun-woo instantly started struggling to snatch the phone away before Lee Seo-jun did something annoyingly sensible and wrecked the entire plotline. While those two idiots wrestled over the phone, the pretty girl absent-mindedly stared at her reflection in the water. She looked at it for a moment in idle boredom when she suddenly heard a voice calling to her, softly telling the human child to come closer. A monster's reflection appeared in the water, but Choi Seo-yeon did not seem to notice as she dipped a finger into the surface and played with the ripples. It was luring her toward the deep, the dark, and the water kept whispering for her to come inside. The very tip of her finger touched the water, and at once, something rippled through the entire dungeon. Lee Seo-jun froze in shock, and Kim Sun-woo stared in horror at Choi Seo-yun. This was not how the story was supposed to go at all. But things had taken a wicked turn, and whatever crazed creature lived there was more than happy to seize the chance. It burst into laughter, then grabbed the girl by the neck with brutal speed, activating the damsel in distress moment with terrifying efficiency. And this beast turned out to be female, the ghost witch, a B-rank monster. It had appeared behind them before either boy noticed. The two students immediately rushed to save her. Lee Seo-jun shouted for Choi Seo-yun to snap out of it, but clearly that was not going to happen. She had already been captured by a dramatic witch who had decided she wanted to claim her. Apparently the witch liked the idea of the two of them becoming cute, vicious girls together or something equally insane. The boys were not interested in that plan at all. Worse still, the witch was already fleeing with her. The moment the monster attacked first, the plot had veered away from the original yet again. Kim Sun-woo was working himself to death trying to keep things on track, only for everything to keep turning out like this. He was tired. Then, all of a sudden, a violent burst of force exploded from the dungeon behind them. Kim Sun-woo stared in shock at the swirling gate, while Lee Seo-jun demanded to know what on earth had just happened. Choi Seo-yun had just been kidnapped by a monster. Kim Sun-woo fell silent. He honestly did not know how many more of these absurd plot twists he could take. But one thing was obvious: if he wanted to force things back on track, he had to keep moving. He headed for the dungeon and told Lee Seo-jun to follow him so they could rescue her. Lee Seo-jun looked surprised that they were not going to wait for the task force. But doing things by the book and standing around waiting was exactly why Kim Sun-woo had ended up solving the main problem alone the first time. If they waited any longer, Choi Seo-yun would die. The monster that took her had the ability to absorb mana. Once it drained everything she had, there would be nothing left they could do to save her. If they wanted to help her, then they had to move now. Kim Sun-woo placed a hand on Lee Seo-jun's shoulder, making him understand just how urgent this was. Since there was no other choice, Lee Seo-jun tightened his grip on his weapon. He was not about to stand back and let his classmate die. They would rescue their junior immediately. With that, the two of them ran straight into the portal. Meanwhile, the task force agent had finally caught up to the blonde, who was busy whining that he had done nothing to deserve being chased like this. That was debatable, but the agent demanded to know who the blonde was working with and what his objective was. Obviously, though, this kid was just a bully, not some hidden main spy. Good grief. Even so, the man was still convinced the obnoxious brat was hiding information, so he asked why the boy had suddenly tried to run away. Park In-won remembered his humiliation and nearly sobbed, saying there was absolutely no way he could tell the task force agent about that. Now the man was even more convinced that this poor idiot was connected to the mains. He had been going easy on him because he was still a student, but now he felt he had no choice. So he informed Magic Academy's second-year rank 5, Park In-won, that he was under arrest on suspicion of conspiring with the mains. Park In-won was utterly baffled. They had the wrong person. The man was just calling his partner, Baek Yejin, to report that he had apprehended the suspect and needed backup to restrain him, when his partner suddenly started freaking out. There was another situation now, and it involved 3 students who had just entered the dungeon the task force had modified for training. One of her eyes had seen the whole thing happen. At first, the senior agent had not been too concerned, since they had already deactivated that dungeon and it was basically just a cave now. But just moments ago, they had confirmed signs that a hidden stage had appeared inside it. Things had suddenly become very real, very fast, and the man's eyes widened in horror. The two boys stepped into that unknown place and found themselves facing an entirely new world of ice and snow. The inside of the dungeon looked nothing like the outside. It was an icy wonderland. Kim Sun-woo quickly guessed that the evil witch had strengthened the environment using the ice attribute mana she had stolen from Choi Seo-yun. Apparently, this story now had 2 girls with ice power. Lee Seo-jun was visibly shivering in the frozen dungeon. Neither of them was dressed for this kind of cold, and Kim Sun-woo could not help thinking, not for the first time, that he really had too many things to deal with. For once, though, it almost felt like they were seeing a glimpse of Lee Seo-jun's point of view. Apparently, even heroes could suffer while doing heroic things. Lee Seo-jun was so cold he genuinely thought that, at this rate, he might collapse from the freezing air. The thought had barely crossed his mind before Kim Sun-woo draped a large, fluffy wool coat over his shoulders. He had no intention of letting the protagonist back out of such an important mission, but he also was not going to let him freeze to death either. Honestly, Lee Seo-jun was stunned by Kim Sun-woo, but Kim Sun-woo only smiled and said he needed him to wear it. The coat had insulation magic on it, so it would help him feel much better. The inside of a hidden stage was always freezing, so Kim Sun-woo had made sure to stash 2 thick coats inside the subspace pocket he had finally acquired. He had also bought all kinds of cold weather gear. The warm fleece coat increased cold resistance by 20%, and the warm gloves increased cold resistance by 5%. Lee Seo-jun was amazed that Kim Sun-woo could even afford a subspace pocket, since those things cost well over 100 million. Kim Sun-woo only answered vaguely that he had bought some stocks and managed to cash out at the right time. Of course, he had brought one more coat as well, and that one was meant for Choi Seo-yoon. But before that, they had to go and bring her back. Then they spotted a figure waving at them from the distance, and Lee Seo-jun let out a breath of relief, thanking heaven that she seemed unharmed. Kim Sun-woo, however, immediately felt uneasy. There was no way an ice attribute girl who had just been kidnapped would be casually wandering around a dungeon like this. The voice kept calling for them to hurry and save her. The goal was to get her out of there as fast as possible, and Lee Seo-jun first wanted to locate an exit. But before that soft-hearted goody two-shoes could run toward the obviously fake Choi Seo-yoon, Kim Sun-woo had no choice but to blast at her immediately. Lee Seo-jun was stunned. He could not believe Kim Sun-woo had just attacked the girl they were trying to save. That confusion cleared up fast when the witch burst into cackling laughter. So, it seemed Kim Sun-woo's instincts were sharper than anyone expected from a human. The ice witch was now possessing Choi So-yeon's body, apparently because she wanted a body upgrade. Now that she had a beautiful face and a vessel full of power, she planned to make that everyone else's problem. A surge of killing intent suddenly flared toward them, and Kim Sun-woo caught it at once. That sharp sense was exactly what had alerted him to the witch's trick in the first place. The monster was controlling their friend. It was the ghost witch, and if they wanted any chance of saving Choi Seo-yoon, they first had to catch the witch herself. The witch laughed and said the child's icy, frigid mana was an exquisite delicacy. She was being disgustingly creepy about a minor, which made the whole thing deeply unsettling. Then she declared that once she had absorbed everything the girl had to offer, she would devour the boys too. What a shamelessly greedy, power-hungry pervert. But she clearly did not mind the judgment, because the next moment she fired a bolt of force straight at the boys. Naturally, Lee Seo-jun stepped forward with that cool sword of his. He surged to the front to strike down the monster before them, and Kim Sun-woo watched with quiet satisfaction. The ghost witch was an undead-type monster, which meant she was generally weak against Lee Seo-jun's light attribute. There was just one major problem, though, as he leaped in to face her. While the protagonist took center stage, Kim Sun-woo handled support from behind, blasting away every stray attack that the witch dared to send at them. This fight was always going to be difficult, because their goal was to save Choi Seo-yoon. But the beautiful body they were trying to protect was also the very body their enemy was possessing. If they wanted to make any real progress, they first had to separate the two. And Choi Seo-yoon was not just some ordinary student either. She was the top-ranked girl in the first-year department, and her main specialty was manifestation. Using that power, she pulled ice fragments out of nowhere and hurled them at her enemies in rapid succession. Then, as she rushed forward, her subspecialty became obvious too. She had enhancement abilities as well. She slipped right past Lee Seo-jun and aimed straight for Kim Sun-woo, probably judging him to be weaker and easier to deal with. She was about to regret that badly. Unfortunately, the boys could only fight on the defensive for now. They did not want to hurt her, but they still had to find some way to bring her down. The moment the possessed girl formed a sword of ice, a blade of light slammed into it at once, making sure she could not lay a hand on Kim Sun-woo. Lee Seo-jun was fighting to protect his friend while also trying to defeat the witch at the same time. As expected of the protagonist, he was stubborn and would not bend. But the ice witch had no intention of backing down either. She fully intended to win this fight. She summoned another wave of icy magic and flung it at the boys once again. The witch was clearly enjoying herself. Using Choi So-yeon's body, however, she pleased in throwing her magic around like a toy. More and more attacks rained down on Lee Seo-jun, but there was a reason he was the protagonist. He blocked them one after another. The more ground Lee Seo-jun gained, the more the possessed girl was forced to retreat. But this could not continue forever. They needed a real way to get rid of the witch. The witch was starting to notice that the boys were only fighting defensively, and she laughed at them for not being barbarians who could casually strike a girl. According to her, every one of their attacks was pathetic. That was rich coming from someone who had stolen another person's body just to stand against them. The battle dragged on with Kim Sun-woo continuing to play support, making sure the protagonist remained at the center of everything. Kim Sun-woo had absolutely no intention of getting dragged into yet another messy plotline. Fast defense switches and the utility unique to ice attributes were all combining perfectly with the frozen terrain around them. Then another rain of ice came crashing toward Kim Sun-woo, and he gasped in alarm. Even though it was 2 against 1, the odds were still horribly against them, because they could not properly strike back. He dodged the barrage as quickly as he could, barely managing to escape the hail of ice. But when he looked back, he realized their path of retreat had already been destroyed. So that was the witch's plan. She meant to wear them down first and then drain their mana too. What a calculating little diva. The witch laughed and taunted them that now they had nowhere left to run, then fired more wicked, biting cold magic at them. It was attack after attack without pause, and Kim Sun-woo had to keep retreating just to stay out of range. The battle was getting harder by the second, and Lee Seo-jun finally withdrew to Kim Sun-woo's side and asked what they should do. Kim Sun-woo always seemed to have an answer for everything, so Lee Seo-jun naturally assumed the same had to be true now. He wanted to know if Kim Sun-woo had some kind of plan. And it turned out that he did. Step 1 was finding the witch's real body so they could wipe that smile off her face for good. If her true body came under threat, then she would be forced to leave Choi Soyeon's body, giving them the advantage they needed to destroy her. Lee Seo-jun pointed out that the whole place was nothing but snow and ice, so searching in terrain like this would be incredibly difficult. He asked if Kim Sun-woo actually knew where the real body was hidden. Kim Sun-woo did not know that much. Lee Seo-jun looked surprised by that answer. The problem was that, in the original story, both Choi Seo-yoon and Lee Seo-jun had entered this dungeon together. Back then, the protagonist had slain the witch by carving through this entire place. It had not been easy, but Kim Sun-woo was sure the real body could still be found. The issue was that he was not the one meant to find it. Before anything else, Kim Sun-woo pulled out one of his special mana elixirs and drank it, boosting his mana recovery speed by 500% for the next 10 minutes. Once that effect wore off, it would leave him suffering from mana exhaustion for 30 minutes. Then Kim Sun-woo explained that it was the protagonist's job to locate the witch's real body and kill it. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Agent Jong Hyun-soo had finally managed to drag some information out of the bully he had cornered. Through tears, Park In-won explained that he had picked a fight and then run because he was too embarrassed to admit he had lost. It was humiliating, but still better than being treated like an accomplice to the mains when he was really just an awful bully. Only then did the agent realize he should have investigated each student more carefully before taking action. It also turned out that the students entering the active dungeon had nothing to do with the blonde either. Park In-won could only wonder what kind of criminal mastermind they had mistaken him for. He was just a mean idiot who had gotten in way over his head. He truly knew nothing. The senior agent was furious with how badly things had gone and scolded his junior, reminding them that they were supposed to guarantee the students' safety. The junior apologized, saying the hidden stage had been a completely unexpected anomaly. Honestly, no one had predicted that dungeon would reactivate, or that students would be reckless enough to walk inside it. Then the agent asked the question that really mattered: was there any chance of rescuing them? First, they would try to see whether they could reopen the entrance from the outside. And if that failed, then they were in serious trouble. At that point, all they could do was pray the kids managed to clear the hidden stage and come back out alive. It was a dangerous hope, since hidden stages were notoriously difficult. By then, word of the incident had apparently spread, because a huge crowd of students had gathered outside the dungeon cave. Their teacher kept insisting they stay back and wait outside, but no one looked ready to leave. Teenagers were simply too curious for their own good, always unable to stop themselves once something strange happened. They were stunned to hear that some of their classmates had been trapped inside a hidden stage, because everyone knew how hard it was to escape once you got pulled into one. Ura stood there quietly, watching with a tense expression and saying nothing. After all, each of them had someone precious trapped in there, whether it was a partner or a close friend. The dark-haired girl was uneasy too, because she still had things she wanted to ask the protagonist about, a trauma he technically did not have, even though she was convinced he did. If something happened before she got those answers, she knew she would never let it rest. In her own awkward way, that was how she showed she cared. She really did care about Kim Sun-woo, so she needed that idiot to come back safely, and fast. Meanwhile, the brunette explained his plan to the protagonist, and the poor guy looked horrified. He could barely process the fact that he was being told to go find and kill the true body of the witch solo. Still, he was the protagonist, and this was exactly the kind of moment meant to force him to grow. In this world, the hero was someone who could unleash his power without restraint. At the same time, the witch grew cautious when she sensed the flow of one of their mana shift. With a mocking scoff, she narrowed her eyes and demanded to know what he was planning. Then even more mana surged up behind them, making both boys tense on instinct. The witch had no intention of giving them even a second to think. She was set on crushing them outright with her ice magic before they could make a move. The longer they kept wasting magic in a direct fight against the dreadful witch, the more the battle tilted in her favor. Kim Sun-woo turned to Lee Seo-jun and told him there was no need to hide his strength anymore, at least not in front of him. He could show his true power as it really was. It was fine. The protagonist was not going to be scared off by that. But if Lee Seo-jun kept suppressing himself like this, then the two of them were going to die here for sure. Now that the protagonist thought about it, the only time Lee Seo-jun had ever really swung his sword with full intent was during that last major attack. He had held back during the midterms too, never once fighting at his true level. He had been worried that if he moved too far ahead on his own, then Ura would end up getting hurt. After all, she had been pushing herself so hard just to stand beside him as an equal, not lag behind him. It seemed the brunette had noticed even that small, delicate difference, and that realization left Lee Seo-jun genuinely shaken with awe. Then the hero said they should stop holding back and fight at their full strength together, with everything they had. The ice witch burst into laughter and mocked the tiny human brats, saying she was not afraid of them at all. Honestly, she probably should have been, considering she was up against Cheat Code 1 and Plot Armor 2. Since the protagonist was trusting him this much, the hero could no longer bring himself to keep pretending or hiding what he could do. The moment he charged forward, light magic flared through his eyes, his sword, and his entire body, shining brilliantly around him. The ice witch had been cackling without pause, but the instant she saw the hero step in and release that overwhelming amount of light attribute mana, her laughter faltered. Now she was suddenly doubting her whole existence. Kim Sun-woo shouted for the protagonist to blow away the entire dungeon, and at that moment the witch realized her real body was in danger. Panicking at last, that fool finally abandoned Choi Soyeon's body, and the moment she did, everything became far easier for them. With a violent burst, the witch lunged straight toward her real body and ended up guiding them right to it herself. She really should have learned to calm down, because this was exactly what happened when she panicked. Falling for your enemy's trick that easily was a terrible habit. The wicked ice witch threw herself back into her real body as if it were the only thing that could save her, and the brunette smiled brightly now that Choi Seo-yoon could finally be recovered. Which also meant they had absolutely no reason left to hold back anymore. The space around them began to twitch and crack apart, while icy particles gathered, swelled, and spread through the air as the woman revealed a much greater level of power. Now that she had returned to her true form, she let out a harsh screech and declared that she would never allow the humans to have their way in this place. But Sun-woo only smirked and said there was no reason left to keep that witch alive. It was time to finish this for real. The monster gasped in shock when she realized she had walked straight into their trap. But that was almost the last sound she managed to make before the light magic tore straight into her soul. Lee Seo-jun was ruthless about it too. He stepped forward and coldly told the creature that he was the one in control now. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, a group of frantic teachers were doing everything they could to force their way into the dungeon. They kept checking the progress again and again, only to find that the portal entry analysis was still just 2% complete. They were moving at a pace slower than snails. At this rate, the children would die before anyone managed to get inside. The opening was so tiny that not even a mosquito could squeeze through it. The worst part was that this was somehow the best they could do. No matter what support mage they brought over, none of them could force the gate open any wider. Then, all of a sudden, the scarred agent received a message on his phone and quickly checked it. He was deeply worried about the situation now. Even if the captain chewed him out later, he felt he had to take responsibility himself at this point. So he called someone and reported that Lee Seo-jun was among the students trapped inside a B-rank hidden stage dungeon. The agent began apologizing right away, but the person on the other end brushed it off, saying it was fine and that the boy would come out on his own. The agent was completely stunned by that answer. Everyone nearby was shocked too, wondering what kind of nonsense that person meant by saying students could survive a B-rank hidden stage and walk back out by themselves. Just then, the space behind them erupted with light. It did not merely shine, it exploded. That blast shot into the sky like a nuclear wave and wiped away every last trace of doubt and disbelief. The students watching could only wonder what in the world was happening now, and whether the dungeon boss had burst out at last. But Ura would recognize her rival's light attribute mana anywhere. It was definitely her guy, Lee Seo-jun. The boy let out a quiet sigh as he stared at his broken sword, looking a little disappointed that it had finally come to this. The weapon he had been using until now simply could not withstand his mana anymore. Then the two of them looked ahead and spotted a massive, gleaming sword waiting in front of them. The timing could not have been better. That sword was shining with obvious power. And on top of that, they had safely recovered their classmate too. She was lying unconscious behind them. It was the Blue Moon Blade, an S-rank sword filled with mystical moonlight power. It had a weapon enhancement effect that raised the blade's destructive force and mana amplification by 50% for 30 minutes. With only a 30-minute cooldown, its specs were honestly extremely solid. The brunette let out a relieved breath and told the hero to take the sword. It suited him, especially after everything he had done to save their lives. The hero had contributed the most to defeating the Ghost Witch, and he happened to need a new weapon anyway. Of course, being the kind and decent person he was, the hero immediately asked what the brunette planned to take instead. They had fought side by side, after all. The brunette simply smiled and said he would take every other treasure except the sword. If that was enough for the hero, then he should hurry up and claim his reward. Kim Sun-woo even said he would watch over Choi Seo-yun while the other boy went to collect it. Standing there with quiet resolve, the protagonist stepped forward at last into the future waiting for him and picked up the sword that had now become his. The radiance pouring from it made it obvious that this was truly an S-rank weapon. He could hardly believe his partner would give up something this valuable so easily. Of course, the brunette was only doing that because he needed the hero to survive for a very long time in this story, or the whole plot would collapse and send him right back to square one. So yes, he was absolutely willing to hand over the sword. Even so, the protagonist could not help thinking that his partner was an incredibly admirable young man. Now that they had cleared the hidden stage together with the protagonist, the causality rate rose by 0.8. Lee Seo-jun's interest in him increased by 1, and the protagonist's interest in him climbed to level 2. As a reward, our guy received 2,000 points. The system had really become stingy with points lately. Meanwhile, he was checking on the girl they had rescued. She was suffering from severe mana exhaustion, since she was nowhere near ready to fight on that kind of scale yet. The evil witch had pushed her body far beyond its limit. This was the price of having all that power forcibly squeezed out of her while she was under the Ghost Witch's control. The hero came over cheerfully, his coat bundled up with all the other items scattered around the place. Naturally, he handed the whole pile over to Kim Sun-woo without hesitation. Sun-woo accepted the loot gratefully, but then the hero leaned in closer, clearly trying to figure out what exactly the protagonist was doing. Now that awful battle was finally over, the boy focused on giving the girl the extra help she needed to recover after such a brutal fight. The Ice Spirit's Heart was an A-rank elixir. Once consumed, it restored mana and permanently improved control over the ice attribute. Carefully and without wasting a drop, he poured the elixir into the girl's mouth so her recovery could speed up. Little by little, the beautiful girl opened her eyes and found herself staring at the two boys who had saved her. Kim Sun-woo asked if she was all right, and the girl could only stare blankly at her seniors. Then, all at once, she burst into tears and demanded to know why they were looking at her like that. She clutched Kim Sun-woo's coat tightly around herself and acted as if they were dangerous predators, not the heroes who had just pulled her back from disaster. The hero seemed pleased to see that the girl was doing well, though he did not look especially bothered by the fact that she was sobbing and glaring at them. The protagonist also agreed with a tired grimace that, yes, she definitely had plenty of energy now. The girl looked at them in shock, unable to understand where she was or what had happened to her. It would have taken too long to explain everything properly, so the brunette just summed it up in one short phrase and mentioned the hidden stage. Lee Seo-jun had worked incredibly hard to defeat the boss after the pretty girl had been kidnapped by the Ice Witch. Our guy was promoting the hero like a salesman pushing his finest product. No matter what happened, he needed to place the protagonist front and center in every successful mission. By now, the hero was starting to notice that pattern too. Someone their age had actually cleared a hidden stage, and there had never been a record like that before. Well, technically Kim Sun-woo had done it first, but that had created a whole mess for his other identity, and he had no desire to deal with that again, so the protagonist had to take the credit. The girl stared at her two seniors in open awe, but there was no time to keep gawking because the exit had finally appeared. And they needed to leave at once. The hero smiled and said he had never known light could look this beautiful. That was honestly a funny thing to hear from a guy whose own attribute was light. But after they stepped outside, Kim Sun-woo suddenly looked like he had something to say. He asked them to help him up because he was now dealing with mana exhaustion. He had spent the whole fight summoning, supporting, and pushing the hero into taking down the final boss. There was only so much a background character could get away with before hitting his limit, and he was completely spent. The hero smiled, and the two of them helped that ridiculous clown back onto his feet. The moment he had awakened Choi Seo-yun, he ended up collapsing himself. Honestly, it was a little embarrassing. Still, this time he had calculated the elixir's duration perfectly, including the extra boost he had borrowed during the fight. Once this incident was over, the one getting all the attention would not be him. The protagonist was smiling with so much confidence that it almost felt like he was begging fate to jinx him. Even so, he still wanted Lee Seo-jun and Choi Seo-yun to receive all the attention from this hidden stage. So with a satisfied smile, he left the dungeon alongside the two main characters while they practically dragged him out like a heavy sack of rice. Lee Seo-jun, who had cleared a hidden stage at the youngest age in history, once again swept up public attention after the main subjugation incident. The sword Lee Seo-jun obtained, the Blue Moon Blade, was later appraised and revealed to possess two top-tier options even among S-rank weapons. The boy ended up on the front page of every newspaper. It was unbelievable. Page after page showed the young prodigy holding his magic sword. Stories of Lee Seo-jun's genius spread everywhere, and the world truly began paying attention to Lee Seo-jun. After the interrogation, poor Park In-won was cleared of the suspicion that he had been a central insider. However, while investigators looked into his attack on the protagonist and Choi Seo-yun, his history of bullying other students with his gang was exposed as well. The idiot was hit with disciplinary action almost immediately. Life was going quite smoothly for Kim Sun-woo now. From this point on, that bully would not be tormenting other students around campus anymore, and honestly, that was for the best. Even though there had been a few complications, the protagonist was still satisfied in the end because things had followed the original story closely enough. The fact that the special class activity had really been a task force operation would stay hidden, and Choi Seo-yun would end up building a connection with Lee Seo-jun through this incident. Of course, Yoon Ha-young had been absolutely beside herself when she heard what had happened, and calming her down had been a little exhausting, but in the end, everything turned out fine. He still had a few things left on his schedule, but someone suddenly interrupted his thoughts. It was the pretty junior girl, and she smirked as she said she had heard some very interesting things from Senior Seo-jun. That was why she had come all the way here to thank him properly in person. The boy looked startled, and the pretty girl blushed as she explained that she had heard Senior Sun-woo was the one who had insisted on coming to save her. She had also heard that he fought fiercely for her sake. The boy was horrified by how things had turned out and quickly insisted that the golden protagonist was the one who had saved her. But Lee Seo-jun was terrible at lying, and what he had told her was simply the truth. The protagonist kept insisting that it was the hero who had defeated the evil witch. But the pretty girl only answered with a knowing little smile. She remembered the expression on the boy's face when she had first opened her eyes back then, and the memory painted everything in soft pink for her. Well, if her senior wanted to deny it that badly, she would not force the matter. Still smiling, she simply said she would see him in the next special class. Choi Soyeon's interest in him had now, unfortunately, risen to level 2, and our guy received a 1,000-point reward for it. That was absurd. Now she was in the same lane as the protagonist, and at this point Sunwoo was genuinely getting worried. He became determined to do even better in the next incident, no matter what happened. He absolutely refused to let people dump the credit onto him again. Meanwhile, a great deal of training was going on inside the school gym. Sunwoo smiled as he watched all the students working hard. It looked like everyone was truly doing their best, training seriously, and pushing themselves to become stronger. The brunette strolled happily through the halls. Because he had come out of the hidden stage right beside Lee Seo-jun, our guy had managed to rack up a huge amount of points. So this time, he bought himself a brand new trait. More specifically, it was the secret method of evolution and adaptation. It was the kind of trait that let the user evolve and adapt by fulfilling certain conditions. It had cost him a ridiculous amount of points too. But now, if he stayed in cold places long enough, he could build up cold resistance, and by spending time in darkness, his night vision had improved as well. It was not the sort of trait that gave flashy, explosive growth on the spot, but it was incredibly versatile since it steadily raised all kinds of basic stats. In the original story, this was a trait the first-year rank 2 John Min-ji would have obtained. But since the point shop operated separately from the original flow, it did not really affect the plot that much. Our guy stepped into the gym, and the moment he did, his fanboys started calling out to him with loud excitement, waving him over. Of course, it was Seo-jun and his best friend Shin Young-jun. They asked what had brought the class clown into the training room, and the boy just laughed, saying he was only there to take care of his body and was not up to anything strange at all. Just normal training, like any perfectly ordinary high school boy would do. The protagonist laughed and said the main character sounded like an old man, but then again, he had always been like that ever since they first met, so it was just normal Sunwoo behavior by now. Still, Shin Young-jun pointed out that something else was going on in the gym. A bunch of other students were whispering among themselves and openly staring in their direction. It seemed they were all watching Lee Seo-jun's usual morning bench press, stunned by how he lifted that kind of weight using nothing but pure muscle without even adding mana enhancement. They seriously could not believe how strong the hero was. The best friend pointed out that his friend had never been anything close to a normal student either, and the other two boys ended up laughing at that. And speaking of people who were far from normal, the three of them immediately thought of another fiery student they knew, one who practically shouted Lee Seo-jun's name with burning passion. Ura was always fired up whenever her rival came up. That girl was genuinely intense, and apparently she had been putting herself through hellish training while saying she would show everyone what real firepower looked like. The hero honestly did not know how to feel hearing that, especially knowing just how fierce she could be when she got serious. The brunette, however, looked delighted and said this was great news for the girl. She should keep it up and grow even more. Ura was the type to work even harder once she had a clear goal in front of her, so for her, this kind of stimulation was actually a good thing. Still, teacher Jang In-cheol was not here today, which was unusual. That man was almost always in the training room whenever there was no class. He was the sort of guy who could casually blast through quick sets on the weight machine like it was nothing at all. Apparently, the teacher was out patrolling the school at the moment. It was supposed to be confidential, but word had spread that they had found a body near campus that had been completely drained of blood. That was obviously not a good sign. Seo-jun guessed the victim had probably been killed by a demon, but his best friend only chuckled and said nobody was really worried. Even if those monsters attacked again, their genius would just protect them. Shin Young-jun was very happily counting on Lee Seo-jun to save them all if something went wrong. The hero groaned and told his best friend to get lost, but Kim Sunwoo was taking the situation far more seriously in his head. It was true that a demon could attack the school again at any time, because there was already an infiltrator hidden inside the campus. To be exact, what had infiltrated the school was not some human collaborator, but a demon itself. It looked like they were finally about to meet the spy hiding inside the academy. A beautiful young woman walked into the gym, her long dark hair flowing perfectly, her body toned and fit with clean, defined muscle. With a gentle smile, she remarked that Junior Seo-jun was sweating a lot. She was the third-year rank 4 student, Park Miney. She casually offered her junior a towel, and naturally, Shin Young-jun stood off to the side looking completely awestruck by the whole cool scene. Our guy watched the exchange too, but there was clear caution in his eyes the whole time. The best friend commented on how beautiful their senior was, and the young woman laughed lightly before thanking him anyway. It was such a sweet compliment, after all. The hero was practically glowing himself as he thanked Senior Park Miney for her kindness and everything else. She smiled and said she was always cheering for him. Very sweet words on the surface, of course. Senior Park Miney clearly held Junior Seo Jun very close to her heart. But there was something sinister in every curve of her smile and every word she spoke. That stunning beauty was dangerous, and hidden malice dripped beneath her soft tone. That very night, she had happily drained a poor helpless victim, someone who had cried out for salvation and found none. The wicked monster had moved almost like a vampire, and slowly sucked every bit of strength out of her victim, until the poor human could barely even stagger away anymore. She sat down on a bench and rubbed her lips, thinking over the taste of her latest meal. The third-year rank 4 student Park Miney was stunning, and she carried herself with the easy confidence of someone who fully understood the power of her own beauty. But in truth, she was also Jang Yi, the only daughter of Jang Han. Which meant she was the daughter of the very first demon our guy had killed. After finishing her meal, the girl smiled and said she had not expected a visitor. A dark presence loomed in the shadows, and she asked whether he was planning to attack the school again. Lord Qianhe had returned, and the man smiled as he said he had only come to see how the girl was doing. As if that poor victim had not already suffered enough, the man went on to disrespect the body even further by stepping on its head. Since Jang Han had died and the girl had been left alone, the Lord had started visiting often to check in and make sure she was doing fine. Then, while sweetly talking about how it was his duty to look after her, he crushed that poor human into a bloody mess. The girl sighed and said she had wanted to play with the human a little longer, but now the Lord had gone and killed her toy. She was clearly not happy about that. The man warned her that if she caused too much noise on campus, they would eventually catch on and find her out. Then the evil monster asked how school life had been treating her lately. The girl took a moment to think about school and all the wonderful things that had happened there. With her current status, she could not even get close to Jung Hyunsu, and Haryong had forbidden her from taking revenge on Kim Jinwoo, even though she desperately wanted him dead. Instead, every single day she was forced to look at those annoying brats who had reported her father and led to his death. So naturally, school life felt like garbage to her, and every day she had to suppress the murderous urge rising inside her whenever she saw Lee Seo-jun and his friend Shin Young-jun. The man let out a quiet sigh and told the girl that, among those brats, Lee Seo-jun had become quite a hot topic lately. Of course, that boy's rise had not escaped the notice of the monsters at the top. During the school attack, he had also been marked as the leading candidate for the Child of Prophecy. Hearing that left the girl visibly shocked. Back during that school attack, the very moment the demon's grand barrier vanished, the sword-wielding boy had suddenly appeared. That alone had already been suspicious enough, and then the girl's report had only confirmed it further. The overwhelming power that erupted during the special exam could only have been a flood of mana, the very force capable of destroying demons. So the Child of Prophecy had to be Lee Seo-jun, and now they would start targeting him, just as the story was meant to unfold. The girl was thrilled, because every demon had been granted the authority to hunt down and kill the Child of Prophecy. That meant she would get the chance to kill Lee Seo-jun with her own hands. No wonder she had been smiling so brightly when she saw him in the gym after that night. Lord Qianhe was no fool, so he asked the girl whether this was really a task she could handle. All of them had seen that boy's power with their own eyes, whether they wanted to or not. Lee Seo-jun was a serious problem. The girl answered that Lord Qianhe could never understand what it felt like to arrive there and see her father's body lying on the ground, utterly destroyed. The pain was unbearable. Revenge was right there in front of her, close enough to touch, yet she still could not reach it. That helpless thirst filled her with fury. This was not only for her own revenge, but for the sake of her clan as well. If that monstrously powerful boy really was the Child of Prophecy, then she would kill him without fail. It would be her honor to personally bring down that troublesome hero once and for all. That was exactly the kind of resolve Jang Yi needed to have. The girl gasped when someone appeared without the slightest warning. The man in the tailored suit smiled and said that, just as Qianhe had suggested, the girl had formed an admirable resolve at such a young age. Qianhe immediately dropped to one knee before Lord Xiangjin, saying he had not expected him to come in person. But Xiangjin simply replied that if someone was going to serve under him, then he needed to see their face for himself. He admitted that the girl's strength was still lacking for now, but her determination was excellent. And because of that, he was willing to accept her. The girl was naturally stunned by those words, though hesitation still lingered in her eyes. The man at the top told her to join the king's order and take part in the hunt for the child of prophecy again. Refusal was clearly not an option, so it was little more than a threat wrapped in polite words as dark energy spilled from him while he waited for her answer. He was one of the 10 Demon Council members, an S-rank demon known as Seongjin, the king's right hand. Meanwhile, something was happening in the 5th floor of the Bukansan Demon Ceiling Hall dungeon. A battle was underway as a mage unleashed her power against a swarm of vicious bat goblins, gathering a large, dense circle of mana into her hands. She aimed carefully at the monsters rushing at her, and blasted ice straight through several of the flying beasts. It was Yoon Hyung, and she was training hard while our guy stood behind her, guiding her attacks and helping direct her magic. Even the goblins seemed intimidated by how relentless and determined her attacks were. The girl who once thought of herself as mediocre had grown strong enough to scare monsters back into their cave. Now that was what real leveling up looked like. They fled at once. Delighted, the ice girl turned happily to her teacher and asked if she had done well, because she had really worked hard to impress him. The boy admitted that she had improved a lot, but for now, she should focus on learning how to handle this form more skillfully. She had been surprised when her teacher suddenly suggested they go somewhere for the weekend. But in the end, it turned out he had brought her to a dungeon just for training. The boy only laughed and said they had gotten lucky. And honestly, they really had. He had discovered this dungeon completely by accident back when he was still a C-rank mage before the regression. After remembering it in this life, he decided it would be the perfect training ground for his little ice student. It was a place that never really showed up in the original story, and only he knew about it, so borrowing it for a while should not affect the plot at all. This dungeon was packed with demon-type monsters, making it the ideal place to strengthen Yoon Hyung's willpower. While keeping an eye on her growth, he asked what she had been thinking about when she manifested that power. The girl answered that she had been thinking about the time she fought alongside Ura. She had thought about wanting to save the person beside her. After all, the most important thing when handling the power that destroys demons was the willpower behind it, a single purpose, a focused heart, and an unwavering determination. Unfortunately, the center of Yoon Hyung's willpower seemed to be our guy himself. It was a bit unfortunate, really. He had only meant to help the ice girl grow stronger, but now she had become deeply attached to her trainer. Just now, she had pushed herself especially hard while thinking about how much she wanted to join the special class like her senior. Well, if they kept up this kind of weekend training together, then maybe she really could qualify for the special class eventually. Just the two of them spending every weekend in a dungeon together almost made it feel like a date. It seemed the ice girl was still happily feeding that little fantasy in her head. The girl happily said she was fine with that. After the midterms, she had been ranked 82nd. Now she planned to aim for rank 52 first, and then the special class after that. At this growth rate, Yoon Hyung really might join during the first semester of 3rd year, just like in the original story. On top of that, all the time our guy had spent training in this dark cave had also strengthened his evolution and adaptation trait. His eyes had adapted to darkness much better now as well. That left only one problem still bothering him, Jang Han's daughter, Jang Yi. In the original story, Jang Yi was a villain who approached Lee Seo-jun and kept plotting for revenge over her father's death. But now, the ones who had actually killed her father were him and Jong Hyun-soo. And yet, for some reason, she was still approaching the protagonist even though he had not taken the credit for killing her father. That left the main character wondering what exactly was going on. Sure, Lee Seo-jun had delivered the finishing blow. But only the people who were there at the scene actually knew that. Something about this new plot flow felt wrong, and he needed to figure it out before the protagonist got hurt. He needed to move first before that villain had the chance to cause any real damage. It did not take long for the main character to run into the senior who only sort of remembered his name. Of course, she remembered him now. She had heard that the boy had recently been rescued from a hidden stage by Lee Seo-jun. She had also heard he had something he wanted to tell her. The moment the girl prepared to summon magic, apparently wondering whether she had somehow been exposed while using her demon power, the brunette hurriedly said what he wanted to discuss was extremely important because it was the only way to solve the problem of Jang Yi. Then he reached into his clothes, and the girl froze when she saw what he pulled out. It was sudden, but the boy decided to say it anyway, lifting a magical communication book toward her and saying that he wanted to stay in private contact with his senior. He was coming at her with a full confession attack. This was obviously the kind of thing that could blow up in his face. Still, Sunwoo believed he first had to create a situation where the two of them could meet alone, and there was probably no faster way to do that than by confessing. Then he got hit with an intense notification of disgust. Brutal. She really did not need to be that harsh, but she was genuinely furious. Our guy had now earned the achievement of his first rejection, along with 1,000 points for it. A win was still a win. And she truly looked disgusted too. It might have been the first time anyone had ever seen that expression on her face. Even the boy himself hesitated for a moment at how instantly and firmly he had been rejected. She really was terrifying when she dropped the human act. Just how cold and merciless could she be? She had not even said anything at first, but her eyes alone felt sharp enough to strip flesh from bone. Then the girl finally spoke to her junior, Sunwoo, and told him plainly that he was not her type. So any personal relationship between them was never going to happen. For now, it would be better if they simply remained on good terms as senior and junior. After saying that, the girl turned and walked away at once, clearly offended by his nerve. She would never date a human. To her, humans were beneath her kind, little more than prey. The very suggestion felt insulting. Even if he was human, the boy still sulked a little because he knew he was at least kind of cute. It honestly sucked that his first rejection had come from a girl who looked at him like he was filthy. Demons really did have strange taste. In any case, Shin Young-jun sympathized with him, and that got him another 500 points as a reward. Our guy smirked, because the one he was really aiming for was that other guy. This worked out perfectly, since the hero's best friend seemed to have been hovering nearby the pretty senior anyway, and now he looked genuinely pained after witnessing our guy's rejection. The boy patted the main character on the shoulder and told him to stay strong. He insisted he had not been trying to eavesdrop, but the training grounds had been right on the way. Senior Park Miney was at least the kind of beauty worth confessing to, even if rejection was the obvious outcome. She hated drawing too much attention, though. Of course, that was because she was a demon, but most people had no idea about that. At any rate, the brunette quickly shifted the conversation and pointed out that Shin Young-jun had not even started his assignment for classical magic theory notes. That caught the other boy completely off guard, and he immediately asked how the main character knew that. Then Young-jun let out a sigh and admitted that he was excellent when it came to physical activity. Unfortunately, theory just refused to stay in his head no matter how hard he studied. It was a huge headache. Then Kim Sunwoo asked whether the other boy wanted to use his assignment as a reference. After all, he ranked first in theory. The musclehead stared in amazement and asked if that was really okay. He would gladly take any help he could get when it came to theory. But of course, there was a condition. The class clown smirked and asked the hero's best friend how he usually used the school message board. Later on, most of the students were in the cafeteria, lining up for food and eating together with their friends. Before long, they spotted the exact guy they had been looking for on the school board the other day. The boy could not attract attention just for being dead last, but now he was pulling ridiculous stunts instead. It seemed the main character had done something crazy once again to drag the spotlight onto himself. At that point, 247 people had taken an interest in him, and he earned 1,500 points as a reward. The boy let out a quiet sigh at the result of all his hard work. On the school board, he had posted an outrageously bold message saying that absolutely no one was allowed to lay a hand on the third-year senior Park Miney. She was the greatest beauty in the Magic Academy, and according to that post, she had already been claimed by second-year student Kim Sunwoo. Nobody else was allowed near her. If even this did not provoke that demon, then nothing ever would. By now, news of the ridiculous message on the notice board had already spread wildly through the student body. Even the teachers were laughing, wondering if this was how kids confessed their feelings these days. To them, it looked like a cute burst of youthful foolishness, and even the first-year students found the whole thing hilarious. The ice girl was completely shaken when she found out her crush apparently liked older women, and the fire girl just told her to keep eating before she broke her own heart over it. Logically, there was no way he would have posted something like that himself, so the fire girl guessed that someone had to be pulling a nasty prank on him. The problem was that this idiot really had convinced someone else to post that shameless and ridiculous message for him. Still, the ice girl looked relieved after hearing the fire girl's theory. Now she was wondering whether Sunwoo was doing all right, since someone had gone so far as to play such a cruel prank on him. To be fair, the brunette technically had not posted the message himself this time. He had only gotten someone else to do it for him. Both boys caught up in this ridiculous scheme were sweating bullets at the thought of being exposed. Shin Young-jun whispered that he had done exactly what the kid asked and had put the message up on the board. But the musclehead was worried the whole plan had backfired, because now the brunette had become the laughingstock of the entire school. Of course, Seo-jun had already heard about it too, and he was laughing just as hard. The brunette admitted that this was not the exact reaction he had hoped for, but thanks to his friend's help, he had managed to make his feelings known loud and clear. So even this result was acceptable. In truth, he had known from the start that once Shin Young-jun got involved in something juicy, the gossip would spread through the whole school in no time. He thanked the musclehead for helping him, and the boy promised he would support the brunette all the way to the end. Then, at last, the third-year student appeared in the cafeteria, and the main character spotted her right away. Then again, no one with a functioning brain would ever make a sincere confession in a way like that. He had only created this whole mess because he knew it would have exactly the kind of effect he wanted on that demon girl. Now the entire school was talking about her mysterious admirer. The boy had managed to escape being known only as dead last, but just like Choi Seo-yoon had once said, plenty of people still saw him as an attention seeker. And while that girl was being linked to someone like him, it would become much harder for her to hunt people freely or move against Lee Seo-jun, because too many eyes would now be following her. The boy had no image worth protecting anyway, so there was nothing for him to lose. He was perfectly willing to make that kind of sacrifice. So he happily winked at the demon girl like a complete clown, and her friends screamed in horror at how painfully embarrassing and disgusting it looked. That poor monster girl was trembling with rage at the sheer nerve of his existence. Honestly, their level of disgust was way too intense. Sure, he acted like a clown, but it was not like he was ugly. The demon girl's friends sighed and said that pretty, kind girls always ended up attracting absolute weirdos. They told her to ignore that stupid human, since there was no need to waste time dealing with a loser like him. But the demon girl herself was boiling inside. She had been entrusted with the extremely important task of killing the hero, Lee Seo-jun. Now all of her plans were in ruins because of the attention Kim Sunwoo had dragged onto her. She could not make a move anymore with so many eyes fixed on her. That stupid junior had very quickly become the greatest nuisance in her life. The brunette would have loved nothing more than to ambush and eliminate her. But for now, all he could do was patch the problem up like this. That was because something far more important was about to happen to Lee Seo-jun. At the American Artifact Museum, closing time had arrived. Visitors were politely told not to forget their belongings on the way out. The staff said everyone had done well today, then instructed them to check for anything unusual and begin the night patrol. The staff agreed and immediately got to work. The soul container was a holy relic, an artifact with the power to seal souls. 13 years ago, the world had been threatened by the worst multinational terrorist organization in history, JAUN. It seemed those bastards were finally about to make their move at this point in the story. Back then, after a brutal battle, Magic Association Chairman Kim Jin-cheol had repelled that evil group and succeeded in killing their leader, Jin Cheon-woo. And among the spoils of that battle was the precious soul container, which had eventually been donated to the American Artifact Museum. The inspection confirmed that the soul container was secure, and the museum continued its shutdown procedures. It was a holy relic, and one of the most important exhibits in the entire museum. But then someone with a very dangerous air showed up inside that museum. And it looked like bloodshed was about to begin. Trying to stay calm, the man told the suspicious-looking woman that the exit was the other way. But with a smile, she said that seeing a holy relic filled with this much mystery up close was truly a marvelous sight. Something that beautiful was simply too precious to be locked away in a place like this. But the artifact was just as dangerous as it was beautiful. That was exactly why it had to be protected by qualified people. The woman laughed and replied that 13 years ago, someone else had been qualified to possess all that mystery too, until he lost to Kim Jin-cheol. The association had stepped in to stop those washed-up terrorists from abusing that power, but the man refused to listen to any insult thrown at their hero. Mystery was something that should only be used for the public good. That was a debatable claim, of course, and the woman clearly disagreed. In her view, greater power should be used for greater purpose, while the Magic Association was simply desperate to monopolize that incredible force for itself. That was when the man finally realized this was not just some random woman in an elegant dress who had wandered in to argue for fun. His eyes widened, and he shouted for security to remove the possible criminal at once. Yeah, he was a little slow on the uptake, because there was no way she could have made it this far without already taking out at least half the security team. In fact, the remaining half of the security staff came flying into the room and landed in a heap right at the man's feet. A huge, muscular man stepped in, dragging the battered and bloodied bodies of the so-called museum security behind him. He grumbled that playing with them had been boring, since they were all far too weak, and complained that he wanted to fight someone stronger. The man was horrified, because every member of that security team was an A-rank mage. And somehow the security system had not even activated until things had gotten this bad. He was still trying to process that when a bored-looking emo girl in a red jacket suddenly jumped in and sliced into the barrier around the special soul artifact. They had supposedly agreed to just threaten the man and steal the relic, but now the plan had clearly changed. And that made everything far more troublesome. The man trembled, because he had barely even noticed when that other girl appeared. The poor man collapsed to the floor in terror and asked who in the world these horrifying people were. The association may have taken their god away from them, but it had never managed to break their will. The villains stood over him, looking down on him with pure disgust. Being called washed-up terrorists was one insult they had absolutely no intention of letting slide. They were going to make that man suffer for daring to mock their almighty king. With a swaggering laugh, the man finally realized that the villains standing before him were members of JAUN. That was as far as he got before the entire museum flashed with light and erupted in a massive explosion. The blast rolled across the city like thunder, sounding less like noise and more like a declaration. The textbook trembled. And Kim Sunwoo stopped reading, frozen by the deep rumble that seemed to shake him down to his soul. The recent terrorist attack at the American Artifacts Museum was revealed to be the work of the cult group JAUN, a name that had once vanished into the past. Although many records from the scene had been destroyed, the attack was believed to have been led by Executive Burt, and demands for the Magic Association to issue a statement were flooding every news channel. But louder than any of those reports to URA was the frantic pounding of her own terrified heart. After spending so many years searching, her face turned deathly pale as she realized the monsters who had taken everything from her had stepped back into the light. The girl muttered that she was just feeling a little sick, then quietly slipped away from the dining room. It was about to begin. The first clash with the story's main villain group, JAUN. Their return meant the nightmare from 13 years ago had truly come back. Sigma News repeated the breaking report that the recent terrorist attack at the American Artifacts Museum had been carried out by the cult group JAUN, which had disappeared long ago. Even though the site records were badly damaged, the attack was believed to have been led by Executive Burt. A man asked the woman whether the news pleased her, and the satisfied curve of her lips answered before she even spoke. The photo had turned out beautifully. They had been short on time, so the man had only barely managed to hide their faces. If this was how things were going to end up, he could not help wondering why he had bothered disabling the security system in the first place. That man was the JAUN member Jean. As it turned out, the original plan had changed because some clueless curator had insulted the blonde. The woman smirked and said she had made him pay with his life. There was no way she was going to tolerate some loser calling them washed up. This woman was the JAUN member Natasha. The larger blonde man grumbled that the whole bloodbath had ended far too quietly for his taste, and he clearly hated that. Back in the old days, they would have reduced the entire block around the site to ashes before walking away. Burt and Scar clearly had the instincts of conquerors and arsonists, but that kind of move would not work now. The times were different now, and acting like that would be far too reckless. Even the dark-haired terrorist, Jean, agreed. The task force and Blade of Dawn were still hunting them, after all, so this was no time to take pointless risks. The big man did not care in the slightest. He was ready to throw hands with those self-righteous fools whenever they showed up, and he snapped at the woman for calling him an idiot. The blonde woman rose to her feet and said the team should disappear somewhere quiet for a while. Just as Jean had said, she had been a little too hasty this time, so they might as well head to Korea and lie low for a bit. That suggestion instantly energized the whole terrorist group. Korea had plenty of strong opponents for the big man to fight, and the smaller woman was already excited to visit the Sil Magic Arena this time. Jean said that going to Asia was fine with him, but he wanted them to make absolutely sure they did not cross paths with Kim Jin-cheol. The blonde woman let out a quiet laugh and said the darkest place was right under the lamp. No one would expect them to go there first. Besides, there was something she needed to confirm personally, and her gaze sharpened as she looked at a photo of what appeared to be a high school boy. The man could already tell exactly what the blonde wanted to see, and she smiled as she said he knew very well what that child meant to them. That child had already been caught up in far too many incidents. It made them wonder what on earth Baek Eun-sung had even been doing with the surveillance. In the big man's view, the growing danger only made things more interesting. Even so, the villain group agreed it was best to start moving now. It was settled. The woman leading them told Jean to get their fake identities ready, because it was finally time to set this plan in motion. They needed forged IDs, passports, and a line to Baek Eun-sung. He would be informed that they were arriving soon. The woman leading the group was the JAUN member Bert. Meanwhile, over at the restaurant Kentia, Kim Sun-woo was out there simply living his life. It had been quite a while since he had moved around as Kim Jin-woo, so it should be safe enough for that identity to be active again. He had stayed cautious for so long that Haryong's interest in him had probably cooled by now. More than anything, he had no desire to attract the attention of someone that dangerous. And before the story brought him face to face with one of its main villain groups, he needed to raise his specs first. So Kim Sun-woo stepped into the private room that had been reserved for him and found his favorite client already waiting inside. The woman brightened the moment she saw him enter, smiling as if she had genuinely been waiting for him. He pointed out that she could have simply sent someone to deliver the item, but she said it had been too long and she had wanted to see his charming face for herself. Beaming, she brought out what he had requested and showed him a holy herb potion along with a pair of high-durability combat boots. Kim Sun-woo stared at the items in open awe, clearly impressed by how good they were. The boots were 6B grade functional multipurpose combat boots, custom-fitted perfectly to the user's body. On top of that, they reduced stamina loss from walking and running by 20%. It was an excellent deal. They even came with dual options, which left him genuinely stunned. He was certain they had cost several times more than ordinary gear of the same grade. But she said it was a gift, and there was no way she could settle for the plain items he had originally asked her to choose. Before long, the food arrived, and as expected, it was the definition of luxury dining. A gift should never leave the recipient disappointed. That was the principle she lived by. Kentia was the very restaurant where Lee Seo-jun had nearly fainted after one bite in the original story. Kim Sun-woo had heard ordinary people usually had to wait months just to get a reservation here. He wondered if the food was really that incredible in real life, so he took a bite to find out what all the hype was about. The moment the golden pastry shell cracked apart, rich meat juices poured out together with the delicate mushroom fragrance of the Duxelles sauce, filling his mouth at once. And hidden inside it all was perfectly cooked 1++ Korean beef roast. The flavor mingled with the red wine and exploded across his tongue. Kim Sun-woo chewed in delight, his eyes shining brighter with every bite. He could barely process what he was tasting. It was insanely good. Crisp on the outside, juicy on the inside, and so delicious that tears nearly welled up in his eyes as he ate. The woman across from him laughed and said his reaction alone made treating him feel completely worth it. Kim Sun-woo happily wiped his lips and let out a long, satisfied sigh. After receiving hospitality this generous, he could not just sit there shamelessly and accept it all. The woman laughed and told him money was unnecessary. People like them did not care much for that. He smiled then and said he could offer her something better than money. He had noticed earlier that she seemed troubled. Most likely, it was because of the terrorist threat spreading across the world. A demand had been made for a deposit of 2 billion won into a designated account, along with a warning that the Hansong pharmaceutical building would be bombed in 3 days if the deadline was missed. The woman was stunned that he knew information so classified it had not even reached the press yet. Kim Sun-woo only gave a faint smirk and said he had his own channels, and that she, of all people, should know that already. Returning to the main issue, once the news about JAUN broke, copycat crimes started spreading all over the world. Han Se-yeon was already overwhelmed dealing with the power struggle against her brother. Still, fortunately for her, the one threatening her had nothing to do with JAUN. Kim Sun-woo happened to know that the real troublemaker targeting the pharmaceutical side was not JAUN at all. It was an underground alchemist named Jo Song-hun. He was just a petty criminal in the end, someone who would eventually be caught while trying to extort the fast-rising Hanson pharmaceutical. Kim Sun-woo told her to look into the financial situation of her security staff. If she did, she would eventually uncover someone linked to a low-grade alchemist. In the original story, that guy had only appeared briefly to trigger an event, so this much interference should have been acceptable. At least, that was how Kim Sun-woo usually thought before his small interventions started snowballing into things far beyond what he expected. Even so, he had always managed to deal with the fallout somehow, so he was not especially worried. After dinner, the two of them stepped outside for a walk, and beside him, she looked surprisingly small and slender despite being a capable business executive. Han Se-yeon kept turning over the same question in her mind, wondering how he could know high-level information that even she herself could not access. But the source of his knowledge remained completely hidden from her. At last, she voiced what had been bothering her and told Mr. Kim Jin-woo that she had no idea who he really worked for. Still, if he were willing to work for her instead, she promised she would reward him handsomely. Of course, she had no idea she was seriously recruiting a minor who was basically surviving with cheat-level knowledge. Even so, the woman pressed on. She said that with someone like him on her side, she did not believe she would lose to her brother in their competition. She was even willing to offer an 8-figure salary at minimum, along with treatment far beyond the ordinary. Kim Sun-woo laughed softly and told her that this was not the kind of work he did for money. Still, his wish to help Han Se-yeon was completely sincere. The woman let out a small sigh, then said it would not be any fun if he accepted her offer that easily anyway. Still unwilling to give up, she suggested they have dinner together again sometime. Next time, she said, she would come with an even better offer. Smiling back at her, he admitted that he was looking forward to it. Han Se-yeon's offer really had been tempting. But if Kim Sun-woo accepted it, he would end up drifting away from Lee Seo-jun, and that was the one thing he could not allow. That golden-hearted hero was the axis this whole world turned around, after all. Kim Sun-woo needed to keep watching him every single day. Still, he had to admit he loved the new combat boots. Han Se-yeon had been absurdly generous, and that kindness did not go unnoticed. He was already wearing the boots now, and the moment he activated Airwalk, he gave himself a little extra flair. All he had to do was pour mana into the shoes. That made them triple option boots now. Luckily, one of the hidden stage drops had actually turned out to be useful, and Kim Sun-woo took off with a bright, satisfied grin. With one strong jump, he launched himself from the ledge, stepped into the air, and landed as though the sky itself were solid ground. That was right, Kim Sun-woo had pulled off one of the coolest tricks imaginable, just running straight through the air. Walking through the sky really was as cool as it sounded, and as long as he kept the boots supplied with mana, he could keep pulling off bold stunts like this. Before long, he landed on another rooftop and smiled in satisfaction after testing the performance of his flashy new gear. It was definitely not bad, though he would need a little more practice before using it naturally. Later, back in magic law class, Kim Sun-woo had no choice but to put his focus back on studying. It was one of those lectures most students actually listened to seriously, and despite all his late-night activity, Kim Sun-woo was somehow paying even more attention than Park In-won. Then the students were informed that they had a 2-person theory research assignment due next week. A few students looked thrilled, but plenty of others were horrified the moment they heard it, and the noise was so loud that even the half-asleep student nearby finally woke up. Kim Sun-woo grumbled that the teacher should at least extend the deadline, but Lee Seo-jun was quietly judging him after clearly seeing him dozing off in class. Naturally, the teacher had no intention of extending anything, and the students would just have to deal with it. Thanks to his inside knowledge, Kim Sun-woo was confident he could finish the whole assignment in a single day and still get some rest afterward. He just needed to find a suitable partner, but it looked like someone had already started heading straight toward him. Before Kim Sun-woo could even process it, Yura walked right up to him and told him to join her group. The other students immediately started complaining that Yura had snatched away the student best known for being strong at theory assignments, whining that the top theory students were going to monopolize everything again. Ura shamelessly replied that they had every right to do exactly that, and the dark, overbearing pressure around her was so intense that every boy in the class simply accepted his fate. No one was about to challenge her over it. It was first come, first served, and she had gotten there first, so she could take whoever she wanted. Then she asked Kim Sunwoo whether he had any problem partnering up with her. To be honest, he did not mind at all. He was just surprised that she wanted to work with him in the first place. With that settled, Ura told him to find her after school because she would be at the training grounds. What he did not realize was that she had built up this wildly mistaken idea that he was also hunting down Jaun. Still, the setup actually worked out pretty well for him. He had been meaning to check in on this character sooner or later anyway. At least, that was what he was thinking right up until the moment he suddenly found himself pinned against a wall. Kim Sunwoo instantly realized this was getting out of hand and asked what on earth she was even talking about. Ura growled that pretending ignorance would not work on her. She already knew his identity, and that sent Kim Sunwoo's thoughts into full panic mode. He told her that even if she said that, he honestly had no clue which identity she meant. At this point, she could have been referring to almost anything. There was the hidden stage, the truth behind the main attack incident, the next disaster that had yet to happen, and far too many other secrets besides. Kim Sunwoo was carrying so many secrets that he could not even panic properly, because he had no idea which one she had managed to catch on to. Ura then said that on the very first day of school, he had casually brought up private circumstances of hers that he could only have known if he had looked into her. That was when she first realized something about him was off. Now, she was convinced that Kim Sunwoo, like her, had also been dragged into a Jaun terrorist attack. At last, everything clicked into place, and Kim Sunwoo stared at her with wide eyes. So that was what this was about. She thought he was another victim. Well, technically, he was a victim, just not in the way she meant. He had been dragged into this ridiculous story with all its twisting plots and endless trouble. 13 years ago, Jaun, a cruel and vile group, hunted down prestigious mage families as well as smaller clans in order to seize the power of mystery. Ura's family had been one of the unfortunate households among the 5 great magic houses to suffer from that attack. They had fallen to Jaun, and the group had taken the clan's treasured artifact for themselves. After that, the fiery young girl swore she would become strong enough to take revenge on the villain group with her own hands, and strong enough to kill them without hesitation. For 13 long years, she had driven herself forward without mercy in order to reach that goal. So the fact that she believed he was a victim of Jaun too was honestly incredible to him. He had no idea where she had gotten such a wild idea, so he asked her directly. Ura admitted that she had started vaguely suspecting it during the semester, and that she had confirmed it yesterday. While everyone else had been shaken by the news report, Kim Sunwoo reacted differently. When he heard that those villains had resurfaced, he stayed strangely calm, almost like he had been waiting for them to return. Well, that part was true enough, though he had been waiting for entirely different reasons. Even so, when it came to Ura, that painful feeling was real. At first, anyone would be shocked, but mixed into that shock was also a sick, trembling sense of relief after so many silent years. At the very least, she was shaking at the thought that she might finally have a chance to take revenge on those vile monsters. But Kim Sunwoo immediately told her to slow down. She was charging straight toward the dream of destroying that terrorist group, yet every one of them was an S-rank mage. At their current level, there was no way they could stand against monsters that terrifying. Naturally, that was the last thing Ura wanted to hear. She glared at him and snapped, telling him not to lump the two of them together. There were tens of thousands of John's victims across the world. She said he must have lost something precious to them too. No one could understand the pain of that day, when everything she loved had gone up in flames because of those terrorists. She had lived with that agony for the past 13 years. Just thinking about the group filled the dark-haired girl with violent rage. They had taken everything from her. Then she stopped when she noticed the wound on Kim Sunwoo's wrist, and the bandages hidden beneath his sleeve. She froze, and Kim Sunwoo immediately panicked, certain he had really messed up this time. He hurried to explain that it was not the kind of scar she was thinking of. But in that instant, Ura was overwhelmed with pity for him. It was almost as if she thought he had once tried to take his own life just to escape those horrible villains. Kim Sunwoo even got a 10,000-point reward for that pity, so it was not entirely bad. Even so, the girl quietly said she could tell the difference between a wound made by someone's own hand and a wound caused by something else. Slowly, she turned away and apologized to Kim Sunwoo for digging into memories that were clearly painful for him. She had not realized just how traumatized he was. It was not much of an apology, but she said she would handle the assignment for both of them. Then she told him she would see him tomorrow and said nothing else. With that, the dark-haired girl walked away, leaving Kim Sunwoo standing there in complete shock. Suddenly, Kim Sunwoo called out and told her to forget the assignment. He was not about to let her walk away like that. He was going to help her instead. There was no way he would let such an important character slip away when he needed to protect every ally around Lee Seo-jun. No matter what, he would help her get her revenge. She only had to remember the first day of school. Honestly, Kim Sunwoo believed URA was better than any first-year student from either grade. He had not been lying when he said it. Kim Sunwoo truly respected URA that much. And if it were him, he was sure he could help her become even stronger than she already was. After all, she had seen how much he had helped Yoon Ha-young. If she trusted him, URA could grow strong enough to take revenge for both of them. The fiery girl trembled, and Kim Sunwoo had no idea why, but the next moment she suddenly tossed something at him. It was medicine for treating his scar, so it would not leave a mark behind. If she could not do this with her own hands, then it would mean nothing to her. That stubborn girl was willing to risk her life just to prove a point against S-rank criminals. This was clearly not going to be an easy mission. Deep down, URA knew that emotional wounds often left marks on the body too. Even though he was talented, the way he had acted on the first day of school was probably not unrelated to the scars he carried. Because she saw him that way, she could not bring herself to drag him into her revenge. For all her sharp pride, there was still a part of her that wanted to be kind. When she was younger, she had told her sister about her plan. Shaking with anger, she declared that once she graduated, she would go after that cursed group herself. She would join the task force or her sister's Blade of Dawn, and she could not understand why her older sister opposed it so fiercely. Her sister had taken URA's hand and said that her only wish was for her last remaining family to live a happy life. Her older sister had promised she would end Jaeun with her own hands. Back then, she had worn a similar scar on her wrist too. URA knew that expression all too well. That was why she fought so desperately, to make sure no more victims like them would ever appear. She would be the one to finish those evil monsters in Jaeun herself. Meanwhile, Kim Sunwoo was busy doing the research he needed. For someone like URA, who never opened up to others easily, sharing something that personal was real progress, even if it had happened because of a misunderstanding. URA felt a strange sense of kinship with him, and Kim Sunwoo earned a reward of 150,000 points because of it. Even so, he still had no idea what he was supposed to do about this misunderstanding. Back in the hidden stage, Kim Sunwoo had used the special dagger item to gain an adaptive trait. It was a dagger coated in paralytic poison, and if it stabbed an enemy, it could paralyze them. Of course, the effect varied depending on the target's resistance to poison. Using that dagger, Kim Sunwoo had slowly stabbed himself again and again to build resistance, and he had no idea how to explain that to URA. Most people in this world did not have a cheat-like system handing them special abilities. Still, a win was a win. His poison resistance had increased by 50%, and his recovery speed had reached 70%. Kim Sunwoo let out a sigh, because times like this were exactly why he kept training every single night. He refined his mana and carefully thought through how he could support the developments that were coming next. Jaeun was an enemy they would have to face someday, and helping URA get her revenge also meant helping Lee Seo-jun. So in the end, it was a genuine win-win situation. Now Kim Sunwoo just had to set the stage for it. Blessing of Great Nature had risen to rank 3, and he had gained more mana, a mana recovery speed of 60.5%, and a cooldown reduced to 20.3 hours. It was not a bad result at all, and he definitely had something worthwhile to show in the next incident. Yangwol, Kangwondu. The Mercenary Experience Activity, one of the elective field programs every student had to take part in. The students had to form groups, receive missions from mercenary corps around the country, and spend about 3 days assisting them. According to the original story, Kim Sunwoo's group took an escort support mission for Black Flame, a major mercenary corps in Kangwondu, which had specifically requested that Lee Seo-jun come all the way out there. Naturally, the usual members were all there: the hero, his muscle-headed best friend, his fiery rival, and this time Kim Sunwoo was with them too. Jang Yi was involved as well, which made the whole situation pretty dangerous, so Kim Sunwoo had to keep a close eye on her. In the original, she had not attacked Lee Seo-jun here because he was surrounded by veteran mercenaries, and nothing had happened at this stage. But just to be safe, Kim Sunwoo planned to keep her away from the hero until they arrived. Too much in the story had already changed for him to trust anything blindly now. With a smile, Kim Sunwoo asked the senior if she wanted something to drink. Obviously, he had no intention of letting the rumor about his crush cool down anytime soon. No, he was going to keep both of them thoroughly miserable with it. The girl politely refused the water at once, saying the thought alone was enough for her. Kim Sunwoo did not stop there and asked if she wanted a towel to wipe away her sweat. She shook her head again and told him to give it to the juniors walking behind them instead. Truly, Jang Yi hated his guts and swore to herself that one day she would absolutely kill him. Lee Seo-jun chuckled and said he had never seen Kim Sunwoo this fired up before, but Yu-ra had no interest in dealing with that loser and his pathetic crush. It was honestly ridiculous that a manifestation type like Kim Sunwoo had this much stamina while hiking up such a rough trail. As for the muscle-headed one, he was having the time of his life. He laughed and said that maybe all his hard work pushing those two together was finally starting to pay off. After all, the senior was no longer looking at her junior with outright disgust. The other two main members clearly did not buy that for a second. Just then, the teacher called everyone to attention. This was Jong Ha-jun, an A-rank mage and the captain of Team 6 of the Black Flame Mercenary Corps. They had finally arrived at the mission site, and the men guarding the gate confirmed that they were friendly visitors. Only after that were they given permission to enter the estate. A mansion like this hidden deep in the mountains was incredible. This was the place where they would be working. It made sense that the students were awestruck, since it was probably their first time seeing somewhere like this, even for gifted prodigies. The mission difficulty was D rank, and the client was a famous artist. Recently, several works from the mansion's collection had been stolen. So for the next 3 days, the students would be assisting with the case. The Black Flame Mercenary Corps was there to guard the mansion from a string of petty thieves. The captain had gone to the trouble of explaining the mission, but it did not seem like the students were listening at all. Instead, they were busy wandering around and admiring the beautiful paintings on display. Kim Sunwoo even started explaining to the others that the artist used bold, intense colors, but never let the background overpower the subject, keeping everything in balance. He said that kind of harmony reflected the artist's unique perspective and style. His classmates were impressed by such an unexpectedly sharp analysis. They asked how he even knew things like that, and Kim Sunwoo just smiled brightly and said he knew a lot of things. This was something he especially ought to know, after all. Then their client came downstairs and let out a soft sigh, saying she was truly grateful that the students thought so highly of the artwork. She told them they could simply call her Charlotte. This was the client who had specifically requested Lee Seo-jun for this mission. For the next 3 days, she would be under their protection, and she said she was looking forward to seeing what the students of the Magic Academy were capable of. She was especially eager to see Lee Seo-jun. Just as expected, she was Bert from the villain group, the mastermind behind the incident that was about to unfold in this mansion.